Lights on? Good morning. We're going to begin shortly. Thank you. All right. Well, it is wonderful to see you all. Thank you for joining us for day 2 of the SUNY AI Symposium. I'm Nina Mong. I'm going to be introducing our first panel. Yesterday, you heard a lot about SUNY Strive, this blueprint for New York State and for SUNY for AI. Strive stands for Strategic Research Investment. And all of the different Strive initiatives, which includes not only AI, but quantum, biotechnology, semiconductors, have been led by the SUNY System Administration, in particular by our Senior Vice Chancellor for Research and Economic Development, Dr. Shadi Sandvik. She's here, thank you, for your leadership with this. There will be a panel now with Shadi Sandvik, as well as the 2 co-chairs of the SUNY Strive AI initiative, which are Vinu Govindaraju, who is our Vice President for Research and Innovation at the University of Buffalo, as well as Andy Singer, our very own Andy Singer, the Dean of the College of Engineering and Applied Sciences. So please, thank you.
Okay, I already feel like a superstar, so that's good. We can get this started. But I wanted to start by thanking you for being here today. This is really what Strive is all about. How do we come together as a SUNY community? We bring so much. Individually, we are very strong, but together, we are even stronger. And I also wanted to say thank you, Nina, for giving me the credit, but there is no way that you can move SUNY, this large institution, with one person. The one person that has really moved us in a different direction, I feel, is SUNY Chancellor. I think we're really lucky to have a leader in John King, who is inspirational, who works as hard as anybody I have met to make sure that we actually are able to not only to envision and set strategy, but also be able to implement that strategy. So, and a lot of you, we will talk about SUNY Strive in AI, and I am always impressed to just think about the number of faculty that came together. We had over 64 faculty and campus leadership coming together to set, and these were folks that they were already very active. They were submitting grants, they had their own research going on and publishing in this area. We wanted to set a strategy that were grounded in those experiences. And also, I want to thank our state government or agencies that were part of this. I see Ben Vershoor. And Ben, can you raise your hand so people can see you? Yes, thank you. And Ben, I don't see our other colleagues from state. They were so integral to this. SUNY is not separate from the state. We exist in large part to serve the state of New York and its citizens. So it was very important that collectively we thought we need to have all those folks, all those stakeholders be part of it. So we have a strategy that's grounded and that folks have the chance to contribute to that. So with that said, we have also been thinking about how do we make this panel not a conversation just between the 3 of us. We talk a lot. I can tell you between the 3 of us, we have had tens and maybe like nearing 100 meetings or hundreds meetings for the past 3 years. So that's Strive for you. We have been coming from 3 different, separate institutions talking a lot to just make sure that we are connected. So 10 months of work to get SUNY Strive to strategic document, 10 months. Ask SUNY researchers, your faculty, to give hours and hours and hours of their time. There was something about that camaraderie to come together and do this that brought faculty to the table day in and day out. 10 months of work to build the SUNY Strive in AI, and 64 task force members, 5 working groups, and we had leaders from Google, IBM, NVIDIA, and FTC as our thought leaders, and that's another really important aspect of Strive task forces, where we have a lot of thought leadership coming from industry and other institutions. So the plan led directly, and I am very strong in saying that because it's absolute truth, that SUNY Strive had such a big part directly in enabling something that is now, we all know, Empire AI. We had a big part, and collectively we had a big part in that. So, and SUNY AI platform, at that time, we called it in our strategic document, SUNY GPT, because ChatGPT had just come out, which is being implemented, SUNY AI platform, and also the departments and centers of AI and society. That came from the working group. So I am just so proud that what we have built is a ground up, top down, but also mostly ground up. So today our conversation is that we have done a lot, so we are going to have a conversation about what surprises us most about it, both good and bad. So let me tell you about 3 main pillars of SUNY Strive: people, infrastructure, and systems of engagement. So we are going to basically touch upon each of these and talk about both our successes, what we envisioned, but also what is left to do. There's a lot left to do. So I'm going to start, Andy, with you. The Strive plan describes our scale: 1.4 million students, communities across every corner of New York as a strategic asset. But it also names a real threat. Companies are increasingly bypassing universities for boot camps and training programs. Are we reaching the people who most need what we offer? Or are we still mostly serving the students who would have found their way to us anyway?
It's an excellent question. I would say on the one hand, we certainly are striving to do so. If you think about SUNY's mission and SUNY's role, many of the students that we serve at SUNY, the students that we serve at UB, students that we serve at Stony Brook, are students that don't necessarily have the resources to go to an expensive private institution that has all of those resources that are built in. So, providing access to Empire AI, to the SUNY AI platform, providing the kinds of courses that are currently being offered and developed in these departments and centers of AI. This is reaching all of those students in the largest system of public higher education in the country. So on the one hand, yes, we are doing so, but on the other hand, there's still an awful lot of work to do. Today, scale is an issue, and AI is expensive. And you can buy access to the latest models. Companies can buy access, and the control over the strongest foundation models are in the hands of a small number of corporations. So we still have a lot of work to do. But I think that we're gathering momentum, and we're attracting the right kind of people. We can brag a little bit and say that as part of the Strive program, we reached out to experts from across the country, including someone who had served at the White House and was currently a faculty member at Illinois. We managed to grab hold of him and bring him in to be the inaugural director of AI3 at Stony Brook. So there are people that are recognizing the opportunity and wanting to take part.
Yeah, thank you. Lena?
All right, good morning first to everybody. And the secret sauce for this success, the camaraderie that you speak of, is that we were enjoying it too much, right? And I don't know whether this was a ploy, but Shadi's office would set up Zoom meetings to prepare for the meeting, to prepare for the real meeting. So we had a multiplication factor going, and half the meeting was usually nice banter and fun. And so I think that's a good lesson for all of us who are cynical about committees and participation, is if you make it fun, people want to hang together and do some good work along the way. So that's just on the side. Speaking of scale and students, I mean, as a public university, we heard this all day yesterday. I mean, it's our responsibility and duty to make sure that all students, there is an equity in access to AI tools. There is not that AI divide, whether it is for just simple ChatGPT kind of access or for running some, fancy programs on the cloud. I mean, as a public university, such a large university, it's our responsibility to make sure that everybody gets access. And this initiative through Strive is striving towards that goal. And so I think while there is still work to do, we definitely are on the right track. And not just about students, Chad, you can also speak about the industry engagement in this on this same question, is that the buzz is so strong out there, right? And every company is feeling some apprehension about what is this AI going to do for jobs and for our business and revenues. And, so they all want to learn more, especially the management, administration folks within these companies. And I think it's our responsibility to provide that resource to the companies. And, we couldn't do it soon enough. While we want to put out a good quality product out there and be, deliberate about what we teach and how we do it, but the demand is very high, I think, and so we need to scale up quickly.
Yeah, I agree. Let me just maybe follow that with something that it has been on my mind, and with Love and I, we had just a very brief conversation before this, is the role of, as AI advancing so amazingly fast, what is the role of that human flourishing? Not what is the role of it. I mean, that's our role. That's what we do. But how do we kind of embed that and think and include it as our consideration as we think about AI and implementation of AI, go beyond kind of thinking about it as an infrastructure. And something that in Strive, and we have at least one co-chair of a working group that came up with the idea of Department of AI and Society. I don't know if Jason is here, but in any case, so Departments and Centers of AI and Society was direct result of one of the working groups, because we had philosophers and we had folks from humanities and we had computer scientists together in one working group. So the question that I have for you is, the Strive plan argues that building AI systems that improve lives requires disciplines that understand human and societal norms. While in early stages, we are just coming to about maybe a year of creating departments and centers of AI and society, I wonder how you see their role in people part of what we envisioned. Andy, you want to get that?
Sure. One of the most exciting, for me personally, aspects of the Strive AI task force was exactly this. So I was new to SUNY, and you invited me to take part. And what a wonderful opportunity at Stony Brook for me to be able to reach out to all of the colleges and all of the departments across the entire Stony Brook platform and engage people in a discussion and a collaboration around where will we go with this technology, what can we offer to our students, and how can we build something that isn't just a sub-discipline of computer science or of electrical engineering, but rather what is this platform for education and for engagement? And just as you said, we had massive interest all across our campus, and we saw this on all of the campuses. And I see here in the audience, we've got people from philosophy and linguistics and arts and sciences, and it was an opportunity for us to engage at a discussion around people and around what is the role of higher education in providing the right tools, resources, and experiences for students regardless of their discipline. Because it was very clear to us that AI was something that was going to transcend, right? It was going to touch ecologists and evolutionary biologists just as much as it was, theoreticians in information theory, right? And the opportunity for us to have those discussions led naturally to discussions of, oh, what kind of courses can we have at the gen ed level? What kind of courses can we have sort of at mid-level? And what can we do at sort of capstone courses? What can we do as graduate degrees? So naturally, we were lucky. We had a Department of Technology and Society that already was seeing that AI was a platform that was going to build and grow how technology and society came together. So we were already recruiting in ethics of AI and sustainable AI and how the human component is part. So it rolled very naturally into our Department of Technology and Society becoming a Department of Technology, AI, and Society. So I think we provided a little bit of flame or a little bit of fan to the fire, and it just sort of grew.
Yeah, when I was at UB a few weeks ago for your Department of AI and Society workshop, I was just so impressed that you all already have faculty hired into that department. It's not easy. It's not every day that universities can start a department from nothing in a matter of a few months. And you all did it. And I wonder what your views are.
Yeah, so Shadi, I mean, clearly, there's demand. And, we are quite proud that we came up with this department. I know Stony Brook already had a technology society department. We came up with a new department of AI and society, which is actually saddling both engineering school and the arts and sciences. And, I think it's one of the first, such departments out there. And we have had tremendous success. Atri is not here today. He was here yesterday in recruiting faculty already from really top schools. And that is because, they're all excited about the potential of AI in society. And the way it is being positioned is it is not just AI plus X, but actually X plus AI to signal that it is the X which is the primary. It is that within the framework of the X discipline, whether it is linguistics or philosophy or economics or whichever discipline you pick, it is that discipline which draws the guardrails, the framework of ethics and responsibility in that discipline, and AI grows over there. So there's a new flavor of AI within each discipline. It's not just that you have an AI tool that is being applied to the discipline. And that's an important distinction. So pairing technology and the ethics and the responsible framework. This has been also very good. They're already having students signing up for this department already. And we have 7 such X's and more to come. I think this is one place where SUNY has really led the way. There are other big schools which talk about AI. I know, for example, MIT talks about AI and decision making and so on. But to pair society and AI and give society that central focus is something very exciting, and kudos to SUNY and all our sister campuses.
Yeah, I just continue to be amazed by how the agility at which we need to be more agile, of course. But that definitely has been pretty impressive. Let me move on to infrastructure, and hopefully somebody is keeping time, because I am not.
Up on the right.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Okay, so moving on to infrastructure. Venu, you and I know that Empire AI did not happen by accident. Many in the audience know that it didn't happen. Ben for sure knows that it didn't happen by accident. The STRIVE task force made a specific argument to Albany. Without state-of-the-art compute, SUNY's data and talent would be permanently underutilized. The argument worked. So tell us what Empire AI actually is today, and then tell us honestly whether we are on track to deliver on the commitment we made in the STRIVE plan, equitable access for all 64 campuses, not just the flagships.
Okay, excellent question. And yesterday we had a presentation from Kiran, from Empire AI, who spoke about, the alpha and the beta and the machines that are available today. Clearly from our task force, the recommendation came for this need for this compute. And, while not to put down, the industry's role, and they are doing good work, and they're also interested in improving society and having an impact. But they are looking at problems which are viable right away, for commercialization and so on. Whereas in the universities, we are looking at what is possible. Imagine wider, bigger. And this Empire AI infrastructure is allowing us to do that. For all those folks who have been following the trajectory of AI over the decades, know that today when we speak of foundations of AI, foundational AI, it is mostly about the computing infrastructure and data. And I think with Empire AI, SUNY, our campuses have access. Now to the second part of your question is, how far are we in giving that access? I think you heard that there are 10 campuses in this consortium, and there are 120 projects that are being, and that you can do the math, that's only about 10 per campus. And even within that campus, those 10 have actually not received the time that they need to solve these problems. So there is a long ways to go, but it's a great start, right? And once the data center is built in a year, hopefully with newer machines and bigger machines, access will be more easily available. But right now, I think we are just getting started. Even within a campus, I'm sure within Stony Brook campus, within UV campus, there are only about 4 or 5 faculty members, PIs, who really have had their hands on the machines. Speaking of other campuses, I think we all have, through SUNY initiatives, AI Connect, not AI Connect, AI in Action, I think, where we are partnering with other community colleges, within our geographical areas, to bring them, to our campus and, do the let's teach the teachers kind of programs and bringing them into the fold of AI. So this can spread. We are just scratching the surface right now. It'll take a couple of years, but we should still pat ourselves on the back in that while we are just getting started, we are perhaps the only place in the country which is getting started, right? Others are still way behind. So
That's just quite amazing. Andy, did you want to add to that?
Well, as Venu said, it's really important that we be aggressive on our campuses, right? On the one hand, it's great that we have this resource, but we also know that the latest and greatest GPUs of today in 5-10 years will have waned. So we need to really sort of push our faculty and our students and our administration to engage with the system that we have. But one thing to our credit, when we got started in these discussions and we were thinking, what do we need for resources? Part of Strive, the first group, I won't name a name, but one of our faculty members came back and said, we should ask for like $5 million worth of computing resources. And I said, come on, 5 million. How about a couple of more zeros added to that? And no, we couldn't possibly get that kind of engagement. Well, we did. And as a result, I remember the time when we got a phone call from some of the private institutions in New York State that said, we heard that you were talking about maybe doing an ask to the state legislature, to the governor's office to get some computing resources. Can you tell us what's going on? And of course, they wanted to get in on the action. And they did. And as a state, we did a great job. But it was clear that we were really on the move. And, the private institutions that start with a C in the state of New York absolutely and aggressively wanted to join us.
Can I just add something to this discussion here? It's one thing to want access, to this Empire AI, but we have to keep in mind that there is a difference between CPUs and GPUs and using GPU clusters. So we also need to do some kind of a training, not just to the STEM folks or computer science folks. They also need this training, but to all disciplines, in that if you want to use these clusters, there is a way that you have to frame your problem. It has to be done in a way that efficiently uses the parallel architecture, right? Otherwise, you really don't get the benefits of this. So while we are waiting for access, I think it's a good idea, and we are doing this on our campus, where we are doing some, in quotes, hand-holding, so that folks who are not in the traditional, STEM or computing disciplines who want to use, first explain to them how to frame the problem, what is possible, and then when they get access, they get the full bang for the buck.
Yeah, that's great. I would also add, we heard during Strive task force itself, and I think it is true even now, that hand-holding, if you're a computer scientist, you don't need it. But that is not necessarily the only audience that we are hoping to take advantage of it. I mean, think about drug discovery, for one. I mean, the climate, for another. So thinking about that is very important. I'm going to move on to the systems of engagement, just for...
Shadi,
yeah.
if you will, just since you bring up drug discovery and we're talking about Empire AI, I think just to get people's imagination going, we have faculty on our campus, Tom Grant, this article was written on Science Magazine, who looks at protein folding, which is an excellent project for drug discovery. And he was able to do that framing of the problem, and it took him a long time, several months, several trials, to frame the problem properly. And this is a quote that what was taking him 6 months to run on alpha itself took 6 days. And on beta, it will take 6 hours. And you can just do that graph for yourself. So it's almost in real time. You set up your experiment, go and have coffee and come back, and you can tweak your parameters and run it again. So that's the power of Empire AI. So I think we need to have our faculty, maybe we should do some workshops on what kinds of problems are best suited, and how can we all prepare, because we have so much expertise within SUNY and access to this amazing infrastructure.
Yeah, 100%. And Empire AI is one of the very important, but one piece of that infrastructure that exists. On our campuses, we have compute infrastructure. SUNY AI platform provides a lot of access to infrastructure, so we need to have all of that in one place. Okay, so I'm going to move on to systems of engagement. The Strive plan said SUNY would become the partner of choice for industry, government, and academic collaborators, and that we would build the infrastructure to make that possible. A system-wide expert database and a data strategy that lets us actually share SUNY's extraordinary assets. SUNY Research Connect is live, and we are so happy. Anytime that I get a chance, I'll brag about it, but we'll talk about that. So SUNY Research Connect is live. The data strategy is still being built. Where are we, and what is making it harder than expected? Let's start Venu with you, and then we move to Andy.
So SUNY Connect is live, excellent. We can look up researchers on other campuses and see, whom to partner with and so on. But I think we have been a little spoiled already, Shadi. Today, if you want to search something, you don't necessarily go to the Google search box and type keywords. You simply go to Gemini or ChatGPT or something and ask the question, right? I think that's the kind of interface we also need, instead of just checking boxes and filtering and saying, who can I find at Stony Brook in this area or that area, and get the list, something which is more natural, to use, and also something which is intelligent enough to preempt, proactively suggest, saying, here is my recent paper, on this topic, and I'm looking at this RFP, who should I talk to? And then immediately it comes back with the faculty and their strengths and so on, and then I can choose. So I think, that kind of interface will be great. I know SUNY Connect is there, and it's a great first step, but we have been a little spoiled, I think.
Yeah, so for those of you who do not know what SUNY Research Connect is, we probably should say a little bit about what it is before. I'm just assuming that if I know something,
it was presented yesterday by Catherine.
Okay, fantastic. So if you did go to Catherine Stoller-Peter, who is here somewhere, she gave an amazing talk yesterday to cover what SUNY Research Connect is. But I tell you, before SUNY Research Connect, you had to go either do a Google search, which we all did, or go to every campus's website to try to figure out what each campus is doing, and you would not even get the full report of what research people are doing. And what you absolutely would not get is what grants they have or what industry grants they had before. Now, with SUNY Research Connect, we have 7,000 SUNY faculty, all verified. These are SUNY faculty that are publishing. I had the statistics somewhere, but there are over 300,000 publications of SUNY faculty that are in the database. Not only that, There are 36,000 grants that these faculty have had, whether from industry, whether from foundation, any of that. It's on that platform. So even if you do a Google search today, try to find who is doing parallel computing or working in brain, it will take you there because it's public. And whether you're industry or anybody else from outside, or you're looking for a collaborator, that you can find it. Andy, did you want to add to that?
One thing I'd say is that as a system of engagement, this is a helpful tool to bring down the barriers to find the information, not only within SUNY, within a campus, but for our collaborators, whether they're at a national lab or in government or at another institution. But it's also really important that as part of this STRIVE exercise or movement, our campuses really have embraced the notion internally to look to other departments and other colleges within their department and other campuses within SUNY to engage. So this symposium, for example, this is the third AI symposium across SUNY, and this is the third convening of the center directors and researchers and administrators from all of these different campuses that are coming together to engage, right? So this is one of our many systems of engagement that is making use of the human capital to pair with the technical capital, which is this tremendous database resource. So lowering the barriers to entry on the data side make it easy to collaborate, but we also need, you know, the faculty, the students, the deans, the provosts, and others to say, this is important. This is important on your campus. And I'm really fortunate to be in a campus where this is embraced widely. And it's now, you know, I've only been here for 3 years, but I see tremendous interest in collaboration, whether it's in course development, student project development, faculty development, or research engagement.
Yeah, that's so important. And the departments and centers of AI society, they were not created to just be an isolated thing on a campus. The first convening of them is going to happen in May. So that's, again, to kind of create more of that engagement. So I want to close. I think we are at time. So 2 minutes? Okay. So we are going to close this panel, and hopefully it has been engaging for you, and then you know at least more about the process that we followed, but STRIVE as both an idea that we are striving toward implementing, but also the process that we followed, which was very ground up and grounded, again, in our expertise and our capabilities. So the private sector is moving faster on AI than any university could. So I want to end with the bigger question. Why does it matter for New York, for the country, that public higher education is in this space at all? What can we do that they cannot? Andy, we're going to start with you.
So I think now more than ever, we're at a point where people are questioning, what is the value of a college degree? What is the value of higher education? What is the role of a college or a university in society? And it really is important that we provide not only the platform for students to come and work with faculty, work with other colleagues, work across the campus, and have an opportunity to really engage and grow intellectually, but to do so in a way where it doesn't matter where you came from. Right? So we have students on our campus here who are the first generation to college. These are students who, even at $7,000 a year of tuition, they have substantial grants to be able to come here essentially for free. So we are dramatically lowering the barriers to entry in society to get access to the tools of knowledge that will unlock their future. It's extremely important that public higher ed play a role in this, because I guarantee you, the companies that want you to pay $20, $50, $100 a month for access to their latest foundation models really aren't out there for those students who came from families that can't quite afford to be there. So it's an extremely important place for us to be. And we really are providing a set of resources and tools for those students to be able to be trained, to understand sort of the role of all of this technology. We're at a transformational point in American technology history. I think it's probably since the last industrial revolution where you're going to have this sort of step function change between what people did 10 years ago and what people will do 10 years from now. And it's an extremely important time for us to be part of that. So we don't have only the haves, only those that can afford to take part in the upper echelons of society to be part of that next generation.
Well said.
Okay, since we are at our closing, before I answer this question, can I just put a plug for an event that is taking place in Buffalo on June 3rd and 4th? We would like all of you to come and participate in this Times Higher Education and UB co-hosted AI event, just like this, to talk about some interesting topics. And Andy, to your point that we support each other, right? I mean, this is the third in the series of the symposium, and we would like you to come for that. Now, going back to your question, Shari, it is, I think I mentioned this, right? I mean, the companies, and if you just leave it to them, they'll be looking at things that are viable from a commercialization viewpoint, whereas it is universities who are going to look at what is possible. And then the other piece is, since there is talent and good ideas everywhere as a public university, we open up this whole world of AI to every student from every background. That is not going to happen if you just leave it to the employees of some of the big companies. So I think we owe it to ourselves and to society, to take AI forward, and we have a great opportunity over here.
Yeah, 100%. I can tell you that I'm more excited today than I've ever been about where SUNY as a whole can take us when we work together. And I think Strive Task Forces they have really, I think that has been the potential, that the potential is there. We are all excited. And I'm amazed every time when faculty, they see that as one of the best things that came from this that working together. So the question this symposium should leave with is not whether AI will transform higher education. It will absolutely do that. The question is whether higher education will shape what AI becomes, and whether we will inherit what the market decides for us. Strive is our answer to that question, and we are not done building it yet. So thank you for being here, and
thank you, Shannon.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Great to see you all here today on our second day of this incredible AI symposium. I am Carl Lejouet. I'm the provost here at Stony Brook University, and I am just so delighted to have this symposium be a key part of our inaugural week celebration for our 7th president, Dr. Andrea Goldsmith. It's been really a wonderful thing for our university, for SUNY, and for academia to be able to think about how we connect all of these events together in the celebration of having our next leader here, or our current leader. So as we think about where we are moving with this symposium and what we're trying to accomplish, reimagining what AI can be across multiple disciplines: medicine, business, sciences, engineering, the arts, humanities, social and behavioral sciences. These are all areas where Stony Brook, and I've said this many times, I believe, of all universities, Stony Brook is one of the truly great ones in interdisciplinarity, in working together and finding connections. And as we think about how we do this across the whole SUNY system, events like today are really crucial for that. And as we think about trying to address these grand challenges, part of that work together is not just about developing the technology, but doing it in a way that is ethical, that is appropriate, and that is planful. And that idea of being planful, of thinking about the value and the utility of technology and science, but doing it in a way that truly marks a public good. That's been a hallmark of the Simons Foundation, and our next speaker, our signature, one of us as the president of the Simons Foundation. He's been the architect of the Simons STEM Scholars Program, one of the truly great student STEM development pipeline programs. I mean, you can't go a week here at Stony Brook without seeing something amazing one of our students have done, things that they're accomplishing. This is a group of students that had a 100% retention rate. You never hear that. I mean, this is a program that was so thoughtfully put together, and one that even in its early years, this had such tremendous success. He's also someone who engages an enormous amount of service. He's the chair of our Turkana Basin Institute International Advisory Board. He's a member of the board of directors for Brookhaven. And as you know, Stony Brook is a co-manager of Brookhaven. And he is one of the envisioners of the Climate Data Stewardship Initiative, which is a key part of the New York Climate Exchange and what Stony Brook and SUNY are hoping to do in terms of building out one of the next strives, or one of the current strives in terms of climate. But one of the things that makes David truly special is he's not just an effective and thoughtful president of an amazing foundation. He is also a scientist himself, and an incredibly impactful one. As a theoretical astrophysicist and a long decorated career at Princeton University as an endowed professor, he's had an impact in NASA, he's had an impact in many, many places. And so when he talks about what the Simons Foundation can do, he's not just talking about it as a philanthropist, as an effective strategist. He's also talking about it as someone who's been there, who's done that, and understands what it takes to support great science and make it into impactful science. And so we are just very lucky to have him here today. I think you're going to enjoy hearing him speak, and at all times, we absolutely cherish our partnership with him. David.
So I'm David Spergel, and what I want to talk to you about today is a couple things. I want to begin by actually introducing science philanthropy. I was a professor at Princeton for 30-some-odd years. The philanthropic sector to me was vague, unclear. What do they do? How does it work? And want to say some things about it. Then I want to talk about this AI revolution and talk about it with a couple different hats on. I'm on the Department of Energy Science Advisory Board. I'm on the Genesis Subcommittee. So I've been involved in the discussions of that project as well. So thinking about what role government plays, what role philanthropy plays, and also thinking about how we make use of Empire AI. And I will conclude by basically saying we're not using it properly, and challenge you to think about how we can use it in a truly transformative way. And I'll actually start out with a number that for people to think about with Empire AI. As of now, 75% of the use is single GPU use. We are using it as a additional resource of single GPUs. We are not using it for transformative science. I'll come back to that, but that's how we should do that differently, I think, is something that for all of us involved with this to think about and how we can move forward. So here's the overview of what we want to do. I'm going to actually talk a bit just about some of the stuff we do as a foundation in this AI space, and then think about some of the things we're thinking about doing next. So what is philanthropy's role? It's not a replacement for federal funding. You know, people say things at the time of these government cutbacks that, well, philanthropy will step up. It's not going to. Federal funding, philanthropy represents for science funding about 10% of funding. You know, and that's across the board, and we'll look at those numbers. Most philanthropy is from endowments. Like universities, you can't, you know, you can spend a bit more. You can't, it's not, you know, we could increase funding for a year or two by 10%, go from 10% to 11%. Right? So it's not going to do that. It's not going to, at least I think it shouldn't be the place you go to, though people come to me often and say, you know, I applied for an NSF grant. We were ranked 5 and they funded 4. Can you fund us? Well, I don't think we're actually contributing if we're funding that much, if we're funding just below the cutoff. What I think we can do, and what I'll try to describe our doing, is do things that the federal government or state government doesn't do. Do things that lead to a richer funding structure, often doing things that are high risk, doing things across boundaries, whether those boundaries that are high risk, doing things across boundaries, whether those boundaries are intellectual boundaries between areas or boundaries between fields, and I think most of all be flexible. And I'll talk about some of the things we've done in response to the turbulence in DC, where, you know, for example, we've helped fund 16 new faculty positions this year in the SUNY system, because we felt at this terrible time of job cuts, that was one of the most impactful things we can do. So let's just look at funding and where the money flows from. Nonprofits are a non-trivial, but not a dominant part of the funding landscape. And if we look at funding overall, and this is in constant dollars, and you know, you can see while there are ups and downs, we should be mindful that federal funding has basically increased significantly over time. And you can see the federal share is large. University institutional funding represents the fact that we have in this country a lot of wealthy universities. And they have some internal funds they can use. And a lot of that sits in startup and position. And that's a non-trivial part of it. And then philanthropic and nonprofit funding is significant and has grown a lot since the 1990s. And you know, one of the things we try to do as an organization is not only support science directly through our funding, but to bring in new philanthropy. There's a lot of new monies associated with these AI industries. There are people at these companies who have made a lot of money. Many of them come with a background in science and tech. One of my hopes, and one of the things I think opportunities, is they're excited about AI. We need to get them excited about AI for science, AI for the public good. We're one of the funders, but I actually think there's opportunities to bring in new philanthropy. And I think in terms of new monies, that's where one should think about how do we engage some of these new funders. And this again shows the breakdown in science funding for basic research. And you can see federal is an essential part of the pie. And when we have proposed cuts of 50% in federal funding, it's devastating. And, you know, but it's something where there's lots of different pieces contributing. And, you know, I think one of the many exciting aspects of Empire AI is the very significant state commitment that has enabled that project, and the partnership between states and funding and universities across the state and with philanthropy in making all that happen. And then when we look at funding, something to keep in mind about federal funding and nonprofit funding it is predominantly biomedical. You can see NIH is much larger than any other component. NIH overall is about $60 billion. NSF is $8 billion. So most things are biomedical, most things are translational. And that's true not only for federal funding, it's also true for philanthropy. You can see if you look at the nonprofit sector that an even larger percentage is biological and biomedical. And when we look at fields like the physical sciences, nonprofit funding is even lower than federal funding as a fraction. And if we look at areas like math, statistics, computer science, it's 3% of philanthropy. I mean, I think in mathematics, the Simons Foundation is a very significant fraction of all private philanthropy, right? Everyone wants to give money to biomedical things. And so it puts us actually in a very important position, because to me, fields like math and computer science are really important fields and are really fundamental. And there are relatively few funders in these areas. Most things are biomedical. So talk a bit about the Simons Foundation itself. It was founded by Jim and Marilyn Simons. Marilyn and Jim have deep, deep connections to Stony Brook. Marilyn came here as an undergraduate, the first in her family to go to college. She would stay on and get a PhD in economics. She is actually speaking on a panel with Andrea as I speak. So she's deeply engaged with the campus. Jim Simons came to Stony Brook actually from, he was working at the NSA in Princeton. He wrote a letter opposed to the Vietnam War. He got fired for his opposition to the Vietnam War. And one of the truly wise things Stony Brook did was they offered him the opportunity to come here and help build the math department. He not only built the math department, he would go on to found Rentec, which was based right near here and is the most successful hedge fund over the last 40 years by many ways. And Jim and Marilyn have been tremendous friends of Stony Brook and great supporters, and took their monies and put well over 50% into foundations to support basic math and science. And the Simons Foundation and Simons Foundation International are the two largest parts, and that they gave 5 years ago, offered me the great honor and opportunity to become the foundation president and assist in directing it. And when I think about what is our special sauce as an organization, and I think something you learn about philanthropies is, if you know one philanthropy, you know one philanthropy. Universities differ a lot from campus to campus. I would say philanthropies, because their flexibility in some ways, differ even more in what their priorities are, how they operate, how they relate to their grantees. They really are. To understand the Simons Foundation, we are an organization that has a deep belief in what Eugene Wigner called the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics. If you have not read Wigner's 1965 article, look it up on the web. It is 4 pages and basically talks about this miracle that the language of math is incredibly effective in describing science. And it's a wonderful gift, as he said, that we neither understand nor deserve. And it continues to be effective in novel ways as we apply it to growing areas of science. And one element I think about machine learning in particular is the ability to represent functions in high-dimensional spaces. means we now have mathematical tools that can let us understand things like protein folding in cancer. And we've got this tool, and I would say this is true about AI, right? One of the disturbing and exciting things about it is we don't understand why it is so effective. We know it works, and I would say this is true about mathematics. We know it describes the universe. We don't know why. And the unreasonable effectiveness of AI is, I think, one of the great surprises and one of the great challenges. Because we've got this new tool, this new really powerful tool, and how do we assure that humanity uses it in a way that makes life better or not worse? I think that's the great thing we're all struggling with. So as an organization, what do we do to support transformative science? What we do is we try to generate science. So we have our own research institute, the Flatiron Institute in New York, that is about 250 scientists working in computational science. The Flatiron Institute as an institute is one of the partners in Empire AI. We enable science through grants and supporting things like Empire AI and some of the programs I'll talk about at SUNY and elsewhere. And we try to communicate science. So we support Quantum Magazine, Sandbox Films, Transmitter Magazine, and Neuroscience to try to engage the public deeply in the scientific enterprise. Scientific transformation is the goal of all of our interactions. I tell our event staff, if we're hosting a dinner, the goal of that dinner is to make sure conversations happen that won't happen otherwise. When we think about grants, the questions I ask is, are we making a unique contribution here? What is the potential payoff of the grant? As we think about developing individuals, and diversity has become a dirty word in the current political environment, but I think if we're not inclusive, we're not bringing in people from a broad range of institutions, a broad section of the country, and we're missing out on excellence, because there's excellence elsewhere. So besides issues of equity, that people should have access, just from self-interest in advancing science, advancing our country, we want to engage everybody, right? And that was one of the themes of the previous panel, and of some of the other sessions today, is how do we make sure that everyone's part of it? And how do we communicate this excitement of science? For me, an important part of this, and I think we should be thinking about this as we think about an event like this and we think about areas, is linkages. If you look at the history of the development of ideas, and this is drawn from a paper looking at connectivity between different fields, it's tiny points, but one color is math and another is physics, another is agriculture, biology, earth science, and chemistry. As people started writing papers between different fields, and this is looking at, in many ways, the first burst of science from the 1600s to 1800, it was starting to build connections. I think one of the important things we need to do, meetings like this help, is build connections across organizations and across fields. Right? The nature of AI is we will take best advantage of it when we can move across boundaries and interact widely. So we try to do this in lots of ways and figure out how we can contribute. So now I want to step back and look at what's going on in the AI landscape. And this is a moment in which it's a really different funding situation for most areas of science. Right? So right now, just those four companies are spending $700 billion this year on AI infrastructure. So Empire AI is impressive. It is, I think, the best university-level facility. But there are enormous facilities sitting at these these companies. In 2025, 40% of US economic growth was AI-related categories. And a lot of that's very applied, but if you look at just the frontier AI labs, they're spending between $50 and $150 billion on research-like activities. And that dwarfs federal spending, right? The federal government with projects like Genesis is trying to increase spending, but that's about $3 billion a year. And so it really is just 2% of what the industry is spending. And industry is doing it very quickly. One of the, I think, very important lessons to learn from the industry labs is they really are getting very good. And you look at, we work with people at Google DeepMind. They bring together teams of engineers, domain specialists, and whether it's biochemistry or physics, to come together to focus on individual problems. And I think one of our challenges for the university community is our mode of thinking is PI-driven projects, right? The way we think about doing things. And remember, most research is biomedical. It's an R1 grant to a PI. That is the basic unit of science in this, at the university level. When you go, that's not how you want to build a foundation model for science. We're going to have to find ways, and many fields do this, right? And you look at the nuclear physicists at Brookhaven Labs, you look at the Human Genome Project, you look at some of the advances in climate modeling, right? Fields that we've learned how to figure this out. We're going to have to work together as scientists. And since I'm talking about philanthropy, one of our challenges is we're spending about 1% of what the federal government spends, and 0.01% or 0.02% of what industry is spending, and how can we be effective? And of course, we're just one philanthropy, but there's really only a handful of others that are engaged in this area, and we're all trying to figure out how we can best complement what happens in these other areas. So to give a sense of the range of things we do, I think something we've been doing for a very long time is supporting archive, right? And for those of you who publish in computer science or physics or math or economics know that that's where people publish their articles. And one of the beautiful things about archive is it makes access to science available for people everywhere. This was a revolution I remembered in the 1990s. So when I was a graduate student, and actually when I was an undergrad, so an undergrad at Princeton, we had a rack of preprints. And people put out 100 preprints that they mailed to their colleagues all over the country, all over the world. And if you wanted to know the most recent papers, you had to get to those preprints. So Princeton had a better preprint collection than Rutgers. So our Rutgers colleagues would typically come down once a week, we'd have a lunch together, to look at our preprints. Because not everyone had access to the results. You would have to wait a year before it came out in the journals. This great transformation was when the archive became available. Everyone sees the papers that morning, everyone in the world, and everyone has access to that information. Archive itself actually played an important role in driving these models because it's actually all the scientific literature in the field is available there. And that's where the archive has been supported by a combination of us and Cornell. We are trying to future-proof it. So right now we are in the process of spinning it out as an independent 501c3, an independent organization with actually international support. So I was talking yesterday to the French funding agency, who may be one of many sources of support. I think for something so vital to the scientific enterprise, we want to make sure it has a diverse basis of support. We're also looking for a CEO for the archive. So if you know someone who wants to do something in scientific publication, we're searching. We do research internally at Flatiron, and we engage with and partner with lots of surrounding places. So right now we have, I think, 3 joint appointments with Stony Brook and joint appointments with CUNY and Columbia and NYU. So we're sort of part of the broader research community there. And I'll talk briefly about some of the things we're doing internally. We're supporting AI-related research, providing some new on-ramps for science, then supporting new career routes, and more broadly supporting computational science, and we're one of the partners supporting Empire AI. So let me give an example of some of the things that we're doing. Internally, we've been developing this tool called Denario, which is an AI research companion. It's designed to let you explore hypotheses quickly. It is meant to do things, many people are doing this right now with tools like Claude, but this is an interface built on it that is designed for science and was designed to generate draft papers, generate code for you, run multiple agents, and it's all open source and available to play with. So encourage you, if you're a researcher, to go to the website, download it, and play with it. And here is the scan me and the GitHub location and everything. So I'll leave that up for a second. And just many of you are already deeply engaged in AI. Those of you who haven't been playing with AI for research, and just do it. I mean, this is what I've been encouraging everyone to do, is to get a hold of a license to ChatGPT or Claude and Gemini, and try working with it in research questions. And I think of it as at this point, as a very sloppy and very smart first-year graduate student, in that most of the things that you learn from it, you can move more quickly with it, but it's one of these students that's annoyingly flattering and says, "Oh, that's such a brilliant idea. Don't give me this. You're telling me wrong things. I need to check everything you do." But given that, it's really powerful, and if you get involved. I was up at Harvard on Monday, had lunch with the graduate students there in the physics department, and one of the questions they asked was, "Will AI replace us?" And I said, at this point, I would say no, but I think scientists who use AI will replace the scientists who don't. And if you're not using this tool, you are missing out on the ability to accelerate your research. Something that we've been supporting that's been quite successful is the polymathic effort led by Shirley Ho. And they have developed, and it was nice to see some of the stuff referred to in some of the poster sessions here, the well and lots of public tools for training models. And I think this is, to me, a really important part of where we want to be going with AI research, is right now the models are being developed almost entirely, these foundation models, at these big industry labs. One of the things that Empire AI enables us to do is to develop foundation models for science, right? That we should be developing foundation models for genomics, for multi-scale physics, for areas of healthcare. There's lots of opportunity. And this is an effort to do this for multi-scale physics. These videos show simulations of the sun and solar flares on the sun, which actually have profound effects on the Earth. Right now, they have built a fluid model that runs 10 times faster than standard CFD models. without, more accurate and lots of speed. And we can now, with this model that you're seeing running here, they can predict solar flares, and solar flares knock out transformers and affect our electrical system. So they're of great interest to understand the underlying physics, but have a very practical application for how they affect the electric grid. And models, they were able to train these foundation models to do this. And now we're looking at the process of releasing a multimodal model to look at genomics across 6,000 species. And, many different modalities, billions of organisms. We're supporting and many collaborations. This is actually our primary way of supporting science, which is we have competitive calls for collaborations. So in math and physical sciences, for example, we're funding about 25 collaborations, each at roughly $2 million a year for 7 years. We want people to do big, ambitious things. These are all competitive international calls. We get, this year we got about 160 letters of intent, and we will fund about 6 of these new collaborations so it's competitive, but encourage all your, faculty to do this. Right now we're funding several collaborations focused on machine learning and on machine learning applications. We're also co-funding with NSF a number of AI institutes. Right now, we're funding with a collaboration on deep learning. We're funding an AI institute in astronomical sciences. We had a call back in 23 to do this, and I think had 60 university consortiums apply. Currently, we're funding one based at UTexas Austin and another based in the Chicago area around Northwestern. We've been funding Lean, which is doing math proofs, trying to find things that are really basic science that don't fit the industry model where we could have a big impact. We're also trying to create more entrance ramps, right? We really want to make sure that we can bring in a broad range of people. In New York City, we're supporting Math for America. Here at Stony Brook, we're really proud of the Stony Brook STEM Scholars Program. We're supporting a master's program at CUNY. In our neuroscience program, the Bridge to Independence program to enable, to support fellows to transition to faculty. And we're supporting scholars at a number of HBCUs. The HBCUs play a really important role in bringing a more diverse group of people into science. If you look at where PhDs in science are coming from, Spelman, which is a pretty small campus, is actually a source of a very significant number, for example. Also, very much the goal of our program here at Stony Brook. Just say a little bit about the Stony Brook STEM Scholars Program. Right now, we've got 120 STEM scholars. They're engaged in research. They're doing summer schools. I meet these students, and I think kind of for all of us involved in our different ways in the educational mission of universities, some of these students are just amazing. You meet with them, and they just inspire you. And the Simon STEM Scholars very much fall into this group of really inspirational students who are already deeply engaged in research. And when I look at these students, I look at them and see the future scientific leaders of the country. And I think that is, for all of us, one of the really important things we do is we're training the scientific leaders of the country for the future. I want to mention a couple other things we're doing. This is, in many ways, an advertisement meant for the deans and department chairs here. We're funding this Simon Software Faculty Award. One of the things we feel is undervalued in the university is people who develop software. Right now, and certainly in this AI world, The people who build these tools, say for genomics or for big physics simulations, are not viewed as true theorists by their department and aren't getting faculty jobs at the level they should. And many of them are postdocs who develop real expertise. They actually have the kind of skills we see the career paths they follow. Anthropic offers them incredible salaries, but they'd actually like to stay in academia, and we want to create opportunities for them. So we're providing support for positions that are meant so that they come with money, and we'll announce 5 each year, and they are meant to not be postdocs, but to move in the funding level, to move into positions that are professors of practice. These are positions, different universities have different names, but many of them, the medical school has many people like this, where they have professorial positions but are not tenure track. Engineering schools are better. I think arts and sciences really need to create opportunities for people like this who are so essential for the scientific role. And I think we want to make sure that the people who develop software, the tool builders, who are such an important part of this AI for Science program, have career paths that are rewarding and valuable. Something we did in response to the budget cuts in Washington a year ago was we looked around and realized universities are going to be conservative. Given this 50% budget cut, they are going to want to freeze hiring. And that the people most hurt, even if the budget was restored as it has happened, would be the current cohort of people looking for jobs. Turning it around, this is the best moment to hire because everyone else isn't hiring. So we turned to all the universities that are part of Empire AI. We offered to fund them for 3 years if they would make faculty hires in math, physics, ecology and evolutionary biology, and neuroscience. And there were 60 hires that are happening across New York State, 16 of them in the SUNY system, 4 at each of the research universities. And I know from talking to some of you and talking to my colleagues at other places, this has been the right year to hire, right? When everyone else is not doing something, if you do it, it's great. So this is one of the things we've been doing to support this. My dad was a professor at York College for his entire career. He was the founding professor there. And we are supporting a computational initiative. Marilyn Simons was generous and let me name it after my dad. And they're growing a new master's program. One of the things I think we should be thinking about across the educational system is how we think about masters. They tend to be pay for play and income sources for universities. They should be a way of providing access. They should be something that enables people to develop the skills either to become researchers or to go into industry, and it should not just be available to those who can afford it. And this is something that both in my role at foundations and my role as advisor to the government, one of the interesting things I hadn't appreciated when I took this job is when you're not asking people for money, you can give them advice, right? So we talk with federal agencies as a partner, trying to think about many of the same things. So we can give them input on things like this, and I've been encouraging them, if they really want to think about workforce development, that master's programs in this country should be accessible to all. And given SUNY's very important role in the state in providing accessible research, accessible education, master's programs in some of these areas are, let me just challenge you all to think about those. And now let me turn to Empire AI. We and the Secunda Foundation are the two philanthropic partners in making all this happen. It's a wonderful collaboration between universities, state, philanthropy, think it's actually wonderful in many ways. I know of very few examples of all the leading universities across the state working together, right? Usually universities see the other universities as the competition. And I think Empire AI should help us think of them as partners. And we were eager to get Empire AI going fast. So while we knew the money was there to build the bigger system, Beta and Gamma in the future, we started by donating, in addition to our $25 million that we gave over 10 years, some H100 nodes. And probably for those of you who know him and have been involved in building this, the most useful thing we've donated was time of our CTO, Ian Fisk, who has been one of the intellectual drivers in building it. And Ian is a truly remarkable guy who, with real vision. And we've now updated Alpha to Alpha++. Beta is currently being commissioned. That's 288 P200s, and that's with state funding. That is the best machine available to researchers. And Gamma will be 10 times the performance. So this is an incredible tool. As I said at the beginning, and now I want to come back to, it's a tool we're not using properly. 75% of the use is single GPU use. If this is going to be transformative, this can't be business as usual. This can't be science as usual. We have to be pushing ourselves, if we're researchers, if we're research leaders and university leaders, pushing our faculty, our students, to think about problems differently. This is something that industry has realized, that these tools let us do radically different things. We're not just running the old computational models. I've talked about Polymathic. That's been our internal effort to do this in collaboration with others, to really take on a big problem and have an impact on a big problem. So, I mean, we haven't announced this program yet. We're in the process of formulating it. But we will be challenging and providing some grants. And the details of this will come out in about 3 months, because we're still figuring it out, to the Empire AI members, where we want to encourage you to take on a handful of big problems. Bring together a collaboration looking at cloud formation and climate, one of the big uncertainties. Looking at some aspect of pharmaceutical development, and I think it needs to be something that spans campuses. We're going to want multi-campus, and we're going to want the institutions to volunteer some of their share in Empire AI and say, this, project is, a project that's going to bring together a team of people. It's an important thing for our campus. It's a priority. And I really think we need to think about it this way, not think about this as, we're going to give 10 minutes on each GPU to everybody. We want to make sure people know how to use AI. I mean, I think there's a piece of all of this which is incredibly important, of making sure everyone has the tools and the access. But when we think about Empire AI and the truly transformative thing that the governor has helped lead and many of us were partners in making happen, we're at a moment where we in New York can do something exceptional. We can show how universities can play a leading role in research. And then putting on my hat from the Department of Energy, if New York is playing a leading role in this and we have institutions and projects doing this, we are then really well positioned to play a leading role in federal projects. And then sort of stepping back and saying, well, if we have faculty that are building foundation models that have real impact in science, these are the people and their students who are going to be spinning off companies that will be transforming the economy. And I think one of the important pieces of the vision here, and people have touched on this in previous talks, is making sure that New York is a leading center in this really revolutionary technology, right? I mean, I think that we know that this is going to change big pieces of our economy, and there's going to be winners and losers. And we want to make sure that our students and the state are winners. And that means getting involved in this in all these different levels. And, you know, and a piece of that is, I think, using these machines to do really transformative work. So let me stop there. Thank you for your attention. Hope I've given you a taste of sort of how at least I think about philanthropy, how I think about AI, and some of the challenges for the future. So let me stop there and take any questions if people have them. Yeah.
First of all, thank you for all you are doing for academia, and in particular SUNY. And when we talked about the 16 positions, that's just the right time. There's no better time. And as you know, our report has gone back that most of the positions are hired. So we're grateful. And beyond that, what you do for science as Simons Foundation is just incredible. So we're grateful for what you do. On the Empire AI, what we are finding is the machine availability. As you said, people did not believe. They were asking for, you know, small amount of money to do research. The faculty, there's a lag in the realization that there is this huge thing available, and their problems, they have been scaled to what they thought the resources available were. So the initial tranche, rather than, we want to use every clock tick of that machine. So some institutions, we have, in fact, Venu and I did the allocation. Our requests are very small in number, and like Tom Grant is one, but 100,000 SUs on beta is what he wants. Total of 700,000, 1/7 is given to him. And the best part, I think, about the Empire AI, I think you alluded to that at the end, is there is a mechanism for using the full iron for a project for a single campus, and all of us are supportive. All institutions are supportive of that. And my dream is to get there as quickly as we can, that we have this 10x capacity, and one project, one faculty member or a team of faculty members, doesn't matter which institution, maybe a collection of institutions would run there. We will get there, but one of the things we wanted to do is, there is this mystery about what is Empire AI. Everybody wants to get on it. So we want to be enthusiastic about supporting them, but not necessarily, the goal is to get exactly what you're talking about, and we hope to get there. And thank you for that feedback, and we will absolutely work on that.
And it's, I mean, I'll put on the hat I wore as a faculty member for 30 years. Okay. You know, when some resource comes available, whether it's grants or computing, there is a problem I've been working on for the last 5 years. And the first question I ask, and it's probably the right one for most people, is how do I keep doing what I'm doing? I'm always feeling resource starved. There's some resources, let's do it. And I get that, and in many moments, that's the right thing to do. I think this is a moment, and it's a challenge really to all of us, where we have this novel tool available. The fact that we can build these kinds of foundation models, build these, I mean, it's not, the hardware is an important piece, but really it is, you know, the transformers, the tools, the things, the enormous investments industry's making that we can leverage. And we have to think about how can we use this to address science questions we weren't even thinking about before. And, you know, I think we have in our campuses, among our faculty and students, the people to do this. And we have to give people the courage to take on these big things. Great. Well, thank you all.
Just wanted to let you know our next session will begin right now. So please, if you don't mind, Just give us a second to transition. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Janet Clark. I am the Associate Dean for Research and Learning at University Libraries, and I am very honored to be part of the planning committee that planned this particular panel. And I just want to talk a little bit about the vision for this panel. As you've been hearing throughout yesterday and today, we're talking about research and we're talking about students learning AI and AI technologies. So what is the role of the library? Do we have a role in AI education, as this panel talks about? It's going to be about AI and innovations in the classroom. So one thing I wanted to mention to you is the way we come at it is that information literacy is the domain of librarians. And we teach students how to evaluate and use information ethically and responsibly and effectively. And we consider AI to be part of that information literacy landscape. And so that's how we're involved. In fact, one of our members here, Christine Fina, Chris Kratz, and I from Stony Brook, were in a 3-year grant project to work with high schools students who that we can teach them information and research literacy skills so that they'll be better prepared when they go to college or the workforce. And in fact, in the libraries, I want you to know that, I mean, we're very excited because we're really building the foundation for supporting the AI research and learning that's happening on this campus. For example, we have recently hired a director of AI who sits in the libraries and an AI research scientist who is coming in June. So, you know, in order for you to do your things, you need the infrastructure, and the University Libraries is very much part of that infrastructure. Another instance that I'll tell you is that when ChatGPT came out in November of 22, in February of 23, we hosted the first campus-wide panel discussion on the death of English, which was standing room only, and it generated a really exciting conversation. So since then, we have also in the libraries been very busy teaching AI literacy, including credit-bearing courses, and I think Christine will probably talk a little bit to it. But really, the panel up here is to talk about including the libraries, the continuum of teaching or learning on AI literacy, so we put together this panel of educators from different sectors, from high school to higher ed to SUNY, at the SUNY level, and what are the policies coming out and being worked on. So I'd like to introduce the moderator, who is Rose Tirado Esposito. She's the Assistant Provost for Educational Transformation and Director of Center for Excellence in Learning and Teaching at Stony Brook.
Thank you so much and welcome to the panel. It's been really exciting 2 days so far. Any opportunity that we can have to talk about teaching and learning is exciting to me, obviously, because I'm the director of the Center for Excellence Learning and Teaching, and that's what we do. And now is a really great time to rethink education as a whole with AI here before us. Teaching and learning came up quite a few times throughout from the sessions I've been able to attend. We talked about trust, responsible use, curriculum review, and I'll add, I think underneath all that is transparency, and I think that's super important. During this panel, we'll get to continue our conversation. We're excited to bring you on this journey about innovative teaching in the age of AI through 4 different lenses, and we're going to start off with Higher education, Carlos Koleski from Stony Brook is the undergraduate program director and associate professor of mechanical engineering. So, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm the first one, so I figured out how this works. All right. So I'm going to basically first open the conversation and say I'm not an expert in AI. So it's just a kind of thing to make clear. I have to use it. Part of my duties is how to intentionally integrate AI, not just in my courses, but also in a mechanical engineering program. And I guess I'm going to talk about work in progress that we're doing in that direction. So I know very well the case of my class, which is a coding class, really, although it's called problem-solving engineering, but historically it's been dedicated to scripting, which is something that's becoming sort of, I wouldn't say obsolete, but it's not a high-demand skill right now in the industry. I observe with my own students having interviews, for example, at Google, where they have to code by hand to get the job. Now, the same student that got that job doing that by hand is using Gemini on a regular basis at the workplace. So things are changing. So that course in particular to me is an example of how things are transforming. And so what I would say that is general to all the classes in engineering is just that the central question changed from does the AI belong in the classroom, perhaps before 2022, to no, actually does belong in the classroom, but how we properly integrate it in an intentional manner. So just very quickly, this is something very general. So the timeline has been very fast. I just mentioned that ChatGPT was released in November 2022. That's a really, really short time. And these companies, not just OpenAI, but many others, including Google, Anthropic, they move very fast. And you can see the sequence of improvements. And we've been reactive because I mentioned this in different committees that I form part. The university does not move so fast in these things. So we've been forced to be reactive. So when we acknowledge that this is actually not an existential threat, but something that we need to address around 2023, then things improved dramatically very fast. We have 1 million users all over the world using ChatGPT in just 1 year, and notice in the classroom that's showing with people like increasingly understanding the capabilities, the things that you can do, and the changes that causes in the classroom. It was very fast. And so as instructors, many of us have to move from sort of building around it sometimes. That's something that also discussed with Selt in many different trainings. Some people, the approach is, well, okay, I'm going to prevent students from using it. I'm going to put the cache around it. But very fast, you realize that's not very effective because the technology moves a lot faster than you can just react to it. So eventually go in this process that I'm showing here, where most of us, I would say, at least many of us, are in the stage of embracing it and understanding that this is a competence that our students need to acquire. So the core challenge has been, and this varies from fields to fields, it's not the same in social science and engineering, but we need to redesign assessment. That's been the core challenge. Because we've been, in a way, rewarding things like memorization or following a protocol that you just keep track in your head with access to resources. Right now, probably need to move to something different, like we design process, we think higher level, we reward interrogation and things like that. Now, the university has not, at least Stony Brook, but many others, have not released a university-wide policy. And therefore, at this point, many structures are left to sort of their own criteria to decide what's appropriate to do or not to do. That has been a challenge. So we hear things like, instructors are building the airplane while they're flying it, which is, many of us experience something similar feeling. But we are now understanding that the time to react probably has passed, and now it's just time to be intentional and thinking forward what we want to do and how we're going to use these tools. Now, some universities, like Purdue has already released competence guidelines. I don't know what this slide, so to shorten the time. And obviously, the main thing that comes to mind is, and if you look at these guidelines, it's like AI competence is essential in the workplace of the future. Now, when we think about what that looks like for different fields, then concerns that many of us have. Sometimes as parents, not as professionals, like what kind of jobs are going to be there, how students are going to learn. And there are trends that even before AI in 2022, exploded in the sort of the monster that it is right now. we noticed that our students have studied screens a lot in the classroom, especially high school students, and that has significant detrimental effects. As parents, we noticed that, right? And there have been congressional hearings about this, how to limit devices in the classroom, how human beings are naturally trained to learn from other human beings. That's part of the natural process. So we're going to need to preserve all that in a world where AI is so important, right? So how to find that balance, I think, is going to be the challenge. Another thing that I want to mention is, things move very fast. Sometimes people refer to AI as ChatGPT or talk about things that, it's good that the human is in the loop. And I would like to think, I'm not an expert again, right? But to talk loosely about things like this, we also need to get into some sort of literacy on that. I don't think, depending on the application of human in the loop is a good thing. I think human in command is probably what we're looking for moving forward. And so to have those conversations to preserve what we call human learning, broadly speaking, is going to be very, very important for all of us. Now, for us in engineering, but in other areas, the same thing. The challenge, the work in progress is, yes, we understand AI competence is super important, critical to redesign our courses so students acquire these and succeed in the workplace. At the same time, how do we protect foundational knowledge, right? We still need expertise. We still need people that have critical thinking and able to assess what's correct, what's incorrect, what process is favorable in terms of how many resources you're using, is it ethical, is it not ethical? And I think here is an opportunity also to think a little bit high level, which we haven't been doing in the past, about what is to be a successful professional and how ethics, for example, is something that should be integrated in technology. It's something we haven't really emphasized as much. We worry about the technical skills. So this perhaps gives us an opportunity to have the space now, to have in our courses, to have in our curriculum, what we're doing, what is the impact on humanity. And so I think that's exciting in a way. I think it's about rethink what is to be human. All right, so very quickly, and probably Rose keep track of time, they said 10 minutes. What does it look like in the classroom? And I'm going to give you the coding example. So I personally no longer require the students memorize syntax rules in whatever language you're using, whether it's Python or MATLAB or Java or C++. I think a chatbot is very effective. In fact, there are companies like Anthropic that openly say, the CEO, that they may not need software engineers in the near future, at least not in the numbers they've been hired. So scripting is not an essential skill. It's not something that's going to land that job, that you're very good at coding by hand, like I mentioned in the example with Google many years ago. So where do we move then? Well, I think cooperating or collaborating with AI makes you a lot more powerful. And that is the type of interaction that I'm trying to describe in the classroom. So I'm not going to enforce that you remember the syntax, but I'm going to define a problem, and I want you to figure out 2 or 3 different ways to solve that problem, and I want you to evaluate which one is better than the other one. Probably in that process, what's called prompt engineering is going to become a skill. As an instructor, we need to help people develop, right? What proper prompting, how to work with different platforms. But essentially, I think it's part of the same topic they're saying. We move from reacting to intentionally integrate these competencies in the assessment. All right, so I'll stop there, and I guess there will be time to discuss a little deeper on that.
Thank you so much. I love the idea of control, right? We're in control, not just not just a human in the loop. We should be the human in control. Now I'm going to move. We have our great K-12 partner. We get all of the students we get obviously are from high school, so it's wonderful to have Brandon Cusack here, Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum Instruction at Huntington Union Free School District.
Thank you so much, Rose, and thanks for having me today. This is an awesome setup. This is very cool to be a part of, so I'm very happy to be here and grateful. I'll talk a little bit today about the way we've rolled out AI to this point and where we're looking going forward. I would say that we've had a pretty measured approach in Huntington. There's fear, there's anxiety. The term the death of English was mentioned earlier, and that was definitely something we've had to address in our district, and that's a work in progress. I was a former English teacher in high school, and so I do feel the pain of that. But I also think there's a lot of potential. And once teachers start to get the feel for how that might work and how that might look in their classrooms, I believe there'll be some additional excitement in our district as well. So I did mention that we've kind of had a measured approach. Our philosophy has been somewhere along the lines of what was mentioned during the keynote, that we don't believe that AI is going to replace teachers or students, but those students and teachers who use AI well may very well replace those who don't. And that has had, has resonated with some of our faculty. And we're looking to find ways for our kids to start to develop the skills using AI so that they're not just saying, write this for me, and taking themselves completely out of the learning. I believe if we carefully show them how to use and leverage this technology to make themselves better students, better writers, better readers of literature, better researchers, that they may very well self-regulate to the point where if they feel empowered, they won't be cheating as much. and that's been the fear, I think, of our teachers, is that it's very easy to just, you're running late on an assignment, you have to get this done, and you can have it done in about 0.8 seconds. But they also kind of know that we can tell a little bit. So I believe our mandate is that we need to have kids leave high school with a working knowledge of this technology so that they're ready for you when they get here. And I don't think they'll be completely ready for you when they get here, but they should have a good foundation by the time they leave high school. And our teachers are starting to embrace that. We've moved, the term parlor trick is a little harsh, I guess, but we've sort of moved past the fun, cool tools of, generating songs and images and videos and things like that. Those are all great and they're very engaging, but we're starting to talk more about how to utilize AI from the student's perspective so that they are more powerful and more competitive students. So there's still fear across our district. I've taken the opportunity to meet with our English teachers and kind of go over some ideas with them, and that's starting to gain a little bit of traction. One thing that has been very powerful for our teachers is utilization of AI in generating ideas for themselves. That the Sunday evening scaries of, oh my God, what am I going to do tomorrow? Not that everybody does that, of course, but that happens, on occasion. This is very helpful, and tools like Magic School, Notebook LM, Gemini, things like that can really help you if you're stuck. We all face writer's block to some degree as teachers too. That can kind of put a new perspective for our teachers on what they're doing. So we're trying to build optimism within our district. We've used a couple of different ways of doing this over the course of years to start to get everybody comfortable with it. I would say our rollout, again, it's been measured, it's been slow, I guess, compared to the development of AI and the exponential growth that we're seeing. It's very slow. But we've started with a number of tools, a small number of tools. We have a very regulated process by which teachers can suggest things they'd like to see in our district. So they're not just kind of like running, doing a supermarket dash and grabbing everything and putting it in the cart and using it. There's a process where they can ask for this to be vetted, a certain platform, a certain tool, and then we're very carefully going through the EdLaw 2D process to make sure that that platform is in compliance and that data privacy is paramount. So we started with some tools and helping teachers to learn how to use them on the back end, so that for their own toolbox they have the capacity. One of the ways we've done this, and I'm very fortunate to have a great instructional technology department and director, and we also have tech mentors in our district. So we have, this year, we have 13 teachers who are interested, engaged, and savvy with technology, and they're willing to become more expert in nature. In the past, we've had tech mentors for quite a while, they served as kind of a resource to their colleagues, like, oh, my smartboard isn't working, can you help me? And now they're engaged in learning more about AI. And so in our district, we have, teachers are mandated to have 13 hours a year of professional development. Untenured teachers, it's 21 hours. And so before each semester, we're able to put forth what those hours are going to be. Teachers take a lot more than those minimal hours. But when it comes to something like AI, where we need people to learn more about it, and some people will say, yes, I want to learn more about this. Those are the people you don't need to teach necessarily, because they're in it, and they're interested in it. It's those who might be a little bit afraid of this that need that type of professional development. And so we've put together last year, this year, and next year, 2 hours for each teacher in grade level bands and at the high school level and middle school level in their departmental areas. Our tech mentors are going forward and doing a 2-hour PD with all the teachers on AI and the uses of AI, and giving them time, like in a sandbox, to kind of play around with some of these tools. And that has been great, because it's not somebody just standing there saying, do this or die. It's your colleagues are helping you along and sitting next to you and working with you and showing you the ropes of some of these technologies that might be scary, and they might, be unfamiliar. And those are teachers who are kind of boots on the ground working with colleagues. And that's been really good. So the dedicated time, the people, and the tools, that's kind of been our 3 pillars, I guess you could say, of moving forward with AI. The other piece that teachers are very concerned about, and parents and kids and everybody kind of wants to know, is like, when is it allowed, when is it not, and how do we decide what those pieces look like? So we've adopted, I think a lot of districts have done the same, sort of a green light, yellow light, red light approach, where, if we're encouraging the use of AI, and I do think that we will get to that point where we're saying, okay, this is actually part of the assignment now. You're going to use this, closed environment tool, not necessarily just a full-blown open, generative AI platform, but you're going to show us how you use this in your research, what you rejected. If students, and to Carlos's point, that we want kids not just to be in the loop, they need to be the driver. And so if they can articulate what they generated, what they rejected, and what they used in a way, and they can cite it properly, that's when we know, I think, that they're starting to get the hang of this, and they'll be prepared for college, because we know if they don't know how to use this at all, if they're walking around saying, what's OWL? I don't know what that even is, we have a real problem, and they're either going to fall behind other students or cheat themselves out of college and get in trouble. And we don't want either of those things. So that's kind of been our approach, to try to make sure that kids are driving the bus, so to speak. And so next year's iteration of our tech mentors presentations will be on the tools that will be in students' hands. So last year, we worked on the tools a little bit and giving a kind of an overview for people. This year, people have had some opportunities to work with their tech mentors in groups and get more familiar with those tools. And next year will be more about the student-facing tools that we want to roll out. So again, and full disclosure, this is a Notebook LM presentation. As you can see, I left the watermark there on purpose. AI loves the word ecosystem for whatever reason. I didn't use it at all in my notes, but it's all over this, and that's fine. Seems appropriate. But this is another example where I didn't really call it the old fear. It's sort of a current fear. And the new reality, I guess you could say, is that I've done a little bit of work with our English teachers in terms of utilizing AI for writing instructions. So when I went to school to be an English teacher, we used Peter Elbow, the writing without teachers, and the writing process and things like that. And so what I've tried to do is show teachers how they might use AI as a writing partner for kids, so that kids have the ability to write their own prompts that will help them to learn more about their own style, their own writing, and how they can become more powerful writers rather than just, I don't want to write this, do it for me. So one of the metaphors that we've kind of used in these discussions is, I don't need my teachers to be experts in prompt writing, because all they need is one, and that prompt can be, write me some more prompts. So the metaphor of, you get a genie and you rub the genie lamp and you have one wish and you use that for 10 more wishes. Same kind of goes for AI prompts in that you can just say, give me 10 prompts. I'm a 12th grade English teacher. I'm trying to make my students better writers. I want them to focus on voice. I want them to develop good brainstorming skills. Give me 10 prompts that they can use to help them to do that. And so what I shared with our English teachers was that iterative chat of, okay, this is where I started, this is where I ended, and if you kind of know what you want in a general sense, like, I want my kids to be a better writer, better writers, you can start with that and then sort of fine-tune what you get when you're using something like Gemini. So another piece that we talked a little bit about is having students self-monitor their use of AI. So again, to have them critically think about what they rejected, what they used, and to have that infused into the assignments that teachers are using, particularly in writing, that can be helpful. Plagiarism is definitely a concern, so our current policy in our Code of Conduct, our academic integrity portion, mentions AI very briefly. There are policies out there, model policies, that are very, very specific, and we're not really ready to adopt something like that yet because the landscape is changing so quickly, and we don't want to just take a policy from Erie One and slap our name on it and do a couple of fine tunings and then put it out there, and then next year we have to do it all over again. And yes, I have asked AI to just write one for me to take a look at that, and it's very AI friendly. But as you might imagine, and bias is definitely something that we need to infuse into our teaching with kids as well. So again, if we have the ability for kids and we put mechanisms in place for them to say, this is what I did, I think that'll be helpful. So really, from my standpoint in our district, our call to action, I guess you could say, is to try to get kids ready for secondary, for higher ed. And in order to do that, we have to get our teachers ready to do that as well. So that's kind of been the process of where we've been going. It is a journey. I don't think we're front runners. I think we're very much like a lot of other districts in this regard. But it is exciting, and there's a lot of good, great stuff that's coming out of it. So I thank you again for allowing me to be here today.
And we thank you, right? Because when our students come more prepared to college, it's better for us. There's a lot less that we have to show them on those levels. We're going to move now to Christine Fina. She's an undergraduate success librarian at the university libraries. Do you need me to do it? Yeah, just tell me what to do.
All right, great. Hello, Christine Fina, undergraduate success librarian. Like the others said, I'm also not a technical expert in AI, but I am often meeting with students at that moment when they have a research paper that they have to write, and they are told they need to use scholarly sources, and they don't know what that means. And so talking about information literacy a little bit here, Janet mentioned it a little bit before, but what does that mean? You might think of it as research skills. I know at K through 12, sometimes it's referred to as media literacy or digital literacy. Data literacy counts as information literacy. And there are frameworks designed. The ACRL, the Association for College and Research Libraries, has a framework for information literacy. At the K through 12 level, there's the Empire State Information Fluency Continuum. And these define a very, very complex set of skills and practices that students learn. And so it's not the kind of thing where you say, here's a search engine, use this, or here's a psychology database, use this. It is more along the lines of in what context do you use this? When you're using a newspaper database, what questions do you ask? And these standards, they don't treat the student as though the student is just a user or a consumer of information. It's very important to position the student as a critical evaluator of information and as a creator of information. And so, a key question, I'm sure you're all familiar with these kinds of questions. Who created this and why? And what power structures were in place that influenced the production, the dissemination, the reception of this particular piece of information, whether it's a scholarly article, a documentary, a TikTok video, whatever it is. So all of these skills and practices in place, if we move to AI, it really maps beautifully because, again, the question is not, here's this tool, use it, right? That's not the task. It's questions about, and I have, there's a whole subset of knowledge, right? Skills and practices. And you want the students to understand this when they're engaging with information. That's really important for the successful engagement with this information. And it's this idea of maintaining a sense of human agency, creative human agency in the research process, because there's that moment when you do a search and you're encountered with thousands of results, and you're making decisions based on who you are. And we have to remember our students, they're still developing a sense of identity. They're still developing a sense of who they are themselves, who they are within their disciplinary context and within their majors. And so it's each of us as unique human beings brings something to the pile of information we're looking through, and maintaining that sense of creativity helps motivate students to feel excited and not frustrated when they're doing research. So again, the goal is not to create sort of passive consumers of AI technologies, but active creators and critical investigators when they're using these technologies. So SBU Libraries, along with our dean, Karine Bugita, has really done a lot to actively make the libraries important in education of AI on campus. And we have, as Janet mentioned, I think we're the first university in the country to have a director of AI. Nick is right there. There's Nick Johnson. So we have roles. We're doing lots of workshops. We have an AI club where people come together informally just to talk about trends, new infrastructure and new tools. Having a supercomputer with a GPU means that if we're building models, that training data stays local. It's not going out to third party. So that's really interesting, important in terms of data privacy as well. If you go to the next slide, another tool is Search AI, which was actually developed in-house by Matt Hartman and Tim Cohn, who I don't think I saw here. And they're actually nominated for an innovation award from Clarivate for this particular tool. But again, this is just one of dozens and dozens of examples. So if I'm in the classroom and I'm doing a research session, it's not just that I'm saying, look at this, this is so cool. You don't have to do Boolean searches anymore. You don't have to do keyword searches anymore because now you can do everything in natural language. It's more sort of getting them to think about what does it mean for you? Metacognitively thinking through what does it mean for you engaging with these systems when there's a new probabilistic layer and not just a deterministic layer. If you're used to putting words in a search box, getting results, putting the same words in the search box, getting the same results, and now there's another layer there where that relationship is changed. Are you aware of that? And what does that do for your knowledge of when you're going to use this and when you're not going to use it? So that's just one of many, many examples of how you can just very easily, in just a couple seconds, integrate AI literacy into the conversations you're already having with your students. Next slide. And this is just a fun AI club thing, orientation, games. Anybody want to guess? Which one is the real? Is image A real or image B real? Yeah, okay, good. Next slide. This is an example. This is something Nick Johnson has put together. We have a Max Fink digital collection at Stony Brook, pioneering psychiatrist at SBU, who I believe passed away last year. And so his papers, right? A digital collection of all of his papers. And this is a RAG system, so retrieval augmented generation, where it's trained on the papers. And what is your experience of this information? If you're just asking ChatGPT or Gemini about Max Fink, how is that experience different than if you're asking a tool trained on the papers? How does that change your accessibility to knowledge of Max Fink versus if you were to just do a keyword search through the papers? For example, the phrase major depressive disorder, this is a relatively newer way to describe depression. When Max Fink was working, he may have used the word melancholia. How is the natural language in this tool going to change how you're engaging with those capabilities? Anyway, so those are just a couple ways the library is doing interesting things with AI. The next thing I'm going to talk about, just very, very briefly, is AI and learning. Like CELT, the libraries, we work with undergraduates, graduate students, faculty, staff, and we work with departments across campus, so we see a very wide range of concerns, both excitement and concerns and everything in between about AI. Lots of things were mentioned yesterday, lots of things were mentioned here today. I'll just throw one more out. Linguistic diversity is another one that people are really very concerned about in the writing program and in other places on campus when you have students with especially such a diverse campus like Stony Brook, and English is not their first language, and they're using these tools that tend to make language very homogeneous. What is that doing? So lots of concerns, and Rose and Sam Sharma, who's actually sitting right there, was PI of a project. We didn't go to the next slide, where we were, again, trying to deal with this problem of what do you do with writing assignments in an age of text generators, and we brought together people from all different departments, and it was so wonderful to hear everyone's concerns. No one had solutions. Everyone has questions, and to hear all of the different questions from all those different departments, what questions is math asking, what questions is writing asking, what questions is sociology asking, and also different levels. Do you teach a large class? Do you teach a small class? Are you teaching online? Are you teaching in person? And it really, one thing that we kept coming back to is when you ask these big questions now, and we are asking these really big existential questions. What do I teach my students? How do my students learn from me? How do my students learn from each other? How do my students learn from the materials I'm giving them? How are they learning on their own with other resources? And making sure when you're building your AI policies, you're bringing it back to your probably reconstructed learning objectives. What do I want students to learn here? And those are all those really important questions. Next one, just very quickly, I know I'm running out of time, but the library core values of privacy, equity, sustainability, accessibility, intellectual freedom, public good. These are not new. Libraries have had these going back to 1939, I believe, as the Library Bill of Rights was responding to censorship and rising book banning in the late 30s. And these are taken very seriously by library workers. And if you go to the Library AI webpage and you read policy documents from the library, you'll see these core values really reflected there. And I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the conversations we've had at the grant and the conversations I'm sure that Christine has had in the library and that we've had in CELT are just, it's great to hear from so many different disciplines, and I think this is a really great opportunity for us to all learn from each other because we have so many different, different ideas about AI and how we can and maybe cannot use it in the classroom. So I think this is a great way for us to be more multidisciplinary. So we finally have Keith Lander from SUNY Purchase. He is the director of the Teaching, Learning, and Technology Center at SUNY Purchase and a contributing faculty in environmental studies. And he comes from us and on a SUNY aspect as the secretary of the National Council of Faculty Senates and the immediate past president of SUNY University Faculty Senate. And the fact too, Grand Poobah, right? Co-Grand Poobah.
Yeah, I was on the faculty council for a while. But no, I hope you've had a chance over the last day and a half to just get a feel for the broad range of activities around AI for the public good that SUNY is undertaking. And so in the time limited time we have in the panel here, I just want to highlight a couple of things that are more specifically related to teaching and learning out of that whole mix. First of all, I want to highlight the work that the Faculty Advisory Council on Teaching and Technology has done over the last couple of years. You know, when ChatGPT hit the streets in November of 2002, there was a lot of panic, moral panic. What am I going to do? What, death of English, all that stuff. If you're familiar with the FACT process, the FACT group, each year the FACT has work groups that address a particular topic, and they usually take the full year to research it and so forth, and we'll put out a white paper or hold a symposium or do something at the end of the year. With the concerns about how AI was going to change teaching and learning, FACT 2 really sprung into high gear, put together a work group in the spring of 2023. We worked very quickly over the summer so that by the time faculty were coming back in the fall of 2023, there was the first version of the FACT 2 guide about how to think about using AI in teaching and learning. And so that's the QR code up there on the screen. Just kind of an introduction to AI for a lot of faculty who were just floundering, wondering what to do. A guide to thinking about how to use AI in teaching and so forth. That process has continued with many of the same members on the AI work group and new members coming in. I think it was actually later that same, well, at the end of that academic year, the volume 2 came out. Was pretty much kind of a rewrite of the first volume, throwing in some additional topics. And then just recently, AI in Action Guide, which is essentially volume 3 of the FACT 2 guides for how to think about teaching AI in teaching and learning, came out. And instead of just rewriting the existing guide, this one has gone into 3 specific topics, some feedback for how to develop guidelines, both at the course level and at the campus level, evaluating AI tools. The work group that was working on that has come up with a framework that they would suggest that faculty and campuses use to think about what tools you want to use, and it has applied it to a number of specific examples in this chapter. The last chapter on using AI tutors is the one that I was involved with. You know, what is some of the framework? What are some of the ideas around why you might want to use an AI tutor? So I would recommend checking those out if you're not familiar with them and are interested in how AI fits into teaching and learning issues. Why I'm probably here today is mostly my work as faculty co-lead for the SUNY AI Tutor project. I don't think our system provost, Ram, is still here, but he's discussed a lot over the last couple of years about the role that tutoring can play in supporting student success. But how do you scale that up? I mean, the one-on-one tutoring that we can sometimes do with our students, we know can be so transformative for them, but we can't necessarily do that for 320,000 students, right? And so he's a big advocate early for this idea of can we develop some AI tools that will help faculty figure out how they want to scale that up for their students. We know that faculty are already exploring in this space. We've got faculty from across the system who've identified ways that they are incorporating custom chatbots in various ways to support the success of their students. But we know that that's not necessarily something that, all tens and tens of thousands of faculty are going to want to be able to take on. So in addition to supporting those early adopter faculty who are exploring really exciting ways of using AI to support their students, we want to also be able to make sure that we can provide a user-friendly environment for the majority of faculty who just want to be able to say, I want another set of tools in my toolbox that I can easily customize to my content, to the way I want to, my pedagogical approaches, how I want my students to work through the material, and do it in a way that is safe and secure and that I can get some insights out of. So, this is my concept of what I'm wanting in an AI tutor. You know, as faculty, we spend time setting the table for our students in the kinds of courses that we design, how we put together resources, what the learning outcomes are, the assessments that go with that. And then students, by engaging with us as faculty, by engaging with the courses that we've designed, by engaging with the other students, they construct their understanding of the subject that we're talking about. I see an AI tutor not replacing any of that. I mean, and we're trying to be clear across all of this work that we're doing that, you know, in my mind, the AI tutor is another tool in that quiver, another tool in that toolbox, not an arrow in the quiver. Another tool in that toolbox, one that I see can sit on top of my course design I would normally have, and that I've got a bunch of arrows going back and forth here. As instructor, I can fine tune how I want that tutor to work. The tutor, in a very basic respects, allows a different way of mediating the interaction of students with the course that I've designed. And then I've got an arrow coming back from the tutor to me, because ideally, I'd want to be able to get some insights from the interactions that students are having with the tutor and my course materials, so that I can, as an instructor, have insight into where are my students struggling, what's on their minds, what are they working on, and you know if your students are doing this with Claude or with Gemini or ChatGPT, there's no way you're getting closing that loop to get that insight out of the course. So just a little bit of an update about where we are with the project. This last fall, we did a number of pilots of using 6 different products, but more important was involving faculty from campuses across the system with their students. These pilots were not geared toward selecting, hey, what's the AI tutor platform, but more an opportunity for a wider range of faculty and their students to get experience with what it would mean to incorporate an AI tutor kind of platform into their instruction, so that we can gain insights from the faculty experience, insights on the faculty experience, insight on the student experience, to guide how we want to plan going forward with whatever kind of system-wide tutor platform that we want to come up with. And I won't necessarily take the time to unpack all these things, but we found students and faculty had a better experience for those cases where the tutor was more closely integrated into Brightspace. I mean, that's probably not surprising. Developing trust. Engaging faculty and students really helped determine which of these pilot courses the AI tutor was adopted more successfully. Faculty understanding and perspectives toward an AI tutor, really, we saw some big changes in response to the experience of having this available to use. Obviously, it's going to be important to be able to support faculty with whatever kind of system we roll out. And just a few additional insights that came out of the pilot projects beyond just the formal interviews that we did with the faculty. We're looking at supporting, there's not just going to be one size fits all, right? So going forward, we have to figure out, how do we continue to support those faculty who are going to be wanting to do their own custom chatbot development? How do we provide an environment that provides a safe and secure working space for them, while at the same time giving them more a solution can be used more broadly by faculty, either inside Brightspace, outside of Brightspace, campus support. We are also kind of struggling with the name of this. AI tutor is how it's referred to in the literature and so forth. But we want to make it clear, we're not trying to replace tutoring centers. We're not trying to replace TAs. We can't call it, AI teaching assistant. We can't call it. So we're looking for a better name. And where we're going is for the fall, we've been having conversations with SUNY AI. I don't know if Catherine's still in the audience. But we're hoping to get some of these early exploring faculty who are doing things in Gemini or Claude or ChatGPT to give them a SUNY AI space where they can continue to do their work. And that's what's really kind of on tap for the fall. We are finalizing functional and technical requirements to going out to see what kind of broader scale platform we can spin up. And that's going to take some real thought about how to roll that out, how to involve campus teaching and learning centers like ours, and how to incorporate campus help desks, SUNY help desk, Google help desk, in making sure that we can support faculty and students as we roll this out. I'm getting more and more interested in pedagogical investigations. And let me just take a minute and then I'll wrap things up. That view of the AI tutor that I presented is nice. It's nice to have another set of tools that students can go to when they're having trouble. If they're having trouble with my Mars scores, they don't understand something, have someone that they can ask at 3 in the morning. I can oftentimes answer them at 3 in the morning, but not all the time. But I see that as kind of a very passive, let's build this. If students have trouble, it's something to go to. I think it's going to be more transformational when we can help faculty figure out not just, let me throw out this other tool for students to use if they're having trouble, but how can I actually intentionally integrate an AI tutor in the course? An example I kind of go back to a couple of times is that I heard a very interesting podcast interview where a faculty member is doing a flipped classroom kind of approach where he wants the students to do prep work so they can come into the classroom and do the activities that are scheduled for that week. The issue with the flipped classroom approach is how do you make sure that students are ready to do the work, right? Do you do online quizzes? Do you do response papers to make sure that they've read the materials? No, he's doing very specific structured assignments where the students are working with the prep material and then going to have an interaction with the custom chatbot that he's set up for his course to make sure that all the students are raised to the appropriate level so that they're ready to go into that active learning activity in the classroom. I think if we can, catalog those kinds of pedagogical approaches and scale them up across faculty who are interested, we're much more likely to have a transformative effect on student learning. And with that, I will just mention, if you're not familiar with the SUNY AI Fellows, the QR code there takes you to their website. Faculty selected from across our campuses whose goal is to help faculty adopt AI for teaching and learning.
Thank you. And what the AI tutor, what everyone is doing here is really helping students also learn how to use AI for good, right? Hopefully for the public good, but for their own good, and making sure that they are ethical users of AI, which I think is also something that's really underlying in all of this, and something that's been brought up again. Because definitely, right, they have to be taught ethically how to use it now, because once they move on into the business world, we're not really sure what's going to happen, when they have that next step. So I have a few questions for the for the panel. We're going to start off with just teaching. In what specific ways has AI changed the way you teach your classes or engage with students on a whole? Sure.
So I mentioned that assessment is one of the biggest changes. Yeah, there are tools to teach and provide information, and actually that's very good because you can personalize the way you reach different students. At the same time, we have to go everyone through the same sort of process to determine whether we acquire that knowledge or not. And what we've been doing is just this open piece of paper, write down, no internet, sometimes no devices. That doesn't resemble real life anymore. So in the assessments,
Can you put the microphone up?
Yes, sorry for that. I thought I did. There you go. So in the assessments right now, we don't focus so much on results, but we focus a lot more on process. Or try not to reward memorization, but more, like we say, interrogation. And to think more at a higher level. And part of it is ethics. But yes, assessment definitely is one thing that we need to change. And I hear in other universities, for example, they've been testing having a closed assessment where students don't have access to any form of AI, and then have an assessment where they do have access to AI, and just to compare how they perform in those two. So that's one thing that to me is critical, is the main challenge is to assess.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Indirectly, I think one of the powerful ways that we're seeing this sort of manifested in the classroom is through differentiation. So it's very easy for teachers to take their lesson, take an activity, and say, okay, I have students with this disability or this level of English proficiency. Adapt this lesson for their needs, and they're coming back with products that are very helpful. It's very time, it saves a lot of time, and you can reject those. Again, you can go back through that iterative process to look for something else, but I think that's a very powerful way that we're seeing that starting to come into the classroom, where it's helping a lot of kids access material in a different way.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me just say, I'm back at Purchase after working for SUNY for 4 years. So not only am I back trying to help faculty adjust to the new world, but I'm back in the classroom for the first time since before COVID. So I'm adjusting to post-COVID, post-AI students myself. And so it's been a real eye-opener. I would say a couple of things. On the instructor side, I think this is important to think about as much on the instructor side as on the student side. One of the things I like to do is provide a lot of low-stakes quizzes through Brightspace so that students can self-assess where they are with the different materials for the different units. And so I've had, in the past, to reteach myself how to write multiple choice questions after not using multiple choice questions for decades. But for my low-stakes quizzes to be effective, I've got to have a huge question bank. And I don't have a publisher question bank on my Mars exploration class that I can go to. So I'm using AI myself quite a bit just to generate a huge range of questions that I can then vet and become part of the process there. I will say I began the course this spring with a survey to my students that not only asked about student AI use, but asked about instructor AI use. So one of the questions was, here are all the different ways I might use AI, all the way from generating multiple choice questions to grading your finals. And which of these do you see as appropriate and which would not be appropriate? And that was, I got an interesting mix back. I did the same thing on the student side. I mean, here are ways that your fellow students, I phrase it that way, might use AI. Which of these do you think is valid or appropriate and which is not? And I was actually pretty, surprised, or the students were very down on student use of AI. Now, whether that actually informs their own practice is interesting. But you know, I came back and said, okay, well, here's what the ways you said, you know, I could use AI. Here are the ways I'm going to. I mean, I'm going to use this for writing questions and so forth. So it's been an interesting conversation.
Yeah, that transparency, I think, is really important. I know that I teach a Writing 102 class, and it's every time I use AI for something, I do say that in the assignment, so that way the students know. Because I think that's helpful, because I think they're now more comfortable to come back to me and say, oh, okay, well, I've used it for this, and then we can talk about whether or not that's right or wrong if it wasn't addressed. But it opens up that conversation, so it's not pejorative.
And there's a lot of examples which I need to get gathered together so I can share it to my faculty of, here are AI disclaimers that I use, I meaning the faculty who've contributed them on various mailing lists. Here's the AI disclaimer that I have students attached to the assignments that they do in my course. Again, that transparency.
So Christine, I have a specific question for you. Can you talk a bit more about how libraries and library workers have different educational interactions with students than a more conventional classroom setting? And what are some ways teaching librarians can have an impact, especially in the context of AI literacy?
Yeah, so librarians have a really great opportunity. We do actually, more and more, we are offering credit-bearing courses, as Janet mentioned before. So we actually have a course in data and AI literacy, and we have another course in critical information literacy. But conventionally, you know, librarians get this opportunity. It's often these skills that are left behind or fall through the cracks. So there's no Regents exam for information literacy. There's no, you know, these are not mandated necessarily in the K through 12 curriculum or on the university curriculum. And so it's really those faculty who bring a librarian in, or who maybe consult with a librarian on a particular assignment to make sure that these skills are scaffolded and appropriate for where the students are at. And so we are often do these, you know, they're often called one-offs, where we just go in, we visit a class, and, you know, maybe it's a psychology class, and these students have never used the database psych articles before. And so we make sure they understand how to use a tool that's appropriate for this particular assignment and use it in a way that will help them feel successful, because it can be really frustrating if you're just told to use a database and you've never used it before and you get 0 results. The students' immediate reaction is just change their topic. It's self-doubt, the confidence goes away, and they just go back to Google. So again, bringing in this instruction in this way can be really helpful to sort of boost those research assignments. We also do workshops. For example, I see Victoria sitting right here. We do a workshop. You know, it's just not taught that if you're building a website or you're posting on social media and you're grabbing an image off the internet, are you thinking about copyright and licensing issues? I mean, my kids, when they were in elementary school, they were making these slideshows. I was like, where'd you get that image? And they're like, they don't want us to put the link in there. But it's just, these skills are just not taught. And so Victoria and I, for example, we do a workshop to make sure people think about, where are you finding your images? Do you know what public domain is? So anyway, we have these opportunities to get these skills. Chris and I do a digital privacy one. And I think in a lot of ways, there's going to be aspects of AI literacy that are going to work really well with that. You know, maybe it's assumed in certain departments that you know certain things, or maybe in other classes, you're taking classes where the professors are demonizing it in a way, and you don't have an opportunity to explore it. And so these workshops, orientations, and then the credit-bearing environments, and of course, online asynchronous modules as well, which we developed to create a flipped experience to introduce students to the library.
And I personally use those in my classes, and the students love them, right? The students engage with the materials over these Google Forms, and I think they really do learn a lot from them. So it's really important. It's really important, right, to also show them that there's other experts here at the university, and it's not just the faculty member that they always have to go back to. So it's great to have this outreach in the class. In what specific ways is AI changing the way students learn, either inside your classes or outside your classes?
All right, so I'll start again now with the microphone on. It's very different from students that start from like an undergraduate class and a graduate level class. So let me start with my own personal experience. I find it very, very positive with graduate students, which probably lived through an age without so much AI. And they know what we're doing a lot better, so enhances that. And you see students that were sort of in the middle, performing a lot better when you tell them how to solve like a partial differential equation using AI, get different forms of solution, work with data, analyze, and get like really, really good results from like, you know, not going to say the word mediocre, because our students are all good, but not performing at the top, and now they are performing at the top. So when you go to a job, they can do the work that they couldn't do before. So that was the experience, I think, enhances. And for the undergraduate level, it's a lot harder, because many times come back students that have no idea what I'm doing. Yes, I got from A to B, but if you ask me how that happened, I cannot explain. And even if you try, some people get it, so that naturally they'll figure things out on their own, but other people need a lot more tutoring on breaking things down for them. And that's been very challenging. I don't have an answer, but I think at some point we're going to have to consider having parts, at least in my case, where some basic understanding, I cannot let you use AI at all, at least. Maybe it's not going to help everybody, but it's a group of people that will be helped by that. Since we all kind of acquired that and also are teaching that way, I'm assuming that you're going to think critically before you just do a prompt and get from. So it's very different, depends on where you are. And that's why when you hear about what's happening in high school, it's important and interesting to see that maybe they are developing those skills already before they come to university.
Right.
But yeah, very, very different graduate and undergraduate level.
Yeah, actually, I was interested, Brendan. I mean, this is somewhat related. You hear stories about students who are afraid that they're going to be accused of using AI, and I wonder how that's resonating with your students in the high school.
Yeah, that's definitely a concern, and you know, they're kind of like thinking, okay, if I copy and paste, is that going to come through like, you know, as all from somewhere else and things like that. I think the initial response from teachers was to say, okay, paper and pencil, that's it. You know, take out your tablets and chisels, and we're going to just do this instead.
Blue book sales have gone up.
Right? Yeah, exactly. And so it's been through conversation with their teachers, and teachers are really looking for, when I mentioned earlier that we don't have like a formal AI policy, I think teachers ultimately do want that, because you can kind of hang your hat on that and say, okay, if you do this, this is what happens. And right now it's more departmental, it's more at the classroom level. But yeah, I would say that generates healthy discussion between teachers and students. But ultimately, the end result of those conversations starts to turn back to paper and pencil and whatnot. And that's why, as I mentioned earlier, that's why I've been trying to work with teachers to kind of move the needle a little bit. And the tech mentors have been helping to do that as well. And then we poll the faculty about their level of comfort, and it seems like things are moving in the right direction. And our next step in next year's round of these instructional PDs will be more about how to do that for kids so that they have the tools in their hands and they know that, okay, if I do this, yes, you're going to catch me. And if I do this, that's okay.
And students don't know what they don't know, right? So even when even the Google search, if they're Googling, right, they're getting AI at the beginning. I always yell at my daughter, I'm like, are you looking at the AI? Are you looking at their actual websites? But I mean, if they don't know that, how would they even know that they're having any academic?
It's true. So my son is a 10th grader. He's in AP research. He's actually presenting right now. And I said, so cool, we're going to be presenting at the same time today. I was like, yeah, I don't really care about that. It doesn't matter to me. But as he's putting his presentation together, I said to him, okay, what are the AI rules about this? And he went, I don't know. And I said, you have to know. You really have to know. And we looked it up together. But, you know, that's an example of it. This is a high-level course, and you know, there's a lot of work involved. And the draw toward, you know, having something do it for you is there, and he just didn't. He wasn't even really thinking about it. So it does take that explicit instruction to say yes, no, maybe.
Yeah. So I'll say that, right, even on an EVI level, even if you're not going to use AI in the classroom, you're going to go back to the blue books, which I heard are really expensive now. You know, the students need to know why they're not using AI in these cases, right? Because there's always a reason why a teacher is doing something, but sometimes we don't share that.
Yeah, the clearer we can be about these uses of AI, I mean, here are the learning outcomes for our class. Here are the learning outcomes for this particular assignment, how they map on. These are ways that AI use can get you to those learning outcomes more effectively. Here are ways that using AI will totally undermine those outcomes. And if we can be clear about that, I mean, a lot of this, at the end of the day, revolves around internal motivation on the part of our students to learn. Right? And the more we can, as instructors, can help foster that intrinsic motivation, the less maybe we'll have to deal with some of these issues.
One of the hopes for us at the high school level is that, again, by giving the kids these empowering tools, you know, a lot of kids, particularly when it comes to writing, don't know where to start. You give them a prompt, you give them an assignment, and I don't even know where to begin. But you know, going back to the genie analogy, one of the prompts that was given to the teachers was, okay, you know, allow your students to say, I have to write a paper on resilience, right? Here are 3 memories I have. Which one would work best for this? What might be a good hook to start with? And you know, can you give me maybe one image related or something like that? Now kids are taking what they do know and amplifying that in a way that they can be empowered to take the next step. And now they don't have to ask the question, where do I start? You've given them that tool. And then once you have a product, you could put that back in the hopper and say, okay, based on my essay, who am I? You know, and that's a really powerful question that relates to voice. Kids don't necessarily know what their own voice is when they write, but they can use the tool to say, oh, this is what I sound like? That wasn't what I meant, or maybe it is, you know, and that's, again, that keeping the kids in the driver's seat, but using the tool well.
And Rose, one thing that I wanted to mention, if this is the appropriate question or not, we can discuss, but one of the reasons we're having these conversations, you asked me, well, how it's changing in the classroom. And I mean, the problem that we have is we're having this conversation with this technology was deployed without asking us first.
Right.
And so that's a big problem, right? And many other technologies that have been harmful to society, we developed the framework and the guardrails later on. Yeah. And so we are in that process. And one thing is like about when to use AI, when not to use AI, right? So if you walk from here to the door, I'm not going to use a car. People have that, but there are students come and tell you like when they have to use it and not. We don't have, honestly, I feel that I don't have clues to that. And I would like, I don't know, one way to do this probably would be we need to put a stop, but that's not going to happen. Have a discussion, and then from there proceed, right? Yeah. And then we tell, well, if you do that, our enemies or whatever, they're going to do that faster than us. So, and that we're in that, right, asking all these questions at the same time that these technologies are being developed. Honestly, I have a hard time understanding what's beneficial and what's harmful, and there it's always a mix. And that's, I mean, key challenge moving forward.
And it's I feel like it's still changing, and every day I have a different idea as to what what is beneficial.
Yeah, I change my mind every day.
Yeah. I just changed my mind in the last 10 minutes.
But just to add to that, just in terms of what I'm noticing in students, I find myself actually paying attention to students, checking in with them a lot more also. Mm-hmm. We actually wrote the AI policy together for I did a 1 credit low stakes SB 102 class this semester, and engage with them when they write reflections. I actually really liked, was it Jason yesterday, philosophy from Albany? Yeah. I think at the end he talks about I think it was cloister and starship moments, which I thought was really interesting, because again, in this class I just did, in their reflections, you know, I asked students what works well, what they would have changed and so forth. And a lot of students were saying their favorite day was when we went to special collections and there's no computers in the room. They're alone in the room with a historical artifact, and it's just them. And there's no mediation, there's no tool that they can look up what it means. It's just them alone in the room with an item. And that freedom to really explore what you think without having to check in about what's the right way to think about this and what does my professor want me to think about this. And of course, AI is this, like you said, so tempting. Am I on the right track? Am I thinking the right thing? A lot of them really enjoyed being alone in the room with these artifacts in special collections. And so making sure to give them that if they're valuing that in addition to our responsibility to educate them in other ways.
More hands-on experiential learning. All right, one quick round to end this. One of the sectors, what do you want one of the other sectors to know? Like what higher ed, what do you want K-12 to know? K-12, what do you want the libraries to know? You could just pick one.
I'm going to start.
Sure.
Be kind to them when they get to you, because they're not going to be 100% ready. I think one of the things that could be really helpful, and it sounds like you have these types of opportunities here, is like a freshman seminar, for instance, where everybody comes in and they all get the same type of approach to it, so that they have a platform, like the, sort of levels it. Because kids are going to come to you from all different districts across the, the world, and they're going to have different levels of an understanding and ability to use this. So if there's something that helps elevate everybody to a similar level, I think that would be helpful.
Thank you.
I guess I'd want all the other sectors to know we're still making it up as we're going along.
And we keep changing, right? Keeps changing. What about you guys?
I'll just add, just for K-12, I mean, I wouldn't feel too much pressure to really rush into it and worry too much about, because again, we don't really know what we're doing yet either. And I mean, depending on, it's going to be disciplinary anyway. You get to your major, there's going to be specific tools that they want to use there. Or when you get to your job that, they might say you have to use this AI tool and this is it. And then you learn when you're there. There's going to be opportunities within their disciplinary context, but there's still so many skills they need at that K through 12 level when they're developing and figuring out who they are. And
it's comforting. Thank you.
I would not worry too much. Yeah.
In my case, it's pretty obvious that we're all in this together and facing similar challenge, and it's good to interact to make those challenges easier.
Yeah.
But I do think sometimes, at least in the process that I go and many other my colleagues, you feel some days, this is excellent, this is great, we're going to do great things. But then you feel the next day, no, the world is going to collapse. And there are changes that we're not ready to understand how it's going to affect us. For example, I have a mentor that's been sort of, in my field, we have to publish a lot and you have to be very good, high quality. And you aspire to be like certain people. I can count on your hand, like 4 or 5 in my field. And then they're sending emails how people are writing papers with Claude and Claude Code, and they show you the processes. Oh my God. Now we're going to have people that instead of publishing 20 papers a year, publish 200 papers a year. Yeah. That's going to collapse science.
Right.
No, we're not have to, it's all going to be managed by AI. You don't have peer review anymore because you can manage the process. So where are things going? So at some point we need to stop and think. The technology is there, we can do great things. On the other hand, there are concerns that are very valid, and we should share those concerns freely also.
It's exciting and petrifying all at the same times, but these conversations are really helpful, and I think we just continue having them. Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Yep, so we're going to be having our lightning talk next, and a discussion as we transition. Also, just as a reminder to everyone, we have industry displays in the out this way. I'm forgetting the name of that part of the building. Do take a look at those. We'll have Dean Roble introduce Stephanie Dinkins, who will talk about our art exhibit, and then the afternoon sessions are super exciting as well. So one focused on quantum and AI, one on the diffusion of AI and getting AI to really work in various sectors. So, really top people. Sarah Matt, who's a best-selling author and a surgeon. Brian McCann and John Smith, who's an IBM fellow. So really compelling things. And then closing with Neuro AI. So I'll turn it over to Benita London.
Hello. So I am incredibly honored to welcome our next speaker in this series, Dr. Susan Brennan, and I'm just going to take a minute to sing Susan's praises, and then I'll turn the mic over to Susan to lead us through this next talk. So Susan is one of my valued colleagues in the Department of Psychology. She also has joint appointments in computer science and linguistics. Susan's career really bridges the gap between academia, industry, and federal granting agencies in incredible ways. Looking at Susan's CV was just remarkable to me to sort of think about the ways in which she translates the work that she's done and her experiences back to the students and community at Stony Brook. Susan has held research and consulting positions at Apple, Atari, and Hewlett-Packard Labs, and has again translated those industry connections into her current programmatic and scholarly work that she'll share with us a little bit today. Her vision and leadership in bridging science and learning has been most exemplified through her service as a program officer at the National Science Foundation, where she directed the $320 million a year graduate research fellowship program. And since returning from her role at NSF, Susan has continued to be a really impactful advocate and champion for research support and funding, serving as a SUNY Research Fellow where she leads innovations in graduate education and funding proposal development, and leading the NSF's National Research Training Grant, Detecting and Addressing Bias in Data, Humans, and Institutions. And in her talk today, I'm sure Susan will share some of her innovative work bridging, again, those areas of education, research, and industry partnership. So warm welcome for Susan Brennan.
And if I can find the clicker to change slides, I will be doing well. It is? Testing, okay, good. I like to pace a little bit. So thank you, Benita. That was a great introduction, and Benita is actually a co-PI on the training grant that I'm going to tell you about today. This is called the New AI Workforce, Integrating Inclusion, Education, and Cross-Disciplinarity. Life has really, really changed since I was doing old-timey AI back in the mid-'80s, doing NLP and face recognition research. All of this work started when a computer scientist from our university, C.R. Ramakrishnan, and Wei Zhu from Applied Math got in touch with me one day, and they said, where are all the women in data science? Okay, this is right after I'd come back from NSF. I was back from my rotation at Stony Brook. Great experience to rotate in the federal government if you have a chance. I highly recommend it. Wei and CR were in the process of setting up our new data science graduate programs that bridge computer science and applied math. And I said, well, we've got plenty of women in data science, and they're just all over in psychology. So if you take a quick look at these data that we put together, we looked at AMS, computer science, economics, linguistics, neurobiology, behavior, political science, psychology, and sociology. And the ones on the right, those bright blue bars, those are the women PhD students who may not call themselves data scientists primarily, but they are all data scientists. And some of them were already doing AI at the time. The light blue bars are the undergrads, so you can kind of see where the pipeline is going. The gray bars are the domestic students. So as you may know, the federal government is very interested in encouraging US domestic and permanent resident students in these areas. And so it turns out that one program's challenge can be another program's solution. So the way to get more women into data science classes is to try to recruit across the disciplines. And so we decided to write a training grant to the National Science Foundation Research Traineeship Program, which was adjacent to the one that I worked on when I was at NSF. I actually ran some panels for that program as well. And we came up with this wonderful theme. You need a really strong theme and a pedagogical model for getting one of these grants. These are $3 million grants, $2 million of which or more goes to the students directly as participant support. So it doesn't generate a lot of IDC, but it really does do a wonderful thing, a very high impact thing on your campus. It's a 5-year grant, and this was our theme, detecting and addressing bias in data, humans, and institutions. We wanted the most inclusive theme possible because Everyone should be looking at their own data, their own research practice, and figuring out where the bias is, however they define that. Of course, we all have our hand on a different part of the elephant. We all think bias means something different, and that's okay. And so we really wanted to bring all of these students together so that they could do what NSF calls convergent research. It's a little bit like interdisciplinary research, sort of like an old wine in a new bottle, but convergent research really means people working together on projects that could not be addressed or solved, or problems that could not be solved without all of these different disciplines and perspectives in the same room, okay? So we conceptualized this training model as a bridge, where on the right we have all the human-centered scientists, and on the left we have the data-centered scientists, and we wanted to enable them to cross the bridge. So CR kind of invented this pedagogical model where they would all take classes together, and they would take classes in each end of the bridge together. And so the computer scientists were already skilled at AI and machine learning and scraping data from the world without even paying any attention to where that data came from. So if you're a human-centered scientist, you care deeply about curating your data and where it came from, and you may be doing experiments one person at a time. And then we have big data on the left-hand side. Now, obviously, all the folks on the right-hand side really need to know about machine learning and AI and the kinds of tools that they need to really accelerate their research and its impact. So these were our main features, and I'll let you know in a second how these are going to live on at Stony Brook when the project is over. We came up with a human-centered data science certificate, which got approved by New York State in 2023. It's been wildly successful. All 31 of our trainees will either get the certificate soon or are making progress toward it. And it has some students who aren't in the traineeship who have joined in as well. And so for instance, psychologists take a course in machine learning and another course taught by Robert Harrison from IX in AI and data pipelining. And the people on the left-hand side in computer science applied math take courses in linguistics, computational linguistics, cognitive psychology, psycholinguistics, sociology, qualitative methods. And what's really interesting is they struggle equally and they struggle together and they help each other. So the computer scientists complain about the heavy reading and writing that they have to do in these graduate level sociology courses. And the students in linguistics and psychology are taking courses alongside graduate students in data science courses. And it's really very interesting to see what happens. We also have probably the most successful piece of the training grant is called the Convergent Research Practicum. And then we also have something that was much more successful than we anticipated, which was getting internships. And students from both ends of the bridge have been getting internships either during the year or during the summer. And this cohort-based training is also really important. We also have had the students stay involved for their entire time at Stony Brook. So if they join kind of as auditors in their first year, then they can become eligible for funding and apply for funding after a year or so. But we encourage them to stay involved in the practicum through their whole time at Stony Brook until they get their PhD. That was something that Robert told me he wished he had done with the IX training grant, so we decided to learn from his mistakes and then make our own, just to go back there. All right, so I guess let me just tell you about some of the wonderful convergent research projects that have emerged from this. Again, we've been meeting every single Wednesday during the semesters for 8 semesters now. And some of the people in that room have been there since the beginning, which is really interesting. And we've had 4 cohorts as of right now. We're about to start our no-cost extension next year. And so probably the most engrossing project for most of the trainees has been the bias in the justice system. We're working with Innocence Project data. It turns out that we estimate that about 3% of all incarcerated people in this country are actually innocent and shouldn't be there. And there's a lot of organizations ranging from a couple of dedicated lawyers to a big project in New York trying to get them out. And so they can really benefit from the data. There are about 3,800 cases that have been exonerated so far, but many more in progress. And so, whoops. Didn't mean to hit that. And so we're looking at data from the National Registry of Exonerations. We published, for example, a paper in the Journal of Wrongful Convictions using decision tree analyses, which is kind of an AI form of analysis of when you only have the successful cases. You can look at that. We don't have the rest of the iceberg for those data. But the trainees are all learning about how messy and important and critical data can be. They're learning much more than just running AI models. We also are doing a lot of work with innocence organizations. We're working with 3 different organizations where the trainees have been interns learning about their work practices and how they can take mountains of court data and try to summarize them to decide which cases to take on, because they only take on cases where they believe that the individual is completely innocent. And so that requires a huge amount of person power, and it can take people 4 decades to get out. And that's just tragic and wrong. And so the trainees are working on that together. And they're working with the organization to figure out how to solve problems that people actually have, unlike the old days when I used to work on NLP for applications that didn't exist yet and took years to come up. And so we're also doing a lot of work in bias in large vision language models and bias of the racial wealth gap, higher education and energy policy, and another 6 projects that I have nothing to do with, but the trainees are working on together. And so this is the room where it happens. This is really, really important. The biggest take-home message is that you have to get these people in a room together. They have to be talking to each other, okay? And so this is a shot from earlier this semester, and these are people from, I think, 7 or 8 different programs, depending on how you count. And they really look forward to working together, publishing together, and everything, okay? And then, again, just to quickly show you where they are, and then I have to wrap up. We've had 7 PhD graduates as of last year, is soon to be about 14. The workforce placements have been internships and actual jobs post-graduation at Meta, Adobe, a startup called Snorkel AI, Northwell Health, Google, Home Depot, Amazon, BBN, Raytheon. We have people in academia, which is wonderful. We have tenure track person at Florida Southern, another community college, there's an extra S in there, sorry, at Genesee Community College, University of Pennsylvania, a clinical intern and a postdoc, and another computer science student is getting his 2nd PhD at Cambridge in physics. And then we have people who have worked at the CPCS Innocence Program in Boston and the Mid-Atlantic Innocence Project in DC, and then in government, both at Health and Human Services and a AAAS Science and Technology Policy Fellowship, who got her PhD in linguistics, is now doing AI policy at the Department of Transportation, okay? So these are the sustainable elements of our program. Basically, the data science certificate, the convergent research practicum, we hope will live on in the new DTAS PhD program. 6 of our participating NRT faculty served on the committees for this, this effort. And then several of us have also lectured in Joseph Lemuelin's AI ecologies at the undergrad level, and that's been a blast. I gave my lecture there last week. And then we also expect to assist this new department in writing a new follow-up NSF NRT training grant proposal with an AI society theme. And so I just want to thank you all. Here are a couple of shots, one from 2 years ago and one from a couple of weeks ago. And there's Ritwik Banerjee on the left at the bottom, who's now teaching this semester's research practicum. Thank you. Don't leave. We want to transition to the next talk, right? Okay. Thanks.
I think another big hand for Professor Susan Brennan and this incredible work of social transformation and landing our students in these corporations that could use a little enlightened social transformation outlook. Is what a strategy. Thank you. All right. It is my great pleasure to introduce Professor Stephanie Dinkins from our art department. Before I do so, just a couple of quick thoughts related to the symposium. So I'm David Robel. I'm Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences and a professor in the History Department. I'd like to take a moment, first of all, on behalf of the College of Arts and Sciences, to thank Lav Varshney, the Della Pietra Infinity Professor and Inaugural Director of Stony Brook's AI Innovation Institute, and Nina Muang-Geona, our Associate Vice President for Research, for their incredible efforts in organizing this wonderful SUNY AI Symposium. Thanks to them both, and perhaps they could stand up and be recognized. I think I've said it, so you have to do it. Thank you. And speaking of our outstanding leadership at the university, it's a special moment for us right now with the inauguration of our 7th president, Andrea Goldsmith, and the college is grateful to Andrea for leading us forward in this critical juncture when the power of technology and the needs of humanity really have to align. I have the great good fortune to serve as dean at a College of Arts and Sciences with 27 departments spanning the fine arts, humanities, social and behavioral sciences, natural and physical sciences, and math. It's a big college, but I'd like to think it's our integration and our interconnectedness and our collaborations and our shared purpose that make us a unified college, one that's collectively committed to advancing our knowledge and understanding of the physical world and the human condition through the research and creative activity of our students and our faculty. And today we have the opportunity to hear from one of our nation's most innovative artists working to employ emerging technologies to advance equity and build community strength. Looking at the list of the more than 16 enlightened and highly varied entities that currently support Professor Dinkins' work, from Nokia Bell Lab and the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence to the Santa Fe Arts Institute, that list in itself is a collective testament to the incredible range and transformative power of Professor Dinkins' art. Professor Dinkins creates platforms for dialogue about artificial intelligence as it intersects with race, gender, aging, and our future histories. Professor Dinkins is particularly driven to work with communities of color to co-create more inclusive, fair, and ethical artificially intelligent ecosystems. And through her work, Professor Dinkins is a connector of art and tech and social justice and academic communities. The list of prestigious recognitions over the past several years is vast. In 2021, Professor Dinkins was one of 5 inaugural recipients of the Knight Foundation's Art and Tech Fellowships to pursue creative ventures in artificial intelligence, digital fabrication, software coding, and immersive technologies. That same year, Professor Dinkins was elected as one of 60 United States Artist Fellows, the storytellers, shape makers, movement builders, and culture bearers practicing today who were chosen for their bold artistic vision and significant impact. With support from the Mellon Foundation, Professor Dinkins founded the Future History Studio, a laboratory for emerging modes of art-centered research, production, and presentation. And the Future History Studio, FHS, is an exploratory hub for those interested in hybrid inquiry and developing practice-based research at the intersections of art, technology, race, storytelling, and social justice. Professor Dinkins' immersive web experience titled Secret Garden was one of the featured works at the 2021 Sundance Film Festival. The project was inspired by Professor Dinkins' own autobiographical and ancestral experiences. And in 2023, Professor Dinkins was named one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people in AI. And last fall, FHS and the Guggenheim Museum collaborated to present The Unsettling Intelligences, the Politics of Reason Through AI and Art, a symposium here at Stony Brook, which included an international panel of speakers discussing how artificial intelligence is transforming the politics of perception and creativity. A central idea discussed throughout that day was that AI does not simply extend human thought, but exposes its limits. Professor Dinkins shared that this symposium was a means for us to see AI not as a neutral future, but as a mirror of the histories that built it. If we want technologies that serve us all, we must build them with many truths in view. Truly grateful to Professor Dinkins for her work in creating a stage where art and AI meet on equal terms in response to what our world needs now. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dinkins to the stage.
Hello. Oh, okay, here. Hi, everyone. It's great to be here with you all. And thank you for that lovely introduction. I never recognize that person, right, that gets described. I'm like, who is he talking about? But it's interesting, because if I'm going to describe what I do, really, I am a curious person. I'm a tinkerer. I am someone who plays, and I'm someone who asks a question which I think is highly, highly important. And it's a question I learned when I was 2, right? Why? Why does something work the way it does, and does it have to work that way? And how do we shift it just a little bit, right? I'm currently working in the lab now, and it's kind of fun because we are a group of artists and theorists and some computer scientists, right? And we're always pushing each other by asking different whys, and then trying to find the common language that gets us back to being able to work together and to produce things that are viable in the world, right? You know, what I really think I'm here to do is to introduce you to our show, though, right? So outside we have a show called Beyond. I'm so proud of the show, right? And thank you, La, for inviting us, because I think this is a really important thing to do, to invite artists into the conversation. I will tell you that I have been simultaneously the artist, the Black person, and the woman at high-level AI conversations, right? Like, what is that one? But what does it mean to invite a kind of creativity? And maybe it's a little bit less bridled, right? We get to think from the sky and then go, well, how do we do that? Can't we do that? We can do that, right? And then people look at you like you're a little bit crazy and go, oh no, that's not the way it's done. And again, the question becomes, why? Right? I always think about the ways in which we, I don't know, prepare ourselves and our society in ways that are punitive, especially with the systems we produce. And the question becomes, why can't we make them more productive, more caring, and more supportive? And I hope that the work that we have outside will call a little of that to attention, call the ways that artists are taking the tools and running with them. I will tell you that outside we have works that are, pretty high level. One work is currently at the New Museum, Mason Youngblood's work, right? One work is headed for the Royal Opera House in London, but all the work is the product of people who maybe don't know what they're doing, and I count myself as one of those folks, right? But who have pushed themselves and the tools that we have to see what they can do and see how they can act. Or I will say, see how they act in society, because I'm most interested in, well, how do these tools act in society, and then what can I, and what can actually the average citizen do to push them otherwise? I ask that question often through this idea of the stories we tell our machines, right? And I will say our machines might be AI systems. Our machines, I also include ourselves. So what stories are we telling each other about ourselves, about the systems we live within, and about how they function? And how might adding our particular stories to those systems change them? And that's something we all can do, right? We can all add our stories. We can all think about what it is to see us from the terms that we understand ourselves as opposed to the terms in ways that we are defined, right? And add that to the record. And I think that's important base level work. So I will ask you all to incorporate some of that into your work as you're producing, right? And think about what it means to invite us in and to have us all come together and have conversations that maybe are not comfortable, but expand what gets done and how it gets done. And I will leave it at that and ask you all to come on over, see what we've done. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's great to see you here. Thank you.
Starting to filter in back from lunch. Hopefully you enjoyed the industry displays. Lots of cool startups in our Stony Brook ecosystem, as well as the art exhibit that Professor Dinkins and the team put together. Especially the art piece on the extinct the bird species from Hawaii, I found really compelling. And so up next we have our three afternoon panels. One is about diffusion of AI across industrial and societal sectors. And it'll be moderated by Samita Heslin, who's a professor of emergency medicine here at Stony Brook. And the panelists include Sarah Matt from Upstate Medical University, Brian McCann from Anthropic, and John Smith from IBM. And so we're excited for that. We'll get them up here in a minute. And then we also have quantum and AI panel after that, as well as neuro AI. So all kinds of really cool stuff to close the day. So I'm really excited. So Samita and panel, please make your way up, and excited for you guys to get going.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. We're so excited to be here and to talk about diffusion of AI across all of our everyday lives in industry and society. We have an amazing group of panelists here. I'm Samita Heslin. I'm an emergency medicine physician and deputy chief medical information officer here at SUNY Stony Brook. And I'm going to start with some introductions. We have Sarah Matt, who's a physician, national best-selling author, and healthcare AI strategist. She advises health systems and health technology companies on clinical AI governance, physician adoption, and commercialization strategy. She's also an assistant professor at SUNY Upstate Medical University. She's a former VP of healthcare product strategy at Oracle Health, which acquired Cerner electronic medical record. She's also the vice president of solution strategy at NextGen Healthcare. She was a chief strategy officer at Sovato and executive at ESO, which was acquired by Vista. And her book, The Borderless Healthcare Revolution, published in 2025, is a national bestseller. Thank you, Sarah, for being here.
Thank you.
And our next panelist is John Smith. He is an IBM fellow at IBM Research and senior manager of the IBM Research AI for Math and Science Global team across IBM TJ Watson Research Center in Yorktown Heights, Silicon Valley Lab, Dublin Research Lab, Zurich Research Lab, and Tokyo Research Lab as part of the IBM Research Algorithms and Applications. And in this role, he's leading research and development of new AI methods, surrogate models, algorithms, and solvers for challenging computational problems. Thank you. Thank you for being on our panel.
Thank you.
And our next panelist is Brian McCann from Anthropic. He's also the co-founder and former CTO of U.com, where he focused on advancing human-AI collaboration. He previously led AI research in deep learning for natural language processing and foundational contributions to transfer learning and unified language models. His work on contextualized word representations helped catalyze major advances in modern search and NLP systems. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
So I'm excited to get started, and we are going to start with our first question. And we're going to start with talking about this intelligence revolution that we're in. And we are in this new wave of artificial intelligence, and how does it differ from previous technological shifts that we've had?
Okay, I'll start with this one. From my perspective, so much of it has to do with just the speed at which everything is happening. It seems like so many of the trends that we've seen for a long time are actually roughly the same. They've just accelerated and changed in how quickly it's all coming to be. And one of the things that I've noticed with that is that sometimes I have a hard time keeping up. You know, as it gets faster and faster, and the information bits are flying in all these different ways. I think many people have had similar visions for decades or even longer around what we can do with technology. But now, it's like every day, I have to update my own world model and what is possible. And I have to kind of re-question, have we reached a new level day by day? And that's just a completely new experience, I think, compared to anything we've seen in the past.
So in the health tech sector and in healthcare delivery, we're notoriously slow at everything. And it's because people die when we make mistakes. And so I appreciate that slowness. However, a lot of healthcare systems, they know how to procure things and actually get the tech. But right now, the implementation, the adoption, the trust is holding things back. And so it's one of the first times in healthcare history where our most senior leaders may be the least qualified to consider the new technology. So we're at a new point where I think that the pyramid has gone upside down and the speed makes it even more interesting.
So how has this intelligence revolution differed from the past? Okay, I think these were all very good points. Clearly, there's something very surprising about the power of large language models and what they have been able to do, and all of the impacts that they can have. But I think, of course, that alone is incredible and makes it very different. But it feels like it's only the beginning still, right? So at IBM Research, we're very much focused on inventing the future of computing. I mean, that's how we think about it. And whether that means quantum computing, which of course we have a big focus and we know is has enormous potential for doing even more. But in combinations with AI and combinations with classical, it feels like there's even so much more that can be done on yet more modalities of data, yet more difficult computational problems. And then we're really talking about something that is not just the beginning, not just the revolution that's already been done, but the revolution that's still to come, based on everything that's building.
Yeah, maybe just to follow up on that, I think that is a great point, because I can see that it's a new beginning, and with this one, I also can't see what the end is.
I totally agree with that one.
Like with many others, we've had a goal, or like, oh, if we do this incredible thing, we will have achieved this human level up. But now it's just a continuous leveling up forever. I don't see where it ends.
Well, it could be. One thing that's clear is that there's no shortage of problems still to be solved. Right? I mean, just think about everything around safety and security and health and climate and right. So the need is there. Right? And we still haven't solved many of the difficult problems of humanity and society. So we have to keep going, but we're starting to have better tools, not all the tools we need, and certainly what's happened around large language models, a lot of the big surprise is around large language models. So when we say AI, probably we mean mostly that or largely that, so the combination of the need, so the pull, and then the continued innovation around, what more we can do from the technical perspective just means it's got to continue, right?
And I think, when I was running product development groups all over the world 10, 15 years ago, the tech was hard. The tech was holding us back. We were going slow because we had to find technical solutions. Today, the tech's the easy part. It's going to keep on going at an exponential pace. I'm not worried about the tech, but we can't adopt it and put it into our existing systems fast enough with, again, safety, scalability, trust, all those things. So it's a new paradigm in that the tech is now the easy part.
And we're seeing AI impacting our lives like every day, reshaping it. What are some ways that it's impacting us in all of your different sectors that might not be so obvious right now?
So I'll start with that one. There's infinite cases for using AI in healthcare. I'd say that today, the interesting thing is now patients have access to many models every day. And so instead of them just coming to you with a list, a little shopping list of all the things they want to talk about, now it's like a giant encyclopedia of all the stuff they want to talk about, and they found a rare disease they have, and. And the thing is, from a patient and provider perspective, the communication is important. You can't say, oh, well, I'm not going to even consider that, because they've done this research. So now the docs have a new job, not only to diagnose and prescribe, but to also evaluate the random prompting that their patient did and help them understand why it may or may not be the case.
I think, of course, it's changing the lives of everyone, students who are doing their homework, to people who are just searching for information, to professionals. But one area that I'll focus on is around scientific discovery, because scientific discovery has the scientific method. So, we can think of even steps of a process there. And if we look at those steps, from the question to studying the question to coming up with a hypothesis to then experimenting and testing, getting the results and reporting back, and that loop, every step of that method now is being attacked by AI, is being assisted by AI. And what this means is in areas like chemistry and materials and biology and drug discovery and so many things. So all of these scientific endeavors are being accelerated and will continue to be rapidly accelerated. And some of the areas which were thought of as previously purely human endeavors, like creativity, which is one of the biggest steps in the scientific method. The hypothesis is supposed to come from not deduction, but it's supposed to come from imagination somehow. Well, this is where generative models come in a big way, and generative AI, and really can help with some of these difficult, like if we take the space of drug discovery, there are 10 to the 63 drug-like small molecules. You cannot brute force search it, right? So you actually need, you need a system that can somehow be creative and novel and all of these things. And this is actually not a bad match for AI.
Yeah, maybe as a corollary to what you were saying, the most obvious but also hidden one for me is that everyone I'm talking to all the time is talking to AI before they talk to me or before they talk to their lawyer or their doctor.
I totally looked you up and used AI, just so you know.
Yeah. Great, awesome, yeah.
John Smith was difficult.
So that's just kind of a fascinating human dynamic that is changing, right? But I think maybe a broader one is just the number of people having it feels like a very unique and individual experience with AI, one that sometimes makes them feel much more empowered to do what they're doing, sometimes makes them question how they're providing value today, how they're going to provide value tomorrow or in a few years, and we're all doing that. Like, so much of the world is, I don't know. I don't know if that many people have ever, in a given day, wondered, what is my role? Like, what am I going to be doing with this stuff in a couple of years?
And got the same very positive answer out of their AI.
Yes, very encouraging. Yes, we're all going to be.
I think it's more difficult than ever to pick your major, if you're in college now. I guess here we are at Stony Brook, and, no doubt faculty here, students, are facing this every day, but I can't even imagine how to think about it right now.
Just learn to think hard. I think that's it. Like, I don't know. I'm glad I'm not choosing, but just like think hard, exercise your brain, whatever it is.
Learn to learn.
Yes.
I think hindsight is 20/20s. Let's fast forward 5 years from now. What will be something that we're doing or using with AI in industry or society that is not so obvious right now, but will be very obvious in hindsight?
So I think it's really hard to even consider 5 years from now, because honestly, 6 months feels like a long time right now in terms of our evolution. But I think that from a healthcare perspective, things that we've seen that feel kitschy or, oh, that's novel, might be the reality. And that's probably physical AI. So things like robotics within the home, humanoid robots, et cetera. And I know we're seeing bits and pieces of that in healthcare systems, like transporting things, doing X, Y, or Z. But I think the human component, the humanoid component, will be more and more likely. We're seeing this in South Korea already because their population is aging even more than ours at an exponential pace. And so now, instead of having older individuals suffering from loneliness, they have someone that they can go through that with. And I think we're going to find other applications for that as well.
I think it may be a little bit more behind the scenes. So one forecast here is we will see this evolution from more artificial general intelligence. There's this notion of, so are people familiar with the coffee test? I don't know, in AI? All right, it was posed, I think, by Steve Wozniak maybe 20 years ago. And it's not quite the Turing test, but so an AI has to go into an average American home and make coffee, right? And why is this hard? Okay, it's hard because every home is different, right? And there's so many different ways to make coffee, and you've got to figure out everything. You've got to look through cabinets and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, people can do that task very well. It's not hard for a human to do, but it's very difficult for an AI to do. And it's emphasizing perception and reasoning and embodied cognition and all of those things. And in some sense, that's the notion that we have of what artificial general intelligence should be, that kind of thing. But there may be an alternate path here, which is more supercomputing than superhuman. And when I say supercomputing, if we go back to the coffee test, so I'll propose there's a coffee test 2.0, and the coffee test 2.0 is not can it make coffee, but can it make good coffee? Can it understand the fluid dynamics and the avalanche effects of how the water impinges on the coffee granules in the optimal way? Like that level of modeling of physics and math and chemistry and optimization and control seems to be still largely unexplored from AI, and but has enormous potential and ground to cover. So, a thought.
I have only vague thoughts on this one. I think I have some hunch that as we put in more and more of the hard work to make these systems better, because it's like making coffee, super hard. Actually getting it to work in medicine in a way we trust, like super hard. But then simplification, it will feel so much simpler in some ways too. And maybe for those who aren't directly involved in maybe doing that supercomputing and the super hard work that goes into these things, many things will seem simpler, both in day-to-day life, but then also even at like the values perspective that we were talking about a little bit before, like time is money. It's like a platitude. People have, I don't know, time probably isn't going to be as valuable anymore. It's just going to be about like ideas and where you want to push the world and how you want things to change and kind of like whether you're right or not, which is not bad. That's actually could be a great thing. So a lot of, I think, how we work will change around that. And then how we shift our value functions and utility functions over people and organizations, everything will become a little bit simpler, even though it will be built on extremely hard and complicated building blocks.
And it seems as though AI is impacting every industry, every part of our lives. But are there industries or sectors where it's transforming them the most, and then some where maybe we're lagging behind?
So in the healthcare and biotech space, I think this is an area where everyone who had a PhD 10 years ago can now do their whole PhD in like less than an hour. And when we think about drug discovery, I think we're gonna solve all sorts of new problems. We're gonna cure cancer. I'm just waiting for it to happen. We just need enough compute, right? And so when we think about all these hard medical problems that we've been kind of trickling around or just kind of touching around the edge, I think we can actually make those things happen. So I think from a healthcare and biotech perspective, new devices, new medications, new diagnoses, new abilities to cure are here, and we're just getting started.
Healthcare is a good one because there's such a need there, and the potential is enormous. We worked, I think it was when deep learning was just getting started and convolutional neural nets were a thing, and we were working on melanoma prediction, based on maybe 1,000 images or something like that, and that was like state of the art. But of course, today things are so much better than that. But for a long time, we felt that there's enormous potential here to help doctors and so on. No doubt there are still challenges, though, because everything that we're seeing around language, and it's truly magical what's happened around language. But language is very highly abstracted already to start with, and it's highly semantic already in the data. And pixels are not that, if you have an image, right? So there's a lot more work you have to do. So I think the potential is enormous in some of these fields like healthcare, but there's still hard work to do, to catch up on all of these other modalities of data. And certainly in the life sciences, it's not just images, it's all of the multi-omics data, and some of it is very complex data. But the impact can be enormous, for sure.
Yeah, it seems like the domains that are seeing the most change and the most benefit are ones where the kind of more fundamental issue was an epistemic issue, or one that was bottlenecked by discovering new knowledge, or discovering or learning new things, making new connections. So I really hope that health and science,
better.
I really, that's the holy grail for me, if we can figure out some of those questions. But then in some other industries where that's not necessarily the problem is more about what you're doing or the software you're building, right? That's a great example. Maybe there's a little bit of information you have to find out, relatively speaking, what is the ideal software for this user to interact with, have this experience. But I would say that's a relatively little amount of information relative to all of health or all of science. So anytime there's the bottleneck is something else, it probably isn't seeing as much. If you're in a business that has carved out a niche, but that isn't an information and data-driven niche, there isn't a lot of mining of that data to continue doing, then you don't really get the benefit of having superpowered tools that are really good at doing that mining.
And what do you think separates organizations who have successfully adopted artificial intelligence into their workflows, into their products, compared to those who are struggling?
Maybe it's a kind of a continuation of what I was just saying in some sense, because I'm at Anthropic now, but I was at U.com only recently. And the biggest thing there had to do with preparation, I think, over the last decade or so, how much of their epistemic problem had they solved or organized themselves around. Companies that don't have any of their data in a cloud or some other nice organized method, then it's really hard. It's really hard because you get into a bunch of people problems and resource allocation problems because you have to demonstrate ROI soon enough, but you really have all of this debt from the past that you have to kind of make up for before you get to even have any of the nice effects. So I think that's where you get a little bit stuck. And that's where we used to really help, bring in experts and kind of solve some of that epistemic issue by saving them time, by bringing in people that know or have done that before. Yeah.
So I think what I'm seeing is not the technical side itself. The tech works, it's great. Every problem has a solution. It just might take time and money. Where I'm seeing us really get held up is organizations need to have a culture of change, and not every organization has that. They also need the change management infrastructure to actually assist their employees and their leaders with education on how to use the tools, when to ask things, when the human should actually push back and when it shouldn't. And I think a lot of times a tool is just kind of thrown into a healthcare setting and everyone's not ready for it.
Can I ask you a follow-up on that?
Absolutely.
Because I'm curious what you've seen as a difference between a culture of change and sometimes, like, many times I see companies have a mandate that they have to do something.
They do.
And how are those related?
So oftentimes at the design table, this is where stakeholder management is really important and bringing true stakeholders from the entire organization. So for an example, in a hospital setting, oftentimes you're going to have your whole freaking IT department. They're there. They know how to procure software. And sometimes they won't bring in the nurses, the doctors, the finance guys. And it becomes a tech implementation as opposed to, hey, who are we actually solving a problem for? Let's define that problem together so that y'all are on board.
It's such a good question, and it will take time to play out, I believe. And the technology has to be sufficiently mature that it is making material impact and so on. I can't comment so much from IBM's clients' perspective in the different industries, but I can certainly comment on what's happening inside IBM, because we're a big enterprise, and more than 300,000 people, and AI is everywhere in everything we do every day now, and it's happened so quickly. Whether it's any kind of HR type of question or interaction and need, it first goes to a bot, right? And that's fundamentally different for everyone. To coding tools, and so if you have to build something, then there's a whole AI capability there to to help you do better, go faster. And not everyone is adopting from out of the gate, but certainly there are people who are adopting it right away, and it's really accelerating what they do tremendously. How it will all play out, I think we still need to see. Just even again because of language, like literature, documents, reports, everything just can be summarized and presented back to you, no problem these days, right? So it's just incredible what is available to enterprises now, and no doubt they need to use it and more of it. And exactly the difference it'll make, separating worker one from worker two or company one to company two, we'll have to see. But it feels like people need to be on board, at some point.
There are many leaders now in all different industries and sectors who are tasked with adopting AI into their workflows, into their groups. What's your advice to them? What are things that they should look out for? What are some misconceptions and mistakes that they should be aware of?
I think John just said what I would like to say on that, which is you should use it a lot and just keep using it. I don't know how to reconcile the incredible optimism I have with it and the acceleration I feel with the fact that the Waymo that I booked a couple days ago was right in front of me and then drove 10 minutes away and circled back around just to pick me up, and that I really don't like interacting with those bots on those websites. And yet I feel it. I feel it happening. And when I'm working with it in software and building with it, it is easier, I think, to see how much more quickly I can build things. And I still hit those moments where I can't do something. So I think use it. Don't keep your hopes up, really, really high, but also don't be disappointed when it doesn't work. Just consider that part of your own learning process, and you can translate that into your entire organization of continually updating your own model and what it can do and where it is today and where it could go, and build your own data set internally in your mind of what the pace looks like and what it will be able to do in the near term and the long term.
So in my industry, what I'm finding is that it's probably the first time in human history where our elders are maybe not as able to do the things that the young guys are. But the problem here is that it's about being innovative leaders. So if you're not an innovative leader, you're not going to be innovative. So you personally have to be curious. You need to be messing around with stuff so that when you have the next tool that comes to your office to solve a specific problem that's important, you need to have tested other things yourself. You need to know how this works so that you're not blind because you're leading that initiative. So I think there's that piece, but also a culture shift of when we're choosing how to do something, let's be AI first. Instead of doing what we often do in healthcare, let's throw some bodies at it. Instead of using 5 more hours of nursing time, what could we do instead? Instead of making the doctors stay late, what could we do instead? Could we use AI to solve that problem? As opposed to, well, this is how we've always done it. Instead, could we use AI and automate it completely?
Some things AI cannot do yet, and where that line is drawn is not clear to everyone, so caveat emptor. I'll give one example of my own. It's twisting a little bit from your original question, but there's something I really want to get from an AI, and I keep asking, and I'm not getting it yet. And I know why I'm not getting it. And it comes from being a baseball fan. I don't know, any baseball fans here? Okay, so if you're a baseball fan, then one of the dreams is to go and see a game in each home stadium, like take the tour, right? So ask any of the frontier models, okay, tell me, plan me a route. I want to see a game in each of the home stadiums. And they will try to fake it, and they'll come back with all kinds of stuff, but they can't answer the question. And the reason they can't answer the question is because behind that, it's a traveling salesman problem. So it's an NP complete problem. And so it can give you data, it can tell you schedules, it can tell you flights and all that kind of stuff, but the large language model, it's just not designed to be able to, it's not even a heuristic for that kind of problem. But what it could do, it could understand that it's an NP-complete problem and there are heuristics, or it could use a tool, it could formulate the problem and send it to another tool, which then solves the traveling salesman problem and get the data back and so on. And probably that will happen soon. But anyway, I'm still, haven't planned my trip yet, but one day I will want to make that trip. But it's just an example of, there are some things that these very powerful and magical models can't do, right? They're just not able to do, and just knowing that, right? But no doubt more progress will be made along the lines of what I said, tool use and things like that, and yeah. So anyway, not a direct answer, but
that just went on my roadmap. So.
I'm curious now to hear some real-world examples from you. So can you give us an example, real-world case example from your particular industry or sector where AI is bringing what you think is one of the biggest values?
I mean, it's easy for me. Drug discovery, I think, is at the top of everyone's mind. Curing cancer, I mean, that's a big word, but that's where we're at. And I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow or the day after or a month from now or a year from now, 5 years. I think we're there, right? I mean, it's just time and money and compute. So I think I'm at a spot where I can't even fathom what I will see in 5 years.
Yeah, I just want to help that happen.
Let's fathom together.
Yeah, I want to make that happen. I think. I'm working on hopefully the models that get a little smarter and I think get a little bit more trustworthy as we go. And I hope we can solve some of those hard problems.
So we've been more of a technology supplier, but in the space of healthcare and others, around AI, we have adopted a largely open strategy around models and foundation models. And we've been very active in developing models, one set we call foundation models for materials, they're on Hugging Face, and others a set of 3 models around what we call biomedical foundation models, which is molecules, biologics, targets, and then models around geospatial and others. And some of them have been huge surprises for us. Around materials on Hugging Face are models of more than 1 million downloads. We had no idea the materials community was that big, but clearly they're being used for all kinds of applications. And then some applications we pursue on our own because we're also interested to validate and apply. And one of the places where we're applying our foundation models for materials is around PFAS and being able to understand where PFAS is being used, which is a big problem just on its own, believe it or not, and then of course replacements around it. And PFAS, if people don't know, it's known as a forever chemical. It has really amazing properties that helped with its use, and it might be in your high-tech outdoor gear, for example, or your shampoo, but it's a forever chemical, and it will never be destroyed. It'll be in our environment forever, and so there's a lot of interest to understand where it's being used, to come up with replacements that have desirable properties, so it leads to a discovery problem just around it. And it's just an example where we're taking some of these AI foundation models and applying it and really starting to make a difference.
And we've started talking a little bit, we touched a little bit upon some of the shortcomings of AI. So I want to delve a little bit deeper into that, hear that from you, your thoughts about some of the shortfalls, but also what we've learned from them.
I think, yeah, we touched upon like trustworthiness, right? I think that's like this ever elusive one for me, because I now worked in AI research, and then started a company that was all about search, and that is essentially trying to ground the language modeling output in something more trustworthy. But then the internet is this kind of sometimes helpful, but sometimes a morass of things. So that's tough. And I think I'm still trying to understand to some extent, like when we want these models to like keep trying on like really hard problems, for example, like NP complete problems, and versus outsource it to some other tools, and maybe that makes it more trustworthy in some cases. But I have this increasing sense that as everything speeds up and all the bits of information are flying around the planet, there's both a lot more signal and a lot more noise. It's actually unclear from my personal experience, like if I'm getting more signal than noise in many cases, just because of the entire world's complexity. But I'm increasingly focused on trying to give us some solid ground. Something that as things continue to accelerate, you can like, if you imagine a spaceship taking off or something like that, like you need to like push against something, and that thing needs to be like more and more rock solid in order to push up further. So while folks like these build the rockets and the engines and everything, I want to just really solid ground.
So I liked what you said about signal and noise, because I totally agree. When we think about healthcare, biotech, big pharma, and utilizing the latest and greatest algos, ultimately there's 2 camps: the people who want to use nothing and the people who want to use everything. But when we get down to it, in the middle is someplace where we probably want to be. I think right now, one of the things that's difficult and why there's so much outcry in healthcare is that when the algo doesn't work, people get hurt. And the doctors are in a really tricky position, because if they use shadow AI, whatever's in their pocket, or enterprise AI that's already approved by their organization, if it says do this and they trust it and something goes bad, it's on them, on their medical license. If something is good, no one gets credit, but the patient's okay. So I think part of it is that we don't have a standard way to teach people in healthcare when and when not to push, when that solid foundation needs to be there. And in medical education, it's really difficult because, again, do you change how we educate our doctors? How do you do that? How do you get them to push at the right times?
There are some things to be uncomfortable about, and it seems some of them are getting more and more comfortable. I don't know if that's a good thing. So how these large language models work, what is really going on inside them. As they were really starting to take off, there was a lot of focus in alignment and really trying to make sure we really knew what was happening inside, so to mitigate against bad things happening and so on. But it feels like we've largely given up on that. So we don't really know what's going on inside these models. And yet we are using them. And it seems as though that isn't going to stop now. We're just getting more and more comfortable with the fact that we really don't know how they work. So, yeah, I don't know if that's a good thing, but it probably is what it is. Then the other is all the implications of the fact that we start relying on them more and more. Are we going to forget how to write? Are we going to forget science? And if we have a generation of people who aren't studying science or truly understanding it, then are we ever going to recover from that? I don't know. There are lots of questions to ask about it. Maybe it's all fine because we're just going much faster and much better, and we did learn to use calculators and not have to do math longhand. So maybe it's like that. I don't know.
At least so far, do you feel like when you're working with AI and some of these really hard problems, you're thinking like harder and more or less?
I'll say from my perspective, I feel like I'm definitely getting cognitive overload because, yes, it can scale my own abilities in lots of different directions, but it is like a bunch of postdocs in that you got to keep watching what the heck they're doing, and they mess it up all the time. Stupid stuff, too. Claude, stupid stuff, too. So we're being recorded, right? Yeah, I see you. But it's because it's just not ready to do what I want it to do, or I messed up as the operator and prompted it incorrectly. I want something, I might not know how to get it out yet, but it's definitely, I'd say, more cognitively burdensome because now I'm running agents all over the place as opposed to just doing me.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we only have so much bandwidth in terms of what we can consume. But there are certainly steps that are quite useful. And just being a research scientist and having to read papers all the time, it's helpful to have Google search, right? And then be able to track things down. I mean, already that's quite established. But more and more, AI can summarize those papers and can present it back to you. And so these are all quite amazing and really should be things that can help us. But of course, there's only so much that we can consume and make sense out of. So it's a balance.
What about you?
Yeah, I think at least so far, it's making me like a better thinker, like a better, not just because it's doing work for me, but because it is pushing me to like new limits. It's also forcing me to think very differently about how I'm making decisions and thinking with it. But yeah, I kind of hope that continues for a while because I like the feeling of doing science or doing art or things like this. Maybe there will just reach a point where all at once it's like, oh, now it's just, I don't need to do that. Maybe science will be like for fun. I'm not sure. But at least to date, I feel like it's pushing me harder and making me like a better scientist and a better thinker. So
there's like a race to incorporate AI into workflows, and how should organizations balance speed with caution?
So I think that the question you just said is the problem. you must add AI is probably not the right way to think about it. I think it's, what problems do we have? Can AI be the solution? And if you're in healthcare, the worst scenario you can ever get is random executive goes to a conference, sees something shiny, brings it back, and says, we're doing this. Awesome. But what problem is it solving? And they probably haven't defined it well. So there's so many problems to be solved. Can we use AI first? And I think that's where organizations should take a look.
Yeah, and I think that's actually another good example of forcing people broadly to maybe think harder about what they're doing. It just isn't as simple as saying go fast or go slow. It just isn't. We have to accept that. It is moving faster. Things are moving faster. That's at least an experience of it. That's just the default now. So it's not like, oh, do we move fast or slow? It's more about how do we think about the complexity of the entire situation? And Anthropic has like a nice framing around like light and shade. Like when you turn on a light, there's often like a shadow. And like you need to think about both. And it doesn't mean the shadow is bad necessarily, but like that's an important fact of the world. So we need to broaden our perspective in medicine for sure, but even if you're in marketing or advertisement, like whatever it is, maybe more so than we ever have in some of those other fields.
We've seen a big step in recent years, of course, around agents, and a lot of focus on building agentic workflows and using all kinds of agent frameworks. And on one hand, that's it's really nice that it's easier to build applications around a large language model and maybe even a tool set and so on. So no doubt that will continue, right? It's making AI accessible in so many new ways and different ways. But just because something is an agentic workflow doesn't necessarily mean it's a good one. It's good or should have been done. So I expect there will be a lot of, a bit of thrashing as we figure out what are the right problems and even what are the right tools, to build AI solutions for things. But it feels as though things are being commoditized somewhat, like they're available pretty easily to developers and really just even ordinary users, to construct and build things. So yeah, it will play out, I think.
Are there some new roles that you see that will be developed as we incorporate AI more and more into our workflows and into our industries?
Besides setting up GPUs on a computer?
So I think the idea of work, like you mentioned, may have a very different definition in the future. And healthcare is a very hands-on profession, no matter what position you're in. And so I'm hoping that we can solve some of the repetitive tasking and some of the other pieces so that our unique differentiator, which is being human, can be utilized to its largest extent, especially for these vulnerable people in their worst times. So I think that's where I'm looking at kind of work as a thought process.
Yeah, and I don't know if they'll have any specific title. Probably there will be different titles in different industries, but some role around really clarifying what you want this AI to do in this case. And then also roles, as you mentioned, where you are really, really managing fleets of many of these things and much more infrastructure around that as well. Anything that was kind of like a particular skill or a particular tool, and there was a role based on that particular skill or tool, like coding or maybe certain types of like design tools or software tools, software administration tools, those roles will probably evolve to be understood, at least in terms of like what they were actually doing. The coding wasn't like about coding necessarily, even if you liked it. It's about like solving some problems or something like this. And so those roles will change, and then some other roles will open up around these new areas, and probably a lot of them will also converge, like at least in my role, like PMs and engineers, increasingly unclear what the difference is and what the expectations even are. The main difference is mostly their background, like the conceptual framework that they have and that they're bringing to it. And even that is something that I think is increasingly like, oh, if I have slightly more time because of AI, I should probably pick up those other paradigms and those other like perspectives on the world.
So having led global product teams, I used to tell my dev team, don't worry guys, I will not write a single line of code. Well, the day has changed. And when stuff is slow, I'm like, well, I literally just put this together in 2 seconds, so tell me why. They don't like that. But, you know, now you're right. The lines are blurring because everyone has maybe not the best access. I'm not trying to scale whatever I build on ChatGPT or Claude or whatever. But now we have the ability to prototype, to show people what we want in different ways so it can be scaled appropriately.
It's all moving so quickly, but at the end of the day, these are tools, right? These are tools available to us as humans. They're not replacing us or meant to replace us. And of course, we have to figure out what we want to do and how to best use these tools. But there's still something unique about being human and the things that we can do and we can bring to a problem space or any task, anything that we want to do with our own endeavors. So we have the upper hand here and we will keep that and we need to keep it. But we have to figure out still in this fast-moving landscape how to best take advantage of these amazing capabilities that have come.
And just to extend this a little bit, a lot of these, I think one of the beautiful parts of it is that even as these roles converge to some extent and the lines blur, it becomes more and more about like the data in your head and like your individual perspective and your ideas and like what you want to change in the world. So there just are times when maybe your software engineers have way more data in their minds and experience built up on like how to scale a thing. But there are going to be times when you have the clearest sense of what it is and now you have the ability to translate that something into the world using code, and that's kind of it becomes the same, but you need more dependent on your particular leverage and advantages, I would say. It's kind of cool.
What's your advice to everyone who wants to stay relevant in this AI-shaped world?
Well, to harp on what we said before, think really hard. Try to think about more and more of the complexity. As the tools and everything make so many things simpler, try to expand your own thinking nonetheless. Use it a lot, as much as possible. It's like driving a car or something like that. So even if it's a machine, you can develop this like sixth sense for how it works and some proprioception as you like merge with it in some way. Yeah, and keep the optimism up and the hopes up, because I think tomorrow something could be possible that isn't possible today. That's just like that's just entirely true in a way that it's never been true before.
Sometimes healthcare doesn't feel like it can be iterative, but I think in this case, your curiosity can be iterative when it comes to AI. And like any LLM, the vastness of its knowledge and not just its specificity makes it better. And so I think that healthcare professionals in particular, yes, explore within healthcare, but use it for LinkedIn, use it for grocery shopping, use it for all the different things because it's actually going to make things better. I think the experiment I would encourage everyone to do is teach your mother how to use an AI tool. I did this last week. I taught her how to use Canva. I know, nothing crazy. Life-changing. The woman is changed. And now I know for the next tool, she might say, hey, can you show me how to use that? And I think that's really important.
It's all going to be okay. The only given is change, and there's more to come, and we just have to know that we're in a different realm now, but it will be fine.
Can you talk a little bit about keeping humans in the loop and avoiding over-reliance of AI?
Yeah, I guess when I'm using it, I'm when I teach my friends, which is a super fun experience.
It's super fun.
It's so fun. They're like, "Whoa, this is magic!" I'm like, "I'm a wizard now. I made a thing I never thought I could." It's joy. Yeah, I think just trying to trust it and not trust it at the same time. Like, I really want to trust it when I'm first trying to get it to do something, and then as soon as it gives me something back, I'm extremely skeptical of it. You know, it's like I really want to have both in some way. That way I can continue to like move my line on where that is. So yeah, as long as you're using it a lot, I think that's true. And I think that is, at least for me, that's inherently where I find out where humans should be in the loop. I'm not really making decisions a priori about that. I'm literally finding out where I need humans in the loop to advance the thing, or like continue whatever I'm trying to do. And sometimes those humans are me, and sometimes other humans. But I think that's a nice way to do it. As you mentioned before, like kind of be AI first with it, but then be incredibly, conscious and skeptical sometimes of what that can, where the limit should be.
So in healthcare, human in the loop is very important. We put humans in every loop. And I just like to point out that humans are not, perfect either. So Dr. Matt gets very tired. Dr. Matt gets hangry. And if I'm that loop person, might be having a bad day. And so I think today we're putting lots of humans in the loop in healthcare, but I would urge us to simplify over time. Where is it maybe not necessary? Where are we getting consistent answers that we like and we feel good about the quality so we can skip that? Where do we really need it? Instead of just keeping all those humans in that loop, because maybe it's not necessary today.
It could be over time we get more confident in what the AI is coming out with and trust. I'll just come back to a healthcare example, and again, the one around melanoma and skin cancer, because that's clearly a space where the AI capability, the deep learning models, were more accurate than the clinicians. And there's a lot of variability in the clinicians for the same reason that Sarah's mentioning, because of, okay, they're human. But yet, we knew that it was important to still have them in the loop. And you had to, but you couldn't just say, well, here's the answer, and okay, that's what the AI came up with. So we had to then try to make things explainable in a way, in terms and in language, and in features that a clinician would know. And so we would then retrofit on top of these outputs of the models things like, well, what did it see in A, B, C, and D? Because when you're looking at melanoma, there are certain things a clinician will look for: asymmetry, border irregularity, color, dermoscopic patterns, certain features of that thing. So now you're communicating in the language of the clinician. And so not only did the model think it's melanoma, but here's why in your language. And bridging this kind of gap we found was very important, and I expect it will continue to be very important for some time, until there's enough confidence in that AI system that it is sufficiently accurate and more accurate and so on. I think it will take time.
So I know this is true for healthcare, and I think it probably goes for other industries as well. Oftentimes we put in AI tools, we don't have a really great exception protocol. So if someone pushes back on it and they don't want to do that, they need to be able to explain why. And then we can actually help the model out too. But most of the time it's like, hey, you should do this, and you do it or you don't, and there's nothing to say, well, why? Why did I not trust it this time?
Yeah, I have this metaphor that I use for myself sometimes. It might generalize into something we could think about. Rather than thinking about putting people in the loop, it's more about, for me, like having the humans in the loop wrestle with the AI. And it's important to enable that, but then it's also important for like all of us to do that, because the more you do that, then the stronger you get, but also the stronger the AI gets. And, there are all these myths and everything about wrestling with Proteus and other forms of like ethereal or hard to grasp things that are ever changing, shapeshifters, things like this. I think that kind of is what we do. Like, that's the human part. And so, to your point as well, like, you don't want to put someone in the ring who's exhausted, right? Like, they can't wrestle very well in that situation. So we have to make sure we take care of people so that they're well equipped to do what humans do best.
And along those lines, when we are developing AI systems, we have certain people in the room, but are there other people or roles that we need to be incorporating into the future?
For me, it's everyone in some way should be involved in this process. I don't make high, important decisions about medicine, so I defer.
I'm happy to take that one. So oftentimes, as I said before, it becomes a tech decision, and I've done this before, especially when I was running product. Like, sometimes you don't have time to talk to your user. Sometimes there's a deadline and a launch. You got to do it. You got to shove that software out the door. But when we do proper product management, we bring in users, we bring in buyers, we understand their real pain points, we understand what they actually need, not what we think they need. Then we can actually do great things. The other thing is, especially when we're making solutions for patients, normal humans, this room is not normal humans, you're here. It's true. You gotta remember that we have a whole other level of knowledge. We're talking about AI right now. Some people don't. And so we make a lot of assumptions about their ability to have technical and digital literacy, if they understand X, Y, or Z. And we do this most of the time in English, and we have a ton of non-native speakers. So I'd say that the patient population, which is everybody, is different than those of us who are building in tech, practicing in tech, you name it. But we forget that sometimes.
Definitely, we need to have stakeholders of all kinds. It just can't be something that's an output of a technology company, and and then that's it. Issues of fairness, explainability, understanding even the context in which something is being developed, and maybe that tells you how it should be used, and it should not be used out of that context. And I know there are all kinds of things around this, like AI fact sheets and those kinds of things. All of that information is very important and very relevant. And it means there's not one size fits all, and it's not something that just should become, coming from a single technology company stakeholder, but take into account everything about its use and development.
So I'm going to add on to that for a hot second. So when we think about bringing people to the table, another piece is understanding where our own blind spots are and where ultimately we're going to have biases. And in healthcare, the data that is what healthcare is built on is predominantly from men. And that's okay, guys. But it means there's a lack of data on women, there's a lack of data on people of color, et cetera. So our models right now are fine-tuned on the data they have, and there's a gap there. And so when we think about that, there's gonna be issues. I'm old, so 1970 is 30 years ago. And so, you all know that. The Tuskegee trials, which were the syphilis trials on African-American men, were in 1972. In the 2010s, medical textbooks still had incorrect documentation about the physiological differences in races. And today, in 2026, Black women die in childbirth 3 to 4 times as much as women that are white. In 2026, and that's when you actually control for income, insurance, geography, English speaking, everything. And that's ridiculous. But we have to make sure that when we're building, we're looking at this stuff. Because if we build in those biases, we are now doing it very efficiently.
Yeah, as we were saying before, everything is just accelerated, right? It's like the same structure, it's the same trends in some sense. The slopes are just that much greater. So that means that we have to be that much better scientists or like that much better thinkers to course correct to some extent too. If it's moving that much faster, like you have to maybe subtler nudges, but it's important to do those, and you have to be like a really skilled.
There are the utopias and the dystopias, right? And somehow we need the guardrails, and we need to keep things going in the right direction.
And we are almost out of time, so I want to just wrap up with the final question. What is your piece of advice to all of us today?
Just have a lot of fun with it. As much as you can. I know as much as it can be serious, and it is, and it's life or death, and it's the future or of humanity. Do try to have some fun along the way, because that's really important for stoking your own curiosity and your own learning and your own adaptation. Embrace the challenge that comes with some of this, the wrestling. Do think hard and help each other get better, including us. Even if you're not at some of the tables that some people are at, and you don't feel like a stakeholder in those ways, like do find a way. Just find a way.
I'd say remain optimistic, because before any great change, it's a lot of messy spaghetti. And the other thing is that I wish we could all kind of embody my 15-year-old's relationship with AI. Every day he's like, how can I make everyone's head a cat? Hey, how can I do all my homework? Hey, what else can I do with this? Hey, can I make this entire application? Hey. And I don't think as adults we do that very often. And so, like you mentioned, have fun, but also use it for, cat heads is fine. I'm a big fan. But for all the things, maybe it will bring you a new recipe. Maybe it'll help you with your aging parents. Who knows until you try.
Thank you for coming. Thank you, Samita, for organizing such a good panel. We're all in this together, and it's really a very interesting moment in our history, and there's a way we can make a very amazing future for all of us, but we're going to need to pay attention, but remain optimistic, I would say.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and all of your insights. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
So we're going to switch panels. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, John, Sarah, Brian, and Samita. So we're going to have Eden Figueroa come up to talk about the intersection of quantum and AI. And then C.R. Ramakrishnan is going to be leading a panel directly following that. So we'll invite Eden first, and then the panel will come soon after. So looking forward to this. Thank you.
Hey, so hi, how's everybody doing? First of all, I guess I want to apologize because I guess yesterday it was full here, and then people heard that we were going to talk about quantum, and then so we have like quarter of the room, so that's okay, that's fine. So sorry for being the party pooper here, but I wanted to do this because I think it's something very exciting that is happening. I mean, maybe some of you have seen, there's been a lot of developments here in New York. New York is now really pushing to become the first quantum-connected state in the United States. There's a lot of effort to start adopting quantum technologies broadly. And as you also heard, we just funded, actually like less than a few weeks ago, our new Stony Brook Quantum Institute. So then, in the last few months, I've been going to a lot of conferences trying to find, what is the set of new problems that we can solve, right, with quantum. And what are the tools that people are using that are the state of the art that then will move the field of quantum forward, right? So I was in a conference in San Francisco last year, right? And there are all these big companies there, and I mentioned IBM, I mentioned Cisco, I mentioned NVIDIA, right? And one of the big conversations that they were having at the time was building quantum data centers. And all they say was, we're going to build a quantum data center. We're going to build a quantum data center. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. It sounds interesting. So then I asked this NVIDIA guy, and I said, what is a quantum data center? How does a quantum data center work? And he said, we're going to build quantum data centers. And I asked him again, but how? How do you do this? And he said, we're going to build quantum data centers. So anyways, the lesson there is that in this field, of course, there's a lot of hype. And so it's important to decompose a little bit the hype from the facts, right? And then say, well, I'm not going to go to the West Coast anymore, so I rather go to Europe because maybe people there have a little bit more sense. And then so I went to another conference just this past February. This is a conference that is called the Overgoogle Quantum Conference. And this is where all these European professors meet, and then they talk about things. And then a lot of great things have come out of that conference indeed. And there was a particular talk that I pay a lot of attention that was given by a professor. His name is Matthias Treuer. Matthias Treuer used to be a professor at the Zurich Institute of Technology, right? And let's see, perfect. So he basically said, okay, here is a problem, and I think I want to find people that can get a solution for this. And his question was the following, okay, so there's a lot of hype on building quantum computers and what quantum computers do for you, but right now we're a little bit stuck on what these systems can be scaled. How can you build larger and larger quantum computers that can actually perform at some point calculations that a supercomputer cannot do, right? And that's a little bit of a bottleneck. It's not necessarily clear how it works, right? And then what he proposed is, well, wait a second, why don't we just do this? Why, instead of just trying to build a large quantum computer, why don't we use the computers that we have that work really, really, really nice, and then we create a bunch of what is called quantum data, and then everything that has been discussed about AI, use training of classical data, right? Every single database that humankind ever built. So I mean, it's obviously classical, right? Because that's how we behave, that's how we get data, that's how we gather, that's how we measure. So then he has this question that I think is very profound. Can you train an AI model to talk quantum? Can you use quantum data to then make the AI do quantum? And I find this actually very, very important because at the end, I mean, AI systems are classical, right? It's classical computation. There is absolutely no quantum coherence in there. So this is a very interesting question. And basically what he said is like, well, if we use this high quality quantum data to train these AI models, maybe eventually the AI can actually tell us how we can build better quantum systems down the line, right? And then so this is really a very important topic right now, how quantum and AI come together, right? And maybe because I was in Austria, and of course it's a German-speaking country, as he was saying this, I was thinking about my favorite band that is called Rammstein. Maybe some guys, you heard about Rammstein, yeah? So Rammstein has a song that is called Frühling in Paris, right? And in that song, he talks about basically like, some love affair that some German guy has with a French woman. And the problem is that they don't speak the same language. They kind of know that they need each other, and that's the whole song about, but they just don't talk to each other. And then so here is a similar problem to that Frühling in Paris, where we have AI and we have quantum. And so the question is, how does AI talk to quantum, right? And so that's a big question, and this is what I want to do in this first set of slides. I want to maybe dig a little bit deep and say, what is actual quantum data, right? What does that mean when we talk about quantum data? And then how this quantum data can be used then to train some models, right? This is the first time that I'm presenting this, so controversial statements and whatnot, this is where we have the panel, so then we can debate it further and further down the line, okay? So this is the way we generate quantum data, right? So normally what we do is we have some physical systems. Here in particular, we have some entanglement source that is generating entanglement. We know that entanglement is a quanti-essential feature of quantum mechanics. So then what we need to do is how to characterize it, right? Like a few weeks ago, actually these months we're having a lot of visitors that come to my lab, and then we actually show them the experiments that they're doing there. And they actually have really great questions. One of them was, how do you know that this is, first of all, quantum, and second, that is entangled, like you're actually producing entanglement? And then this is a very important question because, as we know, when you measure quantum systems, they change. So then how do you characterize something that every time you measure it changes, right? So this is actually a very clever question. And then so the way we do about this, and that's the key question that you see on that side, we do projections, right? When you have a quantum state that is generated, then what we do is we make a measurement of it. This is what is called a projection, right? And then we change that projection to be a little bit different. And then so every time you're doing a projection, you're learning a little bit about that quantum state, how entangled it is under specific conditions. And then after you make all these projections, then you can make an estimate of the overall tomography, right? Think about it when you go to a hospital and somebody is giving you like a 3D tomography. You know, you are there in the scan, and then they kind of like turn you around. So then every time they hit you with the X-rays, you can get a different angle. But then once you put all the angles together, you actually get the 3D. This is similar, but then the projections help you to understand how the variables are entangled with each other, right? So now here, forget about the math. This is what is important here is the way we always construct this, and I'm trying to make connections here. This is a very important thing. Quantum data is actually what we call density matrices, right? Density matrices are, as they say, there are matrices, and every element of that matrix contains a result of a projection of this big quantum state that I want to characterize, which then I measure in some way, and then the next one, I measure it in some way, measuring in some way, right? So now why is this important? We're going from a very complex systems when we talk about entanglement and quantum coherence, but then we are simplifying it by actually doing all these measurements, so then now I actually get a matrix. Now, this is very important because that matrix has all the information of the quantum state, yet it is a classical element that now we can use the tools of normal computing to process it, and most importantly, maybe we can learn something from this density matrix by applying AI, right? So then the question becomes, can I apply these AI models to my density matrix to then make these AI models learn quantum, right? This is actually a big question, but literally this is exactly what is happening, right? And then one can think about this problem, right? The way we think about it, and the way perhaps some people think about AI, is these learning models that can differentiate patterns or images, right? So then they actually learn that a poodle is different from a German Shepherd and things like this. So then when you show the pictures, then they know. This is actually kind of similar, right? These density matrices are the pictures of these entangled states, and each entangled state will be very different. But then as I put them all together and I train the AI, the AI will be then clever enough to then differentiate all the different matrices that represent different types of entanglement. And that's exactly what I want to do here, right? All right. So here's a little bit how these systems work, right? Normally, when we talk about light and entanglement, the way we do these projections is basically passing them to some optical elements, and then you hit a detector, and then determine the number of counts, and then depending on the measurement that you're doing, the counts are going to change. So then you can measure this, just as we did in the tomography, for, let's say, different projections that we do, and then we want to then determine the big density matrix. All right, so this is how we do this, right? You make these different projections, right? For example, when you have entangled photons, you ask yourself the questions, if I project one photon to be horizontally polarized, how many times do I detect another photon that is horizontally polarized at the other end? Or I can ask myself the question, if I project in the photon to be horizontal, how many times do I actually, on the other side, I get it to be vertical? So I can ask all these different questions and then come out with these numbers. And then what I do is then, I compare this experimental density matrix, remember my quantum data, with all the different matrices that I already know that characterize entangled states. And then I ask myself the question, if I put all these things that I know, is my experimental density matrix kind of like an addition of all of them with a specific coefficients, right? So then I'm transforming the problem of characterizing entanglement into a problem of identifying the composition of no density matrices that then will represent the experimental data. And this is looking more and more like an algorithm that already knows certain things and then is able to identify, for example, if you have a mutt, like a dog that is a mutt, how many percentage do you have a German Shepherd? How many percentage do you have a poodle? How many percentage do you have, a husky, and so forth? This is exactly the same thing, right? So now you want to train your system to do that. So the last thing you want to do is just to add a little bit of physics of it. not all density matrices represent physical states. So then you have to add certain rules, right, that we learn in quantum mechanics. For example, the hermicity of these matrices, or the fact that the diagonals need to be unitary so and represent probability transformations. You add all these to the model, right? And then you get yourself a system, right? Now, what this is called is maximum likelihood estimation. So then you get a set of known matrices, right? And then you have your experimental matrices. And then what you want to find out is what collection, right, of these matrices that you know, when you put it all together with percentages, represent then your experimental data, right? And then, so just to give you an idea, this is actually a very tenuous process because you have to determine all these coefficients. It's kind of like a linear regression. So then it gets complicated the more measurements you have, right? So for example, when you have entangled particles, you have to make 16 different measurements, and then it will take you about 10 minutes to determine that density matrix. But then say, for example, if what you want to do is to determine the density matrix of a quantum computer that instead of having 2 photons has 50, then that density matrix is going to probably take you the end of the universe to be characterized, right? In the way we do it, just by basically comparing the different density matrices, right? And then so this is where AI actually can become very powerful to understand quantum if you can train the systems to solve these problems in a heartbeat. Yeah? All right. So then here's a couple of examples, and again, this is all extremely new, and we're just learning how to do this. So basically what we're doing in this case, we are trying to get some experimental data from our big experiments. So we are actually gathering literally quantum data, and then we want to run our algorithms that determine these density matrices, and then we want to train an AI algorithm that does exactly the same thing. And then we're going to compare them one-to-one and see which one performs better and which one is the one that then serves us about scaling, right? So I promised to keep you awake, so I'm going to show you some nice pictures here. So then it's all good. So this is actually, somebody was actually asking this question in this German conference, and he said like, well, you know, our problem right now is like there's too many theory guys in quantum. We need more experimentalists because now the problem is about generating quantum data. Right? And then they all philosophize about like, oh, you know, this takes us back to the day when like, experimental physics ruled the world. Not anymore, unfortunately, but maybe we're going back to that, which is great. So anyway, so here on Long Island, we actually have one of the largest quantum machines that have ever been built, right? My students are amazing, and they actually built this machine here, which is a quantum network that actually generates entanglement in these generation nodes in Brookhaven, over there in the data center in Westbury. These are machines that are actually generating entangled states, and then we transport them in fiber, and then we have measuring systems that are in Brooklyn and Stony Brook in the data center in Comac. So this machine is generating constantly density matrices that represent the entangled state that is being transported there, right? So we generate a density matrix every half an hour, and in order to determine that density matrix, we need something like 100 terabytes of data that is calculated here, right? Now, why is that the case? Because these entangled photons only exist within 1 nanosecond, right? So then as these photons are transported in the networks, we need to start constantly looking at these hits to find these photons, and then so we measure this every 100 picoseconds. So imagine if you integrate across 1 day of measurements and you're getting data every 100 picoseconds, you're gonna get a lot of data. And then you have to really analyze this, so then you can see in which cases the photons arrive to the end, and then you can characterize entanglement via this density matrix that we were saying before, right? So this is a really big challenge because quantum data is very large, so you can actually get from there really the characterization of entanglement that you really want, right? This is a little bit, imagine this, right? This is what I was saying. The raw data that we're always gathering from our computers, from our detection systems, right? It's really a lot of information that is flowing because of the time precision that we have. And then what we have to do is we need to process all these 100 terabytes of data that are accumulated across many, many hours of these experiments to find these coincidence measurements. And doing that takes about 8 hours or so. Right? For every half an hour of measurement that you take to characterize the entangled state, it actually takes you 8 hours of data processing until you actually get to that density matrix that we were talking about, right? So clearly, But this is not necessarily great in terms of scaling, because if you're going to build networks where you have these entanglement systems, right, you need to build a means to realize this characterization in quasi-real time, right? Otherwise, there is no chance to scaling this. And then this is then the fundamental problem where AI can actually be very important to solve this, because if you train algorithms to do what we normally do here, right, by actually having some learning mechanism, then this will then speed up. All right, so then one of the things that we want to do here, right, is use this data, this collection of data that we have, right, and then be able to train a model in here to see if then the density matrix is reproduced at a faster rate, right? So let's say, from what we're seeing in these experiments, right, normally it will take you about, let's say, several minutes from the data, once it has been already parsed, to determine the density matrix. In the recent experiments that we're doing, and this is very new, we've been doing this for just a couple of months, this processing of the data, now it only takes seconds, and in sometimes hundreds of milliseconds, just by training an AI agent to do the data analysis, right? So you have already acceleration of the order of 3 orders of magnitude just in the data processing that allows you to go from the experimental data to the density matrix that then characterizes states, right? And this is very important because every time you build one of these systems, you will have this speed up, which then means that this is actually the only way you have to scale quantum systems if the analysis of the data to then determine the quality of entanglement that you have, it is obtained via machine learning systems, right? So anyway, this is a very important thing, and then we can talk more about it during the panel, right? The other thing that is also important, and these are just a couple of last slides here. What I said before is just basically the tomography, right? How do you obtain the quantum data? So then we're using the AI to really speed up the way we have to characterize a quantum system, right? But now comes an even perhaps deeper question, which is, okay, if now I can have this way of characterizing experimentally these entangled systems, so now the question is, can I estimate the dynamics of quantum systems also using machine learning, right? This is an even larger problem, right? Because now instead of just characterizing the density matrix for certain measurements, now you want to look into the evolution of it and then see how it evolves in time, and maybe at some point actually make inferences of how these quantum systems are going to behave, right? This is something that can only be allowed if you actually have a machine learning system that is learning quantum physics, right? Imagine like that French woman that learned German in a weekend, but this is the same thing, right? That is the classical machine learning system that is learning quantum dynamics, right? And then is actually able to then infer quantum results, right? This is very, very deep and very interesting. That equation there that is called there the master equation, that's the most fundamental equation that we have in quantum mechanics, right? Because it relates the dynamics of the system provided by that big H there, the Hamiltonian, and that rho is the density matrix, right? So it's actually, that equation is telling us how this density matrix evolved versus time, right? So now we know how to gather them experimentally very quick. Now we want to see if we can then explore them in their dynamics, right? For this is actually, for us, is very important because as we transport entanglement in these networks, the next big thing that you want to do is actually do something with it, which means that then these photons are going to go into systems that are at the end of these nodes, where then you can store them, and then once you store them, then you process them. So then understanding the dynamics of changing from a light-based entanglement into a matter entanglement through these quantum memories is very important, because if we don't understand how that works, then the system is not going to be able to be scaled, right? And then so my student, Dunandu, is doing some very interesting work that uses these transformers, right? Transformers is at the core of what has been mentioned already in several of these discussions, these language models. So then now people are looking into using these transformer models to evaluate quantum dynamics, right? So basically, you vectorize systems, and then you look at how these vectors that represent the physical parameters of the systems evolve versus time in a power grid, in a multidimensional grid, right? And then what you do is then you learn these transformers, learn the dynamics of what is coming later, to see if by using these AI transformers, you can actually solve a differential equation that will take you a lot of time to do. Right? So that differential equation, that master equation, to give you an idea, to simulate a quantum memory like this, when an entangled photon comes into the memory and then comes out, it takes us about 3 days to simulate the whole thing. Right? 3 days, just with a big computer, one of the clusters that we have here in Stony Brook. And then so my student actually looked into this and then tried to see if by using one of these transformer models, we can use this to estimate what will be the dynamics of the system without solving the differential equation, right? And this is what is here. I mean, I don't know if you can see it, but here, right, we are just solving the dynamics of this system. You actually see the photons coming into the system, being stored, and then being retrieved. And the comparison between them, I don't know if you can see here in the slide, but there is a solid line, and there is a dotted line. So the solid line is the differential equation that takes you about 2 days to be solved. The dotted line is this transformer model, right? It's called the Q-former model now because of quantum, Q-former model, that gives you more or less the same result within a few seconds. Once you have used a lot of the experimental data to train it, so then it can solve the quantum dynamics, right? So then what I'm showing here is actually very important because it means that now you have acceleration of also 3 or 4 orders of magnitude in the processing time that it takes to then solve complicated quantum dynamics, right? So then now we have here, and this is how I'm going to leave it, right? We have 2 very important things that in which AI meets quantum, which is AI is going to help me to characterize my quantum systems in real time. So then that will help me then to scale everything and build larger and larger systems, right? And the second one is, now that I want to predict how the system is going to behave in these complicated dynamics, AI is going to then help me to do these simulations. And then in this way, I can actually have like what is called a quantum digital twin that is going to maybe at some point help me infer what this large quantum system is going to be doing a few milliseconds before, so then I can inform myself what are the next steps in these measurements in the quantum systems, right? So anyways, as I said before, this is all very new. It is being right now discussed in many of these conferences. So I think this is a very, very important, let's say, interdisciplinary area where a lot of the stuff that we are now developing in AI now meets the quantum world. Right? Now we know exactly how quantum can talk to AI, and then we can actually teach AI to talk quantum. I find this extremely fascinating. So then, you know, there is a lot of stuff that is going to happen, and probably in the next few years you will hear more from me about this. So anyways, that was the introduction. Sorry, I hope it wasn't too technical, but thank you for bearing with me here, and now we will be very happy to go to the panel and then talk more about these things. Thank you so much.
Perfect. And, CR, Krishna, Ben, Chuck, if you can all come up. So I'll let CR take it away.
Thank you, Lal. And thank you, Aidan, for that really interesting, in-depth talk that sets the tone for this panel. Let me very quickly introduce the panel here. I am CR Ramakrishnan. I'm in the computer science department at Stony Brook. I have been working in logic programming and old-style AI for a long time. And about 6 or 7 years ago, some of Aidan's colleagues came to our office and converted me over to quantum. So that is why I became this quantum plus AI moderator. Okay. To my right is Chuck. Chuck Hongrak Choi is in the Electrical and Computer Engineering Department. And he recently came and joined us in Stony Brook from Dirk Engeland's group in MIT, where he was a PhD student and then a postdoc. And he works in quantum sensing, quantum error correction, quantum networking. And then next to my left is Ben. Ben Verschuren is from NISTAR. He has been in GE research for a very long time. He has been leading kind of technology transfer, technology development, technology and research development efforts in GE and managing them. He has also worked in NBC Universal in between. I only then later realized that NBC Universal was actually a part of GE. And he comes and gives us a different perspective. Being the rest of the panel being from academia, he will give us a different perspective of how to transition these technologies out into something more useful. Then, of course, you met Aidan Figueroa. He is the director of the newly formed Quantum Institute on campus. He works on quantum networking, quantum memories. You already heard from him, so I don't need to introduce him any further than that. And then is Krishna Rajan. Krishna is the past chair of material science, materials design and innovation department in Buffalo. He is a pioneer in the use of ML for materials design. I met Krishna first, again, thanks to Aidan, about 7 or 8 years ago when we were trying to put together a QLCI proposal. And I was kind of struck by his strange evangelizing, saying that we should be using ML systems and learn how to discover properties of materials and characterize them. And so he will be a wonderful addition to this panel. Welcome, all of you. And so I will start off this panel with a quick question on a little bit of background from each one of the panelists, so that the audience and all of us can understand the context from which we should kind of put your perspectives together. So, Chuck.
Thanks, Cher, for the nice introduction. I'm working on quantum devices, especially my research interest is making a large-scale devices that has many, many qubits on the chip. So in my research, AI is like kind of like, user day life. Like, I'm characterizing large number of quantum systems, like what Eden showed for the tomography. I'm more, characterizing hardware level, but I'm using a large number of images or characterization data. And like, my PhD life is like spending night in the lab, characterizing that one by one, right? Like drawing the plot, doing the linear regression, for example, and like finding the hero device for one. But like while we are moving forward to technology, we really need a automated system for characterizing large number of things. And I know like AI is like loosely defined for more like the room for everybody to coming in. This is really artificial intelligence, right? Like we have an artificial object like that is doing the PhD job to actually make the large-scale devices. So that's what I'm working on and like why I'm interested in the interface between quantum and AI.
Okay, thank you, Jack. Ben?
Thanks. So Ben Basharan, I'm currently Executive Director of NISTAR, which is part of Empire State Development, which is the state's economic development agency, and we're specifically a division of science, technology, and innovation. So fund centers throughout the state, including 4 here at Stony Brook, Centers of Excellence, Centers of Advanced Technology, also an MEP center here at Stony Brook. But I do come from about 2.5 years with the state. Before that, fully come from industry. So worked at General Electric for 23 years, mainly at the research center. Most relevant in the last few years, so my background's actually in computer science and AI, so like I come from that. I do like to remind people that we've been industrializing AI for decades. It just isn't large language models. So AI, while buzzy now, not new for sure, but also does give me a bias a little bit on the AI side of, I come from, similar to our healthcare speaker earlier, highly regulated environments. So a lot of this I come from what would you put in the cockpit of an airplane? And it's not going to be something that's non-deterministic. It's not going to be something you don't have utter trust in, and it's not going to be something that's a black box. So, I have to kind of break that mental model as I interact with and play with these LLMs because they break all of those things, but simultaneously are amazing in terms of that stuff. But in my last role at GE, I ran what was called the Forge Lab inside GE Research, which is really an incubator inside a central research facility. But as part of that, we were funding missions where we had researchers working on, kind of our buzzword technologies, but actually building, hands-on industrial prototypes for how they apply. And so we actually ran some quantum missions. Where at the time we actually funded researchers to go think about what's an industrial algorithm that you could actually formulate to run on a current day quantum computer. At the time, IBM machines were still in the handfuls of qubits. We were using a D-Wave machine at the time. But that whole, to come back a little bit to Eden's talk, that whole formulation and rethinking about our algorithms, our data, how do we interact with these systems, an entirely new compute paradigm is really fundamental to how we're going to be able to advance in some of these things. So I think as we get into this discussion, really those fundamentals of how are we kind of bridging between classical and quantum systems, how do we think about formulation of algorithms and problems, and what's the future of this looks like is really what we're going to dive into a bit.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you very much. As CR said, I'm a materials scientist. I just want to point that out. I'm actually an experimentalist by training. The world, my DNA is really looking at atomic structure and bioatomic imaging. And I got into what is now this data issue because I was trying to extract information from microscopes before they became so powerful as they are now, and to extract information you can't see. And so my bottom line about informatics and AI is I'm trying to get information that we don't have information on, which just sounds like a paradox, but it relates a lot to what Eden is going to be talking about. But just as a bit of background in terms of today's context, as a material scientist, everything I do at one level does depend on quantum behavior, but the word quantum, the way that Eden has used it, doesn't necessarily easily translate into how do you design that in terms of quantum phenomena and quantum material science. The second thing I just want to point out, because we talk a lot about biology, and I do work in that space as well, material science is not AlphaFold. And we should recognize that the Nobel Prize that people talk about was an amazing convergence of two prizes, physics and chemistry. And the chemistry part was the part that we are very excited about. The physics part, in fact, people were debating, was that really physics, what the Nobel Prize was for? But that was dealing with the tools which the protein data bank work actually solves. So the AlphaFold scenario is when you have the information available that fitted these tools that the AI can do. That's an amazing convergence. When it does, wonderful things can happen. And I'm not going to say that's a very inspirational issue, and it affects certain fields. In material science, we are not looking at the natural observable sciences. We don't have a natural laboratory. We're not all looking at the same climate. We're not all looking at the same stars. We're not looking at the same planet. So every laboratory produces different kinds of information. The information is multi-scale. And the information can come from information from imaging, spectroscopy, modeling, and everything else. So the challenge is we need to figure out how to take that very diverse multidimensional information and harness it to solve a problem. So that's the perspective that I'm trying to bring to the table.
Okay. If I can add one more thing before I go back. I mean, the part I left out is the economic development angle too, which, under Governor Hochul over the last few years, you've heard about throughout the day a number of very large-scale investments New York State is making in both of these areas. So Empire AI being a foundational AI investment, along with a number of AI institutes across the SUNY system and those pieces, but also most recently, and once our budget passes, these quantum hubs are going to be establishing over the next year. So the one named hub is here at Stony Brook, so $300 million investment into establishing the Quantum Institute and Quantum Hub here. But then also we have another $60 million that's to designate up to 4 more quantum hubs across the state. And so this really is kind of our chapter 1 of investment into our quantum ecosystem and building that out and putting those dots on the map. And one thing about those other hubs is specifically those are deemed quantum commercialization hubs. And so while they will always tie back to research and need to be nearby institutions that are doing fundamental research, because that's the state where a lot of quantum is, it's also doing things like providing access to startups and companies and others where a lot of these things are actually, it's a very high cost to access. It's very difficult to get into some of this infrastructure. So it's building out a lot of infrastructure to help those companies be successful in New York State and advance those technologies.
Okay, thank you so much, Ben. So we skipped over Aidan in this introduction because he gave a talk, and so you have the background from which he comes from, so at least that part. And Aidan, you can feel free to expand on your background as we come up on this. So I'm going to divide this quantum world into 2 parts. That quantum is all pervasive. and you have quantum chemistry, quantum materials, but I'm going to tease apart one part of quantum that is part of our quantum hub. It's quantum computing, quantum information science and technology, right? So I just want to take that piece and see how does AI help us advance QIST, and what our perspectives are. And then we'll go into the larger quantum science. Chuck, can you start off on how do you think AI helps QIST and quantum sensing, quantum networks, other things that you do?
Right, I can definitely add some components on it. Like these quantum systems, ideally, works great, but in reality, like they have a lot of noise. There is a lot of uncertainties and device imperfection. For example, I'm working on the defects in solid, meaning that these are atomic scale defects, and we are manipulating these defects with lasers or electronics. What we found is that like there is everything on everywhere, right? Like the surface of the material is interfering these qubits, or they are giving a time-dependent behavior. Those are very hard to control. So and like this is essentially a control problem that is very well known in classical systems. The only hard part is that these quantum systems are very hard to characterize, as we can see from the Eden's presentation. So what in these like typical settings, the conventional wisdom is using, for example, reinforcement learning, that we are asking our network to develop a policy to control this noisy, erroneous system that's very fastly evolving in time in an optimal way. So again, I'm really like working on the devices, and like I'm probably like almost every stack of my control layer in the hardware, I'm using some type of like AI, like the modeling or machine learning for controlling these devices. So I'd say, some people might be more conservative on using it. Some people might be more aggressive on using it. But I see in near future, like this is going to be dominating. Yeah. So I think like that's a very important kind of aspect when we are actually going into a quantum experiment, especially the quantum information science and technology.
So if I can ask you, Krishna, to add on to that, because you are kind of closest to Chuck in terms of he's talking about devices, you're going to talk about materials. How do you see AI particularly affecting your search for quantum materials? And what kind of AI? Will you be talking about LLMs or transformers or standard machine learning techniques, if you could expose?
I think this is a nice pairing. I didn't plan on this, but it helps the issue. When we talk about discovering a material, and this was talked about in the earlier conversation about health, speed at which you're collecting information. And, but that speed of gathering information comes at a cost. And the cost, it's not just uncertainty, you make mistakes. In fact, in material science right now, you would have seen Microsoft, you would have seen Google with the genome, where they all say, we have now discovered beyond nature 100 millions of compounds. Then you sit down and actually look at that data, and it turns out, and they even claim that they got robotic laboratories that have synthesized and characterized. And now we have papers coming out and they're saying errors are made in the measurements, this and so on. And the issue now, we have a big challenge in materials discovery between duplication versus discovery. How much of this is really new and how much of it is really there? That's one issue. The second issue is when we talk about a material, and if you could indulge me for a minute, because this is my lecture I give every one of my students for 100 years, is that the nature of a material is not defined by just one thing. One aspect, which is the one which is the elephant in the room, is electronic structure calculations. There's a lot of reasons for that. One is we have the tools for doing high-speed calculations. We have the tools to bring in first principles, not as foundational as the first principles that we're talking about here, but if we can even bring that in, then we're doing really, really well. And that can give you what? It'll give you that if life is perfect and everything is at 0 degrees Kelvin, I can tell you how atoms are arranged. And I can then tell you what phases are stable. It does not tell you how to go there and make a device. And if you actually, and so the way we approach the problem is, at every length scale, you have a set of attributes of information, and for you have theories and you have experiments to calculate those things. But once you start adding more and more length scales, you increase the dimensionality of the problem. So if you can imagine, I plot A against B, B against C, and I just create tons and tons of scatter plots. Then what happens is you can't begin to condense that information and make any reasonable predictions. So dimensionality reduction is one of the keys. In fact, what the math you were talking about, which is perfect for this, is you're getting larger and larger matrices, and every element in that matrix is getting very, very larger. So we get to a point where if I actually want to predict a material to make a device, I have to have the capabilities to deal with interfaces, to deal with the changes of the material as you make them. And so now you can go from a dimensional problem well expanding into the orders and orders of magnitude. And that's where quantum computing can play a huge role and so the dimensionality of the problem has to be condensed in a way that you don't lose information, and be able to do all the wonderful things machine learning can do from predictions and so on. So in a nutshell, that's where I would say is the challenge, and it's an opportunity, and it really allows us to link a lot of things very, very quickly.
Eden, would you like to add a few things to this? Because this is kind of going from materials, devices, to computing and basic physics, if you can.
Yeah, I mean, we cannot hear the quantum information science and technology perspective, right? And also because we have been here today. The question that a lot of people ask is always, okay, here is this great technology, I don't necessarily understand it, please tell me what is the killer application, right? And then so finding killer applications of quantum is always complicated because, just as it's been mentioned, right, quantum is complicated. Right? I mean, there's the story of my life, but anyways, quantum is complicated, right? Because the information that you need to describe the systems is very large, right? And then so we are used to have applications that are real time, right? I can go and check my email, I can go and phone a friend in real time, right? So we don't have time, we don't have 8 hours to wait for a quantum computer to tell me what is the result. So then the big hurdle that we have to make killer applications of quantum systems is this time that it takes to process them, to understand them, to characterize them, and then use their quantumness to solve a problem, right? So then what the discussion of this panel today I think is very important is what kind of contemporaneous tools you have to use to accelerate all these processes that then lead to use the quantumness of a system for an application, right? And then so today I was trying to give you a hint that there is a possibility that this junction between AI and quantum might be the actual holy grail that allows you then to manipulate and understand quantum systems in quasi-real time, and that is what is going to open Pandora's box for all these real-time quantum applications that we will see in the next decades. I think that's a really important point.
And if I can add, well, first of all, one thing I just want to say, every time I talk to Eden and I learn the term to finally describe it today, my brain feels like a density matrix afterwards. So thank you for introducing that to my vocabulary. But to just build on what he said, I mean, if we kind of imagine a second where we think this is all headed, and I'll give you my theory, is that just like we have GPUs accelerating AI today, GPUs don't exist without CPUs. And what's going to ultimately happen is as these quantum systems come together, first of all, I don't think there's going to be one killer end-all QPU. There's going to be trapped ion, there's going to be superconducting qubits, all these different flavors, each of which optimized for different types of problems they're going to solve. And so where that leads us to is probably more and more hybridized data centers. So now I've got GPUs, CPUs, varying forms of QPUs, ultimately neuromorphic, which we'll talk about. There's all these different forms of compute. So the intractable problem that introduces, forget getting all that to work, is if I'm an algorithm developer or a software developer, I have a piece of software I want to run, how in the world do I actually figure out the optimal way to run that optimized across all these different platforms? And so that's where I think as we can develop these translational, how do I go from not even just classical to quantum, but what runs on a CPU to GPU to different flavors of QPU, and how do I break down a problem into those things, then we start getting into, I think, incredibly exciting opportunities that, yes, maybe it's that I need to wait a little longer for the quantum part, but I'm only running the quantum part that I need to run, and all the other formulations happening on all the other platforms that are out there. So I mean, the complexity is only going to go up as we have more and more of these things come online and scale. And so I think as we think about that ultimate future, that's where, if we can build AI that understands how to do that translation and how to break down the fundamental work we want to do across those different platforms, that actually enables us to have the most optimal systems that we can.
Thank you, but this is actually a very nice segue for my next question. Is the flip side of it, that instead of AI being the helper or subroutine for quantum system understanding, how does quantum systems and quantum information systems, how do they help the development of AI? How, beyond just producing compute power, where do you see quantum systems being useful for the future of AI? And maybe I'll start with you, Ben, and then we can go around the panel.
Yeah. I wish I knew the answer. I mean, I think the interesting thing today is, I think with all, just like kind of Eden was talking about, we're building these systems, and every quantum, every qubit developer right now is trying to understand what is that killer app, right? Everybody has the same question. What they want is more people to use it, more people to play with it. How do we get it in the hands of the researchers so they can start using it and help teach us on what are the optimal algorithms? So, I mean, that'll be step one, is figure out what's actually their best use for. Then I think as we understand those and what are they good for, how does that then, take some of the work we're using? GPUs have been a great platform. Are there pieces of that work that actually could be more efficient on a quantum, on a qubit or a quantum processor or a quantum computer? How do we break that off? Is it more energy efficient? There's a lot of things there, I think, that are interesting angles to look at for them. But the short answer is I don't know.
So, Eden, you are among us the one who is kind of closely connected to the computing side of quantum. So tell us a little more about how do you envision quantum computing and all the computing technology being helpful for AI?
Yeah, no, this is a great question, and I'm going to go back to my analogy of the Frühling in Paris, right? I guess we know to some extent how we can teach quantum to AI in principle, right? But now you're asking the different question of designing algorithms that are quantum in nature, that then an AI runs in a faster way, right? And I think that's complicated because that will require a lot of experimental complexity, right? So in order to get there, we will have to get computers that already can run, for example, source and search algorithms, right? And then we need to devise certain quantum machine learning algorithms that can run faster, for example, than a normal classical AI, right? And then so that is to some extent what has limited this concept of quantum machine learning to be further developed, because you need these really big machines to run it. And so it's a little bit of like a catch-22, like, okay, I kind of need the AI to build my big quantum computer, but then I need my big quantum computer then to run the machine learning algorithm. So I think this is why, for now, what everybody is agreeing, all right, let's teach AI as we know it, running in the biggest HPC processors, quantum, so when it learns, and maybe it will actually learn by itself, and then it might actually tell us an algorithm that is quantum, because you already learned quantum, that we cannot devise at the moment. So I think that's a little bit where we are with this. I think quantum machine learning is still fairly theoretical, and it will require a lot of instrumentation development and scaling of quantum computers before we can get into that part, right? Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good. So Chuck, I'm going to take off on the same question. So quantum machine learning, there's been a lot of work on quantum machine learning on parameterized quantum circuits, learning these parameters using traditional AI techniques. But on the flip side of things, there's also quantum systems, physical systems inherently very quickly go down to the ground state when left alone, where solving the corresponding equations on a conventional computer takes a long time. So there's always a possibility of maybe modeling some of the complex systems as controllable quantum systems and let them go to the ground state and see how the read-off can solve optimization problems by using the power of the physical systems to solve their optimization problems. Where do you think this will lead us?
So I think that's a very interesting question, and I think it's actually pointing out, it's actually like pointing us to the answer of a previous question too, right? These quantum computers are fragile and essentially kind of analog computing, right? So we like human history starts with the analog computing, right? We made a simple, physical system to actually model like what we are having in problem, and we are trying to solve it by running this physical system throughout the equation of motion that's governing this physical system. The great thing about the quantum system is that, like, one, yes, like they have a high dimensional space that like we can explore. The second thing is actually that they are having analog property. Like our wave function, all these density metrics, are essentially a real number without any discretization, right? This has been, like the stop after we found a digital computer, because analog computer errors are propagating, and at some point it's like, enormous that like we are not getting the desired computational result. But quantum information community is developed like this awesome technique called a quantum error correction that can essentially run the analog computing in an error-free way. I mean, like we have a cost following from this error correction, but we could essentially run the analog computing, which could be a ground state simulation of some quantum chemical problems or material design for high temperature superconductivity or better material growth in epitaxial situation. And like there are numerous applications, including the drug discovery, right? So I think like this kind of like the analog property and exploring the ground state in a very resilient way is a key component that can actually supplement the large AI system, that they could essentially give a physical kind of simulation of a system that AI could discover a optimal, like the material or or method, right? That's, I think, like one aspect. So, like as a quantum peripheral for the AI machine. The other interesting aspects, I think, like, we might want to talk about is a quantum sensing. We have a quantum sensing technology which could offer 1,000,000 times, if it's not billion times, more sensitive measurement on something, right? So these sensors could actually sense some either scalar value or vector value or even high dimensional value with a quantum system. But historically, this system has been limited to measure some value, like the temperature or magnetic field or like electric field that are very well defined. I mean, which is interesting. But I think like these quantum sensor devices can be a edge device of a large AI system for example, like anomaly monitoring or defensive applications and other numerous applications. So like I think like like here what we need to look at, like what quantum system can actually offer the advantage to the classical system, and the classical system we are fully utilizing AI for using those sensitive data would be very interesting next step.
Krishna, do you want to follow up on this?
Yeah, since we're in a mode where we can think about the future, one of the things that we were talking about, I mentioned that when we talk about materials, we always think in terms of what materials we use. In this meeting, I'd like to maybe throw this around the reverse. How can materials provide information for the computer? And one of the holy grails in material science is that right now the sensing part and the computing part are different. Your car is driving, there's a sensor, it sees an object, but then it gets sent and it comes back down. If you can embed that sensing capacity inside the material and the computing capacity inside the material, that completely revolutionizes where we need to go. As a material scientist, actually that part excites me more than just saying, oh, find me an application for a computer, an airplane. I mean, all that stuff we do, I mean, it keeps, but that would be interesting. The reason I think it's very relevant for this conversation, one thing, if we talk about data, and I look at our own field of material science, the word reference data is kind of lost. In fact, it's viewed as dull, boring stuff and standards and so on. But, and then the part that's even ignored even more is constants. We talk about fundamental constants. Fundamental constants don't really have a theory. And if it's a really foundational issue. In fact, a lot of the issues on fundamental constants comes from cosmic physics and so on. What's happening now, and it's only come out in the last few years, where people are now recognizing that there's fundamental changes that are occurring in terms of the way a material orders disorders, and and this becomes very abstract at one level, but it's very realistic, is you're changing the entropy of the material. And actually, we've talked about this, is you can quantify that in terms of statistical mechanics and information theory, and we've used those information theory metrics to actually design materials. The reason that's relevant here is that we can now actually talk about generating materials and controlling the way to get information at the level that Eden is talking about. And that would then fit into this. So I would put then, and in fact, you can then create devices, and this is the next real device that we want to make, is devices where the computing capacity is based on quantum phenomena inside the material and harnessing that. And I think these are not totally new. People have proposed these things, and the idea of recognizing what aspects of fundamental issues are needed to alter this capacity is now there. So I think there is a bridge where I'm viewed as an end user. You make computers, I take those computers and I do my stuff. But to be very honest, that's not a paradigm shift. I mean, I'm going to be very honest. I mean, as someone said in some of the earlier talks, a lot of these ideas have been there for a long time. We can do it better, we can do it faster, but there's really no fundamentally new idea in what we're doing. And I would argue that this is where it really goes. And the idea of making the material the computer, this is different from neuromorphic. I'm pushing it even further. Make the material the computer, but to do that, you have to understand phenomena that the material scientists can get a handle on. We still need to work with atoms. I can't see a boson. I mean, I still need to work with an atom and crystal structure and all these good stuff, but the barrier has been we can't translate that to the things that you guys are doing. And this is where, coming for today's meeting, I was thinking of some of the things we've been doing. This is where it really needs to go. And I think if you want to talk about next generation, that's where I think is an amazing opportunity to do things that nobody else has done. So it's not just, bring me a better computer, do my GPUs, but can I make the computer with new materials and harness information from that materials that actually addresses that? So I would put that on the table.
So Ben, what is your perspective on designing these kind of systems from a technology manager perspective, or a person who has been leading mission-driven research? How do you see a system where the material embeds sensing and computing and everything else? How do you see a development of such a system?
Yeah, I mean, so one thing I'll start with, just to take a little bit of a detour from your question, is one of the things this all makes me think about from the economic development standpoint is, as we talk about AI in isolation, there's constantly a conversation around, is it a reduction of jobs? Is it taking jobs? Is it, and public sentiment around AI has gotten a little. Quantum, to me, is the opposite of everything we're talking about here and everything and the promise of what we're going to build with quantum and that kind of stuff. We need an entire new generation of workforce for this new scientific frontier. So quantum and all the ways it intersects with these things, there was an earlier panelist that said, hey, I actually am not sure what I would tell my kids to major in college. Quantum physics, quantum information science, I think those are pretty solid jobs for the future, and I think they're ones that go in. And I think we're actually, from again, an economic development standpoint, there's real excitement around this is an investment that's actually going to produce a lot of those things. And AI, I'm not saying it's destroying all our jobs, but it's, the sentiment's different around it, and we're still figuring out how that plays out. Back to your question on kind of how we architect these systems. I mean, again, I think there's two fundamental things, and one, I love where you went of we kind of just need to start thinking differently around this. It's one of the things we saw in GE as before even AI, as more and more digitization went out, new tools, that kind of stuff. GE got stuck in its own design processes of, it's all about rigor, it's all about, you take these things that go long, and they had these design envelopes that were set 20 years ago that now with, we have much more precision and specificity that you could push that design and new boundaries. And it took really, generations of chief engineers to start kind of pushing those boundaries and doing those kinds of things. So I think one is just injecting that thinking into the whole process of how do we really kind of not necessarily go all the way back to first principles, but to some degree, yes, of like, how do we really rethink these things and the art of what's possible in terms of some of these and ask the right questions. Then the second is, these are all incredibly complex systems of systems, cross-disciplinary. How do you make sure you have the right team and thought at the table on how do I actually think, the other analogy I give is like additive manufacturing. So like additives never quite, achieved the promise that it did, but one of the fundamental things that's gotten people rethinking about is like, I no longer have the material properties of a metal that I understand and have material sheets for and do that kind of stuff. And like GE had to go through the process of convincing the FAA that a continuously welded piece of metal had sufficient material properties. And that's really going all the way back to what's the stuff we've thought about for the last decades and decades and decades, and saying, hey, we actually kind of need to throw that out the window and rethink about how we're going to characterize these materials, how do we deem they're safe, and that kind of stuff. So, as we think about what's possible in these systems and do that, we have to challenge ourselves to take that step back and think about, okay, what are some of our preconceived assumptions, notions, and constraints that we actually need to put into check a little bit and think about this stuff.
So you bring up workforce development. So this was not something that I was planning to initially poke into, but now that you opened that front, I was thinking that quantum and AI actually have a very common ancestor that we need to develop to bring in, to build workforce. It is basically linear algebra and linear algebra, right? So workforce development in this kind of area should really be somewhat relatively simple than developing workforce in any other interdisciplinary area. This is something that should be something within our wheelhouse to do. What is your thought?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is, so I agree, but it's reaching all the way back into K through 12 and again, getting everybody, we heard, I think it was, I forget it was last time we were at Stony Brook, whatever, but we're at this risk factor now that you have students that, I saw my own daughter, she was a freshman in high school, COVID, was her COVID year, and she's still catching up. And, our K through 12, or especially high schools and stuff, I have a friend that was an English teacher, and he's like, yeah, there were years we weren't allowed to fail kids, or we weren't allowed to give them less than a C, even past COVID. And so, I think there's some that we have to go back and think about just our entire educational system, but how we're re-emphasizing some of these fundamental learning, how it's still important, how are we teaching and making sure that carries through is something I think we really need to take a look at and go through. And one of the things that's exciting about all this stuff is, I joke all the time, we were downstairs last time we were here and got to push the button to entangle photons. There's like giddy excitement from all the people in the room of like understanding what was happening and that kind of stuff. And that pure kind of scientific joy and exploration discovery is just something we need to reinfuse into that process of understanding these things are good. And I think that's where the risk of AI is that, if we're not doing that in a way that people are hands-on and seeing it and touching and feeling the things, and rather just asking the AI to kind of tell you these things, it becomes a little risky.
Okay, great. Aidan, as the Quantum Institute Director, what is your perspective on workforce building in this, and how does it interact with the AI Institute here, institutionally? What are the commonalities that you can bring up?
Oh, I think this is a really exciting time, right? Let's have a very positive view on these things. I think now we are in a junction that is very important, where as educators, of course we have our scientific hat, but as an educator, now we are in this place where we need to design new degrees, right? Think about the excitement somewhere there in the 60s and 70s when computer science became its own degree, right? Universities didn't teach this, right? And now, right, we're going to go and try even perhaps more ambitious, where we have physics that in general has evolved very differently from engineering, right? These are different faculties and so forth. And then so now the thinking goes, is it now the time to start designing these hybrid departments where you have really interdisciplinary teams where physicists and engineers and information scientists come together to then devise the next set of curriculum and degrees that then will be like this new workforce that we need, right? I think this is a very exciting time. I think the Institute wants to take upon the task of saying, all right, what are going to be my new interdisciplinary degrees that are going to require having all these departments working together to create a curriculum that this young person that wants to go out there and build a computer that runs quantum machine learning, what does this person need to know to go out there and really solve these problems, right? And then so I think this is extremely important. I don't think in many universities people do this of thinking about interdisciplinary degrees. We normally think about, okay, I'm getting my physics degree, and then if I want, I'm going to get my engineering degree. But now we're thinking about a superposition of degrees where you actually get to learn a lot about physics, but you also need to know your engineering. Otherwise, you're never going to create a system that does something. And then so I think that's the task at the academic level, to really devise this new set of curriculum, of careers, right? What the people call these quantum careers. Now we're at a point where we have to design them in the next few years. So then in 10 years, we have them already running, and we are already graduating like truthful quantum engineers, right?
Just to add to this, and I just need to explain. In the last 10 years, I got the privilege of building a department, and with the mandate that I can do anything I want, which is amazing as an academic to be offered that. And the issue that I put was that how do you build the science of information with the science of materials together? So you don't have AI plus this and this plus AI. But the challenge is, how do you teach a subject matter, whatever, basic physics, chemistry, in such a way that the tools, the AI, the logic, is embedded so the students and the faculty don't recognize them as separate or don't treat them separate. It's not a trivial task. It's not. You can't just add curriculum. You have to find people who are willing to buy into this. You have to be willing to get 20, 30, 15, 20 people to get the curriculum such that you can go through that process. It changes the way we teach. But one of the interesting things you mentioned about linear algebra, we made the demand that if you want to get into the material science department at UB, the freshmen had to learn linear algebra, not just calculus. That was something, it was an optional issue, so we actually embedded through the SUNY system, and that we need to make this. These are seemingly small things, but the idea was we thought down to the granular level, because by the time we talk about all this, if 5 years we get together and have the same meeting, we're going to find something new. So we can't keep saying we're going to produce new degrees every time. So what is it about our own subject? I look at my own field, material science. For many, many years, and there are papers written on this, what does material science is in many ways like computer science. It's ubiquitous. Everyone says they do material science. Then why do you have a material science department? That's a very valid question. And so the question is, it's the way you learn something. And at the same time, as we were talking about earlier today, if AI is there, what's the role of computer science if everyone says they do AI? These are very fundamental philosophical questions, not just to keep our jobs, but it's one that looks at the way we train people and how the workforce develops. Because that's going to influence our ability to have people who can adapt into whatever you're trying to do. And so I think in that sense, the whole issue here of this topic on quantum, AI, I mean, it's funny, when I first met Eden and met you, we were having a meeting here at Stony Brook on quantum to build that wire, not just up and down Long Island, but to connect it to Buffalo. That was our plan, right? And so
it's coming, eh?
It's coming, I know. So it's nice to reconnect after all these years. But I think this is my point. I think this issue of workforce development, and I'm saying this to you, that it's always viewed in a very short-term issue. Can we get a job? Can we keep our job? Can our kids have a job? Yes, but what happens 5 years from now, 10 years from now? And if we can project this issue of new technology or new ideas not as a fear to change, then we're going to get people coming in. And that's what I would put that as on the table.
Chuck, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think there is a lot of excitement. That's great. I want to share my also hardships as a junior faculty, working with the junior PhD students. Yes, there are really many components that are shared between the AI and the quantum mechanics, linear algebra, and fundamental understanding about that. That's a very great point, right? But it is very often in workforce development, things are not logical, right? For example, students who like the quantums are, in many cases, like hardwares or experiments, fundamental physics. They are grown up with a physics curriculum, right? On the other hand, people who like the AI are mostly the computer geek. I'm the computer geek, by the way. Computer geek living with the laptop, mostly interested in software. It is really hard to, at least again, junior faculty perspective, within short time in academia, 5 years or 6 years, developing a students with a great actually skill set for both, right? Typically, we need a training for quantum 2 years. Typically, we need a training of 2 years for AI. At the time, they might need to graduate or prepare to graduate, right? So I think really this interdisciplinary effort, whether through the Quantum Institute or in the university, some driving force, would be really great because we are all seeing that quantum plus AI is coming, right? And we need a workforce development regarding it. But naturally living it as it is very hard for students to choose that path. Because again, there are not enough people, there are not enough predecessor, because it's a new technology, right? So I think we need really this interdisciplinary effort for promoting the students, grounding up from the ground up, they are developing the thing.
I think you make a very good point, and we are close to the end of time, so I'm going to conclude with this last part. That it's a very good point that we should be very thoughtful when we do this workforce development plan, because one of the questions I will have is that we should make it as inclusive as possible. And we are clearly not done it very well so far, and this will require a lot of effort and investment. And this is exactly where SUNY, as a distributed institution, can bring in a lot of strength. And it is not a single institution in the middle of the state that stands for the entire state. There are a number of feeder institutions. We go to K-12. There are a number of outreach programs that we can run. And we need to just make sure that we have this pipeline properly set up that excludes no one. What is your experience in this, and quickly conclude on that?
I'll just quickly say that I'm so happy to be in a meeting where the word diversity, inclusivity, equity is still valid. I cannot tell you how, as an educator, the fact that we have to defend it is very disconcerting. You cannot have creativity in science, and especially in what we're talking about. It's not diversity isn't just the diversity that's often kind of superficially talked about, but the life path of every student and faculty coming to the department into the university is very diverse. The ability to absorb that is very, very diverse. And the thing that I'm proud about, we have the highest percentage of female faculty in the material science department, our department, in the nation. We have more faculty in our department with PhDs outside the United States who are here, which is very different from the way you have. And in terms of the students, especially as people have talked about this publicly in previous meetings, is that the ability to get students of all walks of life to be able to have access to this knowledge is the key. I mean, I think that to me is so valid. And I think this topic we're dealing with, the nice thing about it, it's an inclusive topic. You were talking about, do you like working with the computer? Do you like working with your hands? All those issues get out of the way. In other words, it doesn't matter what your aptitude is. The beauty of this topic is that the aptitude we can tap into for everybody is there. And I think that's where, that by definition will give us inclusivity.
Thank you, Krishna. And thank all the panelists for really good insight. I had notes on how to question through this panel, but that was thrown out after the first 5 minutes. Okay? And even the joke that I had about this panel, I kind of lost track of it when I came in as nervous. Finally, I'll welcome you to the double buzzword panel, Quantum and AI. Thank you for providing so much information here, and thank you, Lau, for having us over.
And we'll go right into the Neuro AI panel. So I'd like to invite Alfredo Fontanini and the panelists to come up. And just as a reminder, Alfredo is the chair of neurobiology and behavior here at Stony Brook. Also a great researcher, does all kinds of things that I find interesting, especially in Neuro AI. That intersection of neuroscience and artificial intelligence. Yeah, I think we're ready to go, it seems.
So yeah, ready to go.
Yep. And
okay, terrific. Thank you so much, Lav, and thanks the organizer, Nina, as well, for thinking about a panel on Neuro AI. Just to give you like 2 seconds background about the research that I'm engaged in. I'm a neurophysiologist. Basically, I stick electrodes in the brain of mice, not humans. And I record the activity of small neural circuits. And most of our work, of my lab's work, tries to understand the computations that are performed by these circuits and how the activity of these circuits generates perception, movement, and ultimately cognition. So I'm an experimentalist, that's full disclosure. There's always a little bit of self-consciousness when someone declares to be an experimentalist. But throughout my career, I've been interacting with theoreticians, computational neuroscientists, and over the past few years with folks engaged with Neuro AI. And I've had first-hand experience about really the power of machine learning and AI marrying in neuroscience in bringing out new insights. So I'm particularly delighted that we have a panel on Neuro AI, and particularly delighted to have our esteemed panelists. And so maybe before starting, what we can do is a brief round of self-introduction where you can just give a little bit of background about your research and your interests either in neuroscience, AI, or at the interface between the two. So we can start with Lily Mujica-Parodi. Lily?
Hi, my name's Liliane Mujica-Parodi, or Lily. So I was originally working in mathematical logic and then doing some stuff in theoretical physics, and then moved into neuroscience. And when I moved into neuroscience, the area I moved into was specifically clinical neuroscience with a focus on neuroimaging of psychiatric and neurological disorders. And was very puzzling to me at the time is that everyone was talking about these disorders as disorders of dysregulation of circuits. And so I kept looking for the circuits because coming from physics, I thought I knew what a circuit was. And I didn't find them. And so eventually I started realizing that the circuits at the neuroimaging scale were going to have to be grounded also in circuits at the lower scale. All of this led to the development of a multi-scale computational modeling platform known as NeuroBlocks. And so at this point, most of my research is focused on the development and validation of NeuroBlocks and many of its applications to psychiatric and neurological disorders.
Thank you, Lily. Alex?
I'm Alex Kulakov. I'm a researcher at Cold Spring Harbor Lab. I am interested in theories of brain evolution. I also work on different models of rational models for behavior, for animal behavior, social behavior, which are AI inspired. And also I'm interested in theories of chemical senses. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Alex. Paola?
Hi. Hi, everybody. I'm Paola. I am a computer science assistant professor, and I work mainly on AI, connectionism, and, well, deep learning models and all of that. I work with vision and language, so from the perception point of view, I think this is a very interesting panel on how to manage or how to make sense of recent advances in these areas. I work with the alignment of these two models, so if you are familiar with any of the chatbots that are popular right now, Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude, I don't know, name your favorite one. Basically, I work with all of them, and we try to make them, stress test them, make them to perform better in challenging scenarios. Right now, we're focusing on spatial reasoning and understanding, multi-hop reasoning. One interesting thing I would say, well, during my undergrad, actually, what was hot in my country, or what I learned about was actually genetic algorithms and a little bit of fuzzy logic. Yeah, neural networks was not a thing back there. So, you know, transitioning on grad school and everything is now neural networks was pretty interesting. And well, I also work a little bit on neurosymbolic. Well, no, symbolic AI, now rebranded as neurosymbolic. And now we're pushing really hard on neurosymbolic. So yeah, I'm really, really happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paola. And Tuhin?
Hello, everyone. I'm Tuhin Chakraborty. I am also an assistant professor at computer science. My background is on natural language processing and also large language models these days. My research is mostly these days focused on understanding machine behavior. So of course, for this panel, it's very relevant because we're talking about the AI and brain, but often there are these sort of like weak analogies in terms of how large language models behave, in some way also trying to emulate human behavior, whether it's like showing impressive reasoning in doing math, coding, and also a lot of my research focuses on creative tasks, such as writing or art. And as we see all these very impressive capabilities coming from language models or vision and language models, the bigger question to ask ourselves is that art or creativity has always been thought of as a very fundamental human construct. So when machines, in particular today's language models or vision language models, can do it, what does it mean? How can we make sense of it? So yeah, I guess my research has been mostly focused on that, and I'm excited to hear more from everyone.
Terrific. Thank you so much. So Neuro AI is a very young field and subfield. And in fact, it's not still very, very clearly or unanimously defined. And so what would be your definition of Neuro AI as a field? Or if you don't have necessarily a definition, what do you think is the most productive interface between neuroscience and machine learning? For most of the panel, I will just like leave it flow spontaneously. But since Alex has been involved in the Neuro AI initiative of Cold Spring Harbor, I will put him in the spot right away to kind of help us understanding and wrapping our head around the definitions of the field.
Well, thank you. I think it's a young field, so everybody has their own understanding of what it is. So the way I look at it is, well, we owe ourselves to understand ourselves in the same way as we understand the natural world, right? So we build like physics models that are descriptive of the surroundings. We also owe ourselves to understand our intelligence. And this is our basic pursuit, right? And what does it mean to understand? For me, to understand means to build a model, either a mental model or a model in a computer. And that's what we're attempting to do, right? And one of the assumptions is, I guess it's carried over from the understanding of natural world, is that this model is not very complicated. There is some implicit evidence that it's not very complicated, just because if you look at the amount of information that goes into building the model, our brains are built based on 1 gigabyte of data in the genome. And the same is true about the mouse brain, but our brain can solve calculus problems, whereas mouse cannot. So that difference is encoded somewhere in that 1 gigabyte. So perhaps the model that is responsible for building the brain is not that complicated. And so the hope is that at some point we'll discover it. And I guess AI is one of the tools that we can use. And the way I look at AI is, number one, it's just a tool for data analysis. Then also it's a tool for filling in the missing pieces of the data. For example, if we know connectomics, but we don't know the actual weights, we can train the model with some data to recover the weights. And also, it's a very powerful disruption machine if we tend to get stuck, like in theoretical/computational neuroscience, in some class of models, and AI always gives you some new insights because it's such a developing field, and it's a lot of fun to learn and to try to carry the ideas from AI to neuroscience and back and forth.
Thank you. So I think that mutual relationship, right, in which on the one hand, the AI is a tool for better understanding the brain and biological systems in general, but also the brain itself can be, at the very least, a source of metaphors that inspire us, can inspire developments of AI systems. So looking back at the past decades, what do you think are the neuroscientific principle discoveries or metaphors that have mostly and most productively influenced AI?
I think that in general, the community has benefited a lot to try to leverage some intuition around neuroscience. So visual cortex, the way that the brain processes information, not necessarily for sure we're not mimicking that, but I think just grabbing some ideas from there and trying to model mathematically, I think that has been quite helpful. And also a way to communicate the science, right? So people naming their methods towards, or trying to give some inspiration and explanation around their methods also gives some sort of familiarity to the people that is reading these papers or these books. So it's a way to also understand.
I guess one example that always comes to mind is like, so today's language models are very powerful at solving complex problems. And typically the way a language model is trained, it's often thought of as a next word prediction machine, which is not how the human mind works. So some of the ways people have made these language models to perform well is sort of like emulating the human thinking process. If you're trying to solve a complex problems, let's break it step by step. So one of the bigger inventions now in the field of AI or language model is like called chain of thought reasoning, where they try to do the reasoning by breaking a bigger complex problem into sub-problem and then gathering the solutions to give the final answer. And this is, even though it can sound very simpler to like an audience, I still think it's interesting that how we as humans solve these problems, we're sort of trying to have these inductive biases now into the model, so the model can emulate us to do the task, and it's gotten pretty good. So yeah, I feel there are lots of opportunities this way to sort of like incorporate things from how humans behave and sort of make these models more transparent and interpretable.
So in this sense, multimodality, which is basically the integration of either different senses, if we're talking about the brain, or for instance, the integration between vision and language model, is really becoming an important direction in AI research. And so what are, and I'm asking mostly the computer scientists, the big questions in multimodal AI, and what do you think could be the inspiration from the brain, which is an inherently multimodal system?
Okay, so in multimodal, it's quite interesting. We as humans, we perceive the world through different senses, right? So let's say that now we have a system that is able to also perceive the environment with different type of inputs, right? So for example, images alone, or text, or audio, or now, well, actions. So the alignment between these modalities is quite important, and I think that also the internal world representation on these models probably should align with also the internal world of what we as humans perceive of our reality. And that is probably one of the things that we envision to do in multimodal learning. To what extent we should actually mimic, the system should mimic the human or not, that is a big question. I think Tuhin probably has more intuition. You have been working a lot on, implicitly on creativity and all of this, that also requires to which extent these models actually are mimicking or not the way we humans perceive the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting trajectory if you look at AI development from 2022, since the advent of ChatGPT. I guess most of the models, whether it was language model or vision and language model, they were sort of developed in silos. So I remember when GPT-3 came out, it was just a text-only language model. When GPT-4 came out, it was still a text-only language model, and slowly the field sort of converged that, and who am I to say I don't necessarily believe in the term AGI, which I'm sure a lot of you have heard in this room, but I guess if we were really to get into the core of intelligence, I think just modeling one modality is often not enough. I mean, Jan LeCun has always talked about this. So one of the things that has been sort of interesting now to look at these current wave of language models that are coming out, say GPT 5.4 or Gemini, or like even like Llama's new model, MuseSpark, which sort of like came out last week. All these models are trained with text and video, as well as audio and images. And I think one interesting facet is humans learn from so much rich structures that is there in multimodal data, right? As humans, when we learn throughout age, I mean, we are not necessarily looking at just text, we're looking at a combination of everything. And the way these LLMs or these AI models are trained through massive like internet scale pre-training data, which has all sorts of things, right? Images, videos, text. So it's interesting that now that we're training everything together, these models are performing well, not only on these benchmarks, but also like some of the other open-ended downstream tasks. So while we cannot always make one-to-one mapping, I think it's interesting that this has been like the general trend and trajectory in AI development.
So one of the areas where the brain is thought to potentially have a very salutary impact on AI is really in getting away from training, right? Because one of the big limitations of large language models is that they have to train on enormous amounts of data. And that's also a limitation, not just because the data have to become available, but also because there are biases in the data that then propagate into the reasoning, and increasingly as the AI is itself producing data on which future models will be trained, you get into a very dangerous situation where initial biases get propagated and amplified. And so one of the interesting things about biology, which is really a huge open problem, is how it is that the brain manages to compute training on relatively little data. And so this is one of the problems that Neuroblocks has been working on, taking a very different architecture, which then also has implications for AI. And that is focusing not just on connections, but actually thinking about microassemblies that perform particular compute functions, so biomimetic computational primitives. And one example of how this has already had an impact is that There are chips today that are designed with these biomimetic computational primitives and are being used for robotics. So the thought is that under those conditions, the robot might be able to perform better in novel environments with edge cases where lesser amounts of training data might be available.
Yeah, I agree that this is amazing how little data we need to learn something. A good example is driving a car. It probably will take about 20 hours to teach a teenager to drive a car like reasonably safely on the road, whereas it takes, I mean, we still don't have self-driving cars, I guess, which are safe to drive in certain areas of New York City. But I should say, though, that this is not so accidental because there is about 500 million years of evolution. So the circuits which we have in our brains, they have inductive biases to consume, for example, to generate language very fast from very few examples, or to to navigate in the real world. And for this reason, I guess it's amazing. It would be amazing to adopt this evolutionary learning strategy in the AI systems.
So, do you think that this brain advantage of using relatively little data, in fact, there are some learning paradigms that can involve just one training event. When you eat something new and you get sick and you learn to reject it, that's an example of a one-time learning that is incredibly powerful and has a very strong adaptive value. So do you think this edge that the brain has is because of the architectures that the brain has? You hinted at the evolution shaping connectivity, the learning rules that are not just backpropagation, but there are a variety of learning rules, or dynamics, the fact that representations in the brain, as Lily was saying, are ensembles of activity that is constantly changing and being coordinated. And the flip side for the computer scientists is which of these three features, or if there's a fourth and a fifth, would you like to steal from the brain and implement in AI systems? Lily, I saw that you were about to reply.
Well, I think that it's kind of generally accepted that backpropagation is not biological. I mean, there's been a move towards predictive coding, and now there was a paper that just came out in predictive routing. But in actually all of those types of algorithms, there are compute processes, right? So if you have you need a comparator, and so then the question is, what is the process by which the brain produces that comparator, right? So again, this is a really open area of active discovery on the bleeding edge of neuroscience, but I would say that, again, that the direction that we're moving in is that it's really not just about connections and changing connections or changing EI balance, but actually there are compute processes that have fundamentally different architectures, and that those microassemblies actually build in some of the control processes and redundancies that help to define the processes that you just described, that, at one, you can have one negative experience and that's enough, and that's because you're hardwired for that. I would say also one of the other problems with AI, this was brought to my attention actually by a Google executive who said, one of the biggest open problems right now for LLMs is the fact that there's this drift that occurs when you get involved in a chat. It starts off sounding very normal and could pass a Turing test, and then after about 60 interactions, it goes off the rails. And that's because there's no internal representation. It's not grounded in some big internal representation, which is how we think the brain works, but instead is very iterative. So there's this constant updating, but every update changes the model. So This is another really big area of potential improvement in AI as we understand the brain better.
I think my brain usually drifts much faster than 60 interactions, so I barely notice that. But I think architecturally, definitely brain learns in a different way from AI systems, because in AI systems there are essentially 2 timescales, which are also crudely modeled by the inference timescale and the learning. Whereas in the brain there are multiple learning timescales. There is a short-term memory. If I want to memorize a phone number, I put it in my phonological loop, so it will circulate somewhere between Broca and prefrontal cortex. In the hippocampus, and then eventually hippocampus will, if it's important to me, it will get incorporated somewhere, and periodically it will get regurgitated by my memory system, right? So there's a lot of active processes of rehearsal that go on, and I don't think these are present in the AI systems that I know of. And there's also definitely difference in learning rules. It's just a fascinating problem of how brain learns it all, right, with the Hebbian learning rules, and how is it stable and so on.
Yeah, I agree completely. Humans are really efficient learners, and our today's systems are bad. And sadly, we have learned also from this the bitter lesson of, well, with these systems, probably you need to scale up and dump the whole internet to get something out of there, and then continue fine-tuning, because it's still not working, right? But I think from neuroscience, from that perspective of, yes, we can learn pretty fast. At some point during my studies, one of the things that I really wanted to achieve was this concept of generalized zero-shot learning, on learning with very few samples. Oh my God, it has been super difficult, and right now a lot of us are kind of trapped in this big model era and trying to figure out how to circumvent that. In my case, I'm really not happy with the hallucination and all the model drift and all of that. So yeah, I'm looking to other alternatives. But the other funny thing I would say that I just remembered is, for example, this long short-term memory. We have a set of networks that are just named like that, right? And I think it's just a strategy for really brilliant computer scientists that come with really good methods and papers, and they just need to brand their bright new idea and to get adoption from people and ground them in a way. So it's like an advertisement as well. And rather, beyond inspiration. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I personally echo with each of your comment, and I 100% agree with what everyone said. One thing I do want to add is that the thing that I have often been fascinated with these current wave of language models is the memorization ability, right? I work a lot on copyright, and often the thing that comes in is that, okay, these language models are trained on these copyrighted books, and they are probably storing these books inside the model weights. So I recently had some work on this, which was showing that you can exactly extract 85 to 90% of these entire copyrighted books from these model weights. Now, I am an avid reader of literary fiction. I've read close to 500 books in my entire lifetime. If you ask me to recite a book entirely, I probably would not be able to do that. I would be able to recite maybe a paragraph, but then one very fascinating thing is, how do these models compress the entire world that they've been sort of experiencing through pre-training inside their weights? But at the same time, these models are also good at generalization. We sort of are constantly giving these, so coding agents, right? These models can do very good, coding. And a lot of these are just very novel, generalizable scenarios, and it's being able to do these things. So there is some, and then there is also this long context thing, right? Where if you give now 80,000 word book, it's going to be able to answer any question from that book in very fractional amount of time. So which I as a human would not be able to do. Of course, I have some strengths which the model will not be able to do. So in some ways, these are things which I don't think as a computer scientist also I understand how this model is doing it. And the transformer architecture is nothing similar to how a human brain works. This has now been shown and proven several times. So it seems that there probably is also some need to understand the LLM behavior, like some of these like very surprising things that the language model is doing, and I'm not trying to hype it up. The thing that I'm very interested in is understanding some of these, like what they call emergent abilities. How is that happening? Is scaling law or training data really that good where it can then generalize to these newer signals? So I think that's also something that's really fascinating to me.
But just a question. So the example that you gave, I mean, maybe the trivial first response would be, well, it's very, large language models will be very good at coding, you know, books because they're language models, right? So we're not, when you read a book, you have mental images of whatever the content is. You know, maybe it maps onto relationships that you've had in previous memories, but a large language model is coding for representational relationships between, you know, language components. So I mean, is that the reason that it's good at that particular task, or is there a deeper reason?
Yeah, I mean, I guess part of what you say is true. Some of the way it does a task is from learning from prior examples through some sort of memorization. But there are also a lot of tasks where it has not seen that training data, right? So there is this inherent side of compositionality where it would see two concepts and it would be able to, like with these image models, like think about DALL-E or like Stable Diffusion. I mean, you would give a prompt and then you would ask a bunch of things which are probably inane, like say a penguin dancing in Mars, which probably it has not seen in the training data, right? But the fact that it can compose and generalize and produce something in a very short amount of time, that part is somewhat surprising to me because that is not something that it has memorized, right? So how is it able to do that? And of course, a human will be able to do that, right? Because human has stronger ability of generalization. So I guess like there is that part also, that not everything is happening from memory. Of course, it can encode a lot of things in its memory, but some stuff it is also doing it, like especially math, right? I mean, one of the biggest mathematicians now at UCLA, Terence Tao, he just recently said that ChatGPT could help him solve the Erdos problem, which I wouldn't really believe a year back that LLMs can aid in that mathematical process. So these are things that has a little bit surprised me because I always thought that, I mean, human beings are probably supreme when it comes to like being able to do these things, and models will have certain limitations and wouldn't be able to do these things.
So, you know, just wanted to jump in one thing. So do you know one place where these models fall apart dramatically and that humans are intuitively very good at, even children, is in spatial relations?
Yes.
If you've ever tried asking ChatGPT, if I put something here and then I'm above it,
yes,
you know, what's behind me or something, it has no sense of space, whereas the human hippocampus is very well optimized for it.
So go ahead.
Yeah, it's just like the interesting observation is interesting because we actually have capacity to remember everything, right? So we have about 200 or so terabytes of capacity, so we probably can remember all the books that we've read. I think somebody made a calculation that it's about 2,000 TV series like Sopranos. We can just hold an HD video for, you know, not just in our cortex, yes, right? And yet we don't do that, and that's probably because it's not needed for us. So there's a filtering. There is a filter somewhere which doesn't let that information go through. Also, language is a very recent acquisition. It's probably maybe like 300,000 or so years old, right? So it's quite possible that, I mean, the way our brains evolved is to store some other forms of information, you know, And as somebody said also, that our brains are good at something that computers are really bad at, and computers are very good at something that our brains are really bad at, right? So
yeah, that's fascinating. Yeah, I think that's correct.
That just underscores the problem, the gradient between neuroscience and AI, which should be somehow resolved.
So we've been talking about, in a way, human or natural cognition and intelligence, and an artificial one. And we've focused on the brain, on the models. One other difference is that biological intelligence is supported by bodies, and so the brain is interfacing with the homeostatic state of the body, its physicality, up, down, left, right, its social element. And so do you think that the lack of embodiment, for lack of a better word, provides a ceiling of basically how much an artificial intelligence can go, and that the next stage would need to implement the physical component of robotics to really try to bridge some of these gaps?
Sorry, there was on Twitter, somebody said that I really hope that the AI will be able to wash my dishes and clean my room, so I will be able to compose music and write poetry, but it's actually the other way around. So I have to wash dishes and so on. But my point is that it may not be so bad that AI doesn't have embodied intelligence, because if it did, chances are that it would be able to build soldier AIs, or it would be able to protect the off switch. So I think we're better off solving that ethical problems first before we give AI some kind of embedment. Anyway, it's kind of a joke. So.
No, but I think it's a half serious joke. It's more than half.
Which I agree completely. Yeah, so the interesting thing that has been happening in the computer vision community is that given that we have very good systems now that can do classification, segmentation, detection, a lot of us are jumping to the embodied AI train. So what you mentioned about, the spatial reasoning and all of that these models are really bad at, we're kind of trying to figure out how to circumvent that issue and leverage that. People have been moving towards generating videos or generating I don't know, from egocentric perspectives, like videos taken from the internet or your Google glasses, or I don't know, Meta glasses or any of the glasses. I am not endorsing anyone. Just to get this perception and then try to reason around that using these systems, or in simulation. I do work a lot with simulation. And yes, we have these small agents, robots simulated doing things in the 3D space. And there's a lot of limitations right now. And I hope we don't get to the point that there will be a major issue like you were commenting now. But I do think it's a very exciting problem.
I think it could also, though, the embodiment gives us some important clues as to how intelligence arises in evolution, right? So getting back to this issue that you raised, that large language models will be very good at answering questions about a book because the construction of the model is language-based, right? So we didn't evolve initially for language, right? Language is a very late skill to have developed evolutionarily. And I said we have deeply baked spatial intuitions that large language models don't have, because evolutionarily, spatial navigation is one of the first problems that had to get solved in order to find food. And so from that perspective, it also raises the question as to whether a lot of the processes, again, getting back to these computational primitives and the processes from which intelligence biomimetically evolved, whether they have components that are related to that embodiment, to spatial navigation, to spatial intuitions, because, again, spatial navigation is such a fundamental part of how the brain is constructed. A lot of what we think of as very abstract skills actually might have their roots in very fundamental spatial concepts. And there's been some interesting work in intelligence, human intelligence, that has tried to take that idea seriously.
Thank you. Excellent. Very interesting. Tuin, you pointed out at basically the emergent properties of AI systems, and obviously there are a lot of emergent properties of natural neural networks. Do you think that there are some common rules? In other words, do you think that neuroscience can help understanding what the emergent properties of an LLM, or vice versa, that there could be a convergence in trying to understand how systems go from accumulating notions, either based on the environment or the statistics of the environment, or reading books, to creativity, for instance?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very difficult question. I mean, I'm sure. I guess one of the things is, like, people, they always use the metaphor of a black box when they talk about a language model. And of course, these days, ChatGPT-like models, they are not even, you cannot even look at the weights. It's exposed behind an API. So one thing that I think is a little different from how humans work versus like LLMs work when it's about creativity is that I don't necessarily think humans will need so much training data to be able to do that, right? So if a human is writing a short story, I think they can probably draw from some personal experience, or of course they have read things in the past, whereas, I mean, if you think about it, an LLM has been trained on, like, what? I think from the last time I did read, it was like 2.3 million fiction books. Like, now a normal human being can never read 2.3 million fiction books in a lifetime. It's not even needed. So one thing that's been sort of interesting to me is that, okay, how can you learn from few examples and still do very well, which is something we haven't really seen in these language models. There is always this sort of push towards making these models bigger and bigger. I mean, they even call it scaling laws, right? The bigger the model, that is better. So I know there's been some work in the AI space also. There is this research called Baby LM, where they basically are trying to build these smaller language models which can probably do these tasks well. But I think one thing I would be really interested to see is that how much of these, and so far research has always shown that the emergent abilities in language model is mostly happening from scale. Like, I don't think if you teach a language model to do 10-digit into 10-digit multiplication, it would fail. A smaller language model would fail if you suddenly give a 20 into 20-digit, right? But a bigger language model is able to do that. So it seems that the way pre-training and reinforcement learning and all these things are happening, it's letting the model do some sort of generalization. So maybe there is something that is task-specific structure, because I do agree with her point about spatial intelligence. Like, ChatGPT or Sora was horrible at generating videos because they don't understand the physics of the world, right? If you ever ask Sora to generate a video, it would just defy the physics, and it would have like 4 hands, and suddenly a hand would just like disappear. So it seems that not everything can be mimicked from the training data, whereas I think humans don't need that much training data. So I guess this is something that I'm really interested, and I hope that we can do more research to understand these fundamental differences.
I mean, there is something interesting to me, like as a neuroscientist, in the way AI systems and also simply RNN represent the external world that can be translated. It has direct relevance in understanding the brain. So for instance, what is done often in neuroscience is that we train our subjects or our experimental animals to perform a task, we record the neural activity, and we identify certain patterns of activity. Now, it turns out that the brain is a messy bag, and there's all sorts of patterns of activity that come up, and realizing which patterns are actually relevant for performing the task and which are just ancillary or byproduct of the connectivity is not trivial. And so what has been done often in the past years in the field is training, say, an RNN to perform the same task, and then try to identify similarities and do some sort of virtual ablation experiments where you can then take out certain patterns of activity. And these kind of studies have actually shown very interesting, quite compelling mapping between the kind of neural activity that you find in the brain and the neural activity that an RNN would generate on its own without any constraint to perform a task. So that is kind of encouraging in thinking about this potential convergence of way of representing the world to solve a specific task.
I think it's a very exciting field of figuring out, I mean, both of them are networks, right?
Yeah,
both AI systems and the brain are networks. And it's a very exciting field to co-develop, like within the neuro AI, to figure out we can understand what are the methods for understanding both, because I think it's not really fully clear in neuroscience either.
Yeah.
Just because we've never been able to access all like network elements, and it's just it's an amazing treat.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're both dealing with black boxes, right?
Right, obviously people
made
discover,
up of connected
absolutely.
units.
There's also connectivity issue in the brain, because brain is highly structured, a very sparsely connected system, right? Which is like very specific, like connectivity rules that are implemented, and that kind of gives you a lot of kind of fodder for thought. But there's interesting parallels, like for example, optogenetics, right? So computer scientists, they discovered optogenetics, that you can stimulate or inhibit some neurons and then look at the outcome. Like for example, the Golden Gate Claude, right? The famous example.
In structured autoencoders, yeah. That's
right, where you stimulate certain neurons and then the LLM will steer every conversation towards talking about Golden Gate Bridge. So there's an interesting difference, though. Again, I'm going to bring a metaphor. You know that plant genomes are way bigger. Some plant genomes are way bigger than animal genomes, sometimes by a factor of close to like 50. And that the reason why, like one of the reasons why, is because plants have to incorporate if they want to. I mean, they do display behaviors, right? So they can turn towards sun and so on. They can actually capture animals. So to incorporate a new adaptation, they have to add it hard-coded in the genome. So the way the plants scale their parameter set is just by adding units to the genome, right? Whereas animals, they solve this problem different. So they evolved a universal adaptation device, which is like nervous system or the brain, and that kind of system that you can tweak it a little bit, like if you live, depending on where you live in the desert or in the forest, but it doesn't require much changes, in terms of like being more complex. Like again, the example of elephant and human. I think elephant has slightly bigger genome than human, but the brain is substantially bigger. So the way how animal brains scale up is different from the way how plants add the number of parameters. So there is this interesting parallel to scaling between plants and the modern AI systems.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's a good point.
I'm very curious about the RNN experiment. So RNNs are really, in comparison to transformers, for example, RNNs don't show these emergent properties. They're really shallow and probably easier to try to mechanistically interpret what is happening there, right? So if you do the same experiment with a massive transformer that has these capabilities, you won't be able to make a one-to-one. So doing the one-to-one that you're doing now with RNNs and these other experiments, I'm curious a little bit now on how, what is the analogy between a very shallow system and then a system that is a little bit more complex on trying to, I guess, mask signals and then trying to see what is the behavioral outcome after masking out?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's, this is, as far as I know, an open question, right? The field has just, the field from the point of view of neurophysiologists have just begun to use this tool and try to understand the convergence of the tools. But it's absolutely possible. And in fact, it's very likely that depending on the different type of networks, you may have convergence or entire complete divergence. I think the point, though, that Alex was making is a very important one, that even if we don't talk about, even if we ignore the potential of neuro AI as a single field, and we treat them as separate fields, the goals are actually very, very similar because there's an issue of interpretability, there's an issue of understanding the activity, defining what representations are. One of the swept under the rug secrets in neuroscience is that we don't really know how the brain represents. There's like all sorts of theories on representation. And so I think that it's that conversation of how to open these boxes and studies is extremely important.
It's one of the most important touching points, I think, where we can all find some way to progress.
Yeah. So we have just a few minutes. So far, we talked about the relationship between neuroscience and AI, and neuro AI on very, I think, philosophically deep aspects. There's also a much more straightforward relationship between the two, which is, from the point of view of the outcomes, equally important, if not more important, which is the application of AI tools to both study the brain, large data set that are time varying, as well, and I would like to touch on this a little bit, trying to use AI to diagnose and develop treatment for brain disorders. And what is your take on this, on what are the most promising uses of AI or in general computational neuroscience to cure brain disorders?
I'll start here, since that was the primary mission of NeuroBlocks, is really to use it as an artificial brain on which you could develop and test new neurotherapeutics. One of the important constraints in doing that, and we're now working with pharmaceutical companies and actually testing compounds, novel compounds on NeuroBlocks, is that it's not enough to come up with a computational neuroscience model that produces an outcome that is roughly equivalent to what an animal or human brain does. If, in fact, the mechanism by which it gets from the underlying receptor level ion channel targets to the outcome are different. And the reason why is because if you have like a CNN, you can't have a drug interact with a CNN. There's just no mechanism for that. And so you actually need to have an infrastructure that a drug can interact with, and you also need to produce an outcome that is relevant to psychiatric and neurological disorders, which would mean cognition, mood, and behavior. You have to have outputs that are relevant from that perspective. So one of the tools that we have been working on is called scientific machine learning. Sometimes in physics, this is known as physically inspired neural nets. What this is doing is really finding a way to take what is known about the field. So as we know in neuroscience, there are some things we know, and then there are things that we don't know. Can we actually embed the knowledge, the hard coding of the knowledge that we do know about the world and about the brain, and then actually use neural nets to solve the unknown problems. So basically what this looks like, it's called a universal differential equation, where some parts of the equation are known and some parts of the equation are not known, and the parts that are not known are filled with neural nets that then use data to fill in the gaps, and then this gets reversed engineered into symbolics and thus the circuit. And so it becomes a way to self-assemble neural circuits in a purely data-driven way, which is the method by which we're trying to scale our understanding of the brain, and basically replace computational neuroscientists with processes that can move in a less biased way and also a much faster way.
Thank you.
I was fascinated in terms of like applications of AI to neuroscience. I was fascinated by this group of studies which decode brain activity and convert it to language. So there's this amazing paper, I think, in Nature Neuroscience a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago, by a group of Alexandra Huth from UT Austin, where they put people in the magnet, fMRI magnet, and then they read them a bunch of stories for 16 hours, and then they trained LLM to convert neural activity into the stories. And they were very close, so they were able to kind of reconstruct the person's stream of consciousness, and that I found was completely mind-blowing, including, and then the additional check was when they showed the video, and this decoded stream of consciousness was able to actually mimic what is in the video. There's also a group of studies from Meta where they show images to people and then they reconstruct images from the brain activity, from MEG, right, which is pretty accurately. And that is like made possible because of the breakthroughs in AI and because of diffusion models. Because diffusion models, they have like a manifold of images. Like they construct a very realistic manifold of images. So if you don't have really accurate representation of the image in the brain activity, it can still find a very accurate. I thought that was just completely mind-blowing, and there's a lot of studies like that. I think like one of the interesting insights that comes from them is that if you want to look at this internal monologue, it's delocalized. It's not localized to a single brain region, so it happens everywhere, which is kind of a fundamental, I think, discovery in neuroscience. But there's also, as you mentioned, there are a lot of applications of AI to treating different conditions, like Parkinson's, for example. There's this study of deep brain stimulation, which I think they put electrodes on motor cortex, and they can predict when the medicine is waning off, so you have to like increase the amplitude of deep brain stimulation, and it allows to decrease the amount of medication that people take, which is absolutely amazing application of this. And I'm looking forward to like more interesting work like that.
Thank you. So we reached the end of the time that was assigned to this panel. I would have gone on for another couple of hours, but time is tyrant. So as you have all seen, and I think we scratched the surface of the fact of the quite deep relationship, both in terms of knowledge, understanding systems and the brain, and in terms of application that exists between neuroscience and AI. Neuro AI is a very young field, but is a field that is extremely promising. And here at Stony Brook, and also together with Cold Spring Harbor, we're committed to keep advancing this field. So I would like to thank our speakers, and thank you for the attention. And once again, thank the organizer first for the wonderful today's symposium, which was a lot of work and was very successful, and also for making room for a Neuro AI panel. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Yeah, thanks so much to the Neuro AI panel. Yeah, like Alfredo was indicating, we're building strong connections between Cold Spring Harbor and Stony Brook to advance this compelling area. So I just wanted to kind of, close the 2 days. It was really exciting. So, heard about all things from, how amazing New York State is, to how amazing the brain is, to how amazing quantum information science is, and everything in between, whether it's in geopolitics of AI to, how we can understand life at all scales. So thank you, everyone, for participating, both online as well as in person. Thanks to all our speakers, and also to all the staff and faculty who contributed to the success of this symposium. So I'll turn it over to Nina to have the very last word.
Really nothing to add, just to say what an honor it's been to organize this, to see all the great work that's happening at Stony Brook, but also all across SUNY. And let's continue the great work together. Really want to thank my team for all the hard work, all of my SUNY colleagues. Means the world to be able to partner and to bring something like this together. So thank you very much.